I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Amy, and I'm here with Paperson. It's been a long time. Hi.
Yeah, it has been a long time. It's good to be back. I'm excited for PUBG Esports this year. Really excited.
So we're here to introduce the PUBG Global Series 1, the very first global event of PUBG Esports 2023. PUBG Global Series is the offline event which will be replacing the PCS, which was held online till last year. Before that, I want to briefly expand about the 2023 PUBG Esports roadmap. So we had the regional series, and we're having the PGS 1 in Malaysia. And then we're going to have the regional series, which is the qualifier of the PGS 2. And then we're going to have another regional series, and then PNC, and the final round, PGC 2023.
Yeah, obviously, this is a lot this year. I'm really excited, once again, to be a part of it. And of course, PGS 1 kicking off in Kuala, Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. I'll be there casting. I'm super excited. April 27th until May 7th, so tons of action to look forward to.
I want to talk about the brief explanation about the PGS 1 structure. It's simply similar to the PGC 2022. So we're going to divide the 24 teams into 3 groups. We're going to do the 3 days of group stage, and the top 16 teams from the group stage advance to the winners bracket, and the bottom 8 goes to losers bracket. So in the winners bracket, the top 8 teams directly advances to the grand finals, and the bottom 8 goes to loser bracket, where they have to compete with the bottom 8 of group stage. The top 8 teams from the loser bracket goes to the grand finals, and these final 16 teams will be competing in 3 days of grand finals to become the champion of PGS 1. Before we break down the 24 teams, I want to talk about the GPT Global Partner Team program, which has launched in 2023. We have picked 8 global partner teams out of 470 teams who applied to become a part of GPT program based on the governance, fandom, and history and their past performance in the top tier events. So 8 GPT teams have secured their spot in both PGS 1 and PGS 2, and also we're going to make the special team edition in-game skins for them. And the 4 teams, Navi, Pero, and 17 Gaming and FaZe Clan team edition skin is now available in-game store, so please check out.
Yeah, and then for 4 AM, Gen.G, Sonics, and Twisted Minds, you can get their skins at PGS 2, so make sure you look forward to that.
So rest of the 16 teams are qualified from the regional series, right?
Yes, exactly. So they were really intense qualifiers. Of course, we have 3 teams from the PAS, 2 teams from the PTS, 1 team from the PVS, PCR, PJC, and PML, 2 teams from the PCL, 3 teams from the PWS, and 2 teams from the PEC. So teams from all over the world qualified.
So let's break down the 24 teams in details, and this time we're going to explain by the regional series, and we'll start off with PCL, PUBG Champions League. So here we have 3 GPT teams, 4 Angry Men, 17 Gaming, and Patrick Road.
I'm really excited about this because, especially 4 AM, let's start with them. They played so well in the PCL. They won the PCL. This is so exciting for one of our original strong teams in PUBG Esports. You know, you think back to 2019 PGC where they played so well, and now they're back playing incredible PUBG.
Yeah, we were kind of worried with the 4 AM in the weekly finals because they barely made it to the grand finals with ranking 13th, but all of a sudden, they were dominating in the PCL and winning another championship in the PCL.
And Crazy was a big part of that. He played out of his mind. Of course, now you have Summer as their IGL as well. A veteran, everybody knows this guy now. He has been so good for so long in PUBG Esports. No surprise to see them perform well in the PCL.
So 17 Gaming also ranked 3rd. How are their performance?
Yeah, and even without Show, who retired, we still have a very strong roster here. I mean, on the backs of Lil Ghost and xiaobei in particular, they still play extremely well. A great Erangel team. You love to see these guys perform like that.
So Patrick Road was 8th. What happened to them? They always seem to be a slow starter and climb up the leaderboard at last.
Yeah, of course, after winning 3 PCSs, everybody kind of expected them to be that dominant team that was always challenging for titles. Since then, it hasn't been quite as good. And so I think for Petrichor Road here, really, it's a matter of coordination. If they can get together on the same page and play like we know they're capable of, certainly they can compete for a championship.
So in PCL, we had 2 regional seeds, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Esports and New Happy had secured their spots.
I think fans are going to be really happy to see New Happy back once again. The dynamic duo of 𝗟𝗡𝗗 and Ming Ming continue to be incredible fraggers. You know, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 continues to lead that team to great success as their IGL, so no one should be surprised with the talent that's on this roster that they're able to qualify for a major once again.
Yeah, they have the potential. And the 𝗟𝗏 Esports with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 coming back. Crazy was crazy in the PCL Grand Finals, but we see the overall PCL, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 won the MVP.
𝗟𝗏, I think we're really excited for this team because they struggled a little bit at the end of last year, but now 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's come to the team, and it's a great fit for both 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗏. He's brought some much needed fragging power to this team. He put up the most kills over the entire PCL. He did almost 10,000 total damage and averaged 327 damage per game. That is flat out nuts, especially in a league like the PCL.
Yeah, let's see if he can show off like he did in the infantry and PCS events. So next is a Korean regional series, the PUBG Weekly Series Korea. So here we have one global partner team, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 seemed to play very well in the weekly final, but in the grand finals they ended up 5th. Even though the team wasn't the best, the PO was the best player in PWS Grand Finals.
No doubt about it. He's still the best. He's probably the best DMR in the world, in my opinion, right now. His stats in the finals are absolutely otherworldly. I mean, averaging 368 damage per match. That's crazy good. It's what we expect out of him in some ways, but he's playing maybe the best PUBG of his life right now individually, so it's really exciting to see him with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 again.
What do you think about the new squad, new 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 squad?
They seem to be still having a little bit of struggle getting on the same page at times, but when they're clicking together, they're still a very strong veteran team. You know, you've got players, multiple players who've won major titles in PUBG Esports, and they're not going to be scared of a big stage like PGS.
So here we have 3 qualifiers, Danawa Esports, Pentagram, and Ghibli Esports. And the surprising news is that Danawa Esports finally won their regional series. They were always performing very well on the global stage, but they didn't have a chance to win the regional series. But this year they brought Inonix and Loki with the dynamic duo of Soul and Salute, and I think this team is now complete.
This should be the best version of this team we've ever seen. Like, straight up, this is the best team that Danawa has ever fielded. As you can see, the emotion from Sonic, the coach of Danawa. I really, really think they have a shot to win PGS.
The interesting fact is that Danawa Esports won all the Miramar maps in the last stage.
Yeah, I mean, they are a really good Miramar team. So now if they can really start to put it together on Erangel as well, absolutely a team to look out for.
And Pentagram ranked 2nd. They are relatively new. Actually, it's a new team. But if you look into the members, they're consisted of the veteran PUBG players. Pentagram was not really playing well in the weekly finals, but so suddenly in the grand finals, they became such a strong team.
Yeah, so they were finally able to summon some magic. I mean, Wicked, a really veteran IGL, Hikari, 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏, and 𝗟𝗏𝗏, great players. So we know these guys have a lot of talent. It just took a while for them to kind of get comfortable with each other. What changed for them, I think, was that they started to play more cohesively, safer in the early game. They weren't losing like individual players. So it was just them addressing some problems really well and at the right time.
So next was Ghibli Esports, who ranked 3rd.
Heaven in particular impressed the heck out of me. I mean, he put up crazy good numbers, 390 damage per match. That is insane. That is better than PO. That's how good Heaven was during this. Ghibli's aggressive style continues to suit them well.
Next is for Chinese Taipei. PUBG Master League is back. Global Esports Exit has dominated the league, winning by 150 points gap.
Yeah, they're crazy. I mean, every year it just seems like GEX is always the ones that are coming out of Chinese Taipei and playing really well. Leo's back. He's playing out of his mind too, so good to have him back. Of course, some of the greats on that team like Xavier and Zennon. And then Yuri's here now. Some people might remember him from PCS2, Team Sadie's, and PCS2 Asia. But yeah, a really strong team once again. So another one of our legacy teams, just like GEX, Sun Sister, was able to win the PJC this year, coming through at the end with some big points to get ahead of Rascal Jester. A great squad here. RunAX and Imhak have been really, really strong. You also have Taegu, who's a Korean player, but he's been playing in Japan for quite some time with E36 and Rascal Jester previously. And Fevin is there as well, who had a pretty strong series. So overall, this team looks really well balanced, and it's great to see Sun Sister back at an international event again.
We have 2 teams advancing to the PGS 1 from the PUBG Talent Series. As always, Daytrade Gaming has won the league.
Yeah, the pinnacle of PUBG in Thailand has been Daytrade for some time now. And even last year, we saw a lot of improvements with this team. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in particular was playing out of his mind during the PTS. So this is maybe the best we've ever seen him playing right now in the PTS. Can't wait to see what he can do at PGS 1.
Second place was quite changing a lot throughout the event. At the end, Purple Mood Esports with Donna White has secured the last spot.
Yeah, the longtime veteran of PUBG Esports on Myth for such a long time. Now he's over here with Purple Mood, taking a group of young players with him and having great success. He himself put up phenomenal numbers, over 300 damage per game. Great performance, so really exciting to see these guys be able to come to an event, and let's see if they can perform well.
Next is PUBG Vietnam Series, where one team has advanced to the PGS 1, and it was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Esports.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are really familiar with this team now, particularly because of 𝗟𝗏. I think a lot of people would call him the Rookie of the Year for 2022. But Himas has been performing really, really well now for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Actually put up a slightly better KDA with similar damage numbers to 𝗟𝗏. So can't wait to see what these guys do. They really made a splash last year.
Next is PUBG Challenger Rumble with 1 seed. From this year, the OCE teams have also competed in PCR. This time, it was very close competition for that 1 spot. Archangel Predator, Gaskins, and EXO Clan were the top 3, but at the end, EXO Clan got that spot.
EXO Clan is going to be interesting. This is a team of players who don't have a ton of experience at the international level, so I'm kind of curious to see how they perform.
Next is PUBG America Series, and in this region, we have 1 global partner team, Sonics. Sonics won like 5 PCS Americas, including 2 from last year, but this time in PAS, they were second. Still strong, but not as dominant.
Yeah, still really good. Still some things to work on. You know, 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 always going to be nuts. We know that. He still put up crazy good stats, averaged over 350 damage per game. So this team, still a threat, no matter what.
Next, we have 3 teams who have qualified from PAS. Luminosity Gaming, it's the old E United squad, and this team have won 6 chicken dinners out of 15 matches, which means that this team is definitely the teams to watch for.
Yeah, so some insanely talented fraggers on this team. We know a lot of people in the past have talked about Kickstart, but now Snakers has really stepped it up. He averaged over 400 damage per game. That's out of this world.
Next team to qualify was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗𝗏, which ranked 3rd. This team is also the squad that always make it to the global stage.
Yeah, they're a team of veterans, great guys who have been around for a really long time. Now you also have Vegas coming to this team, another veteran, a guy who's been around since PGC, 2019, even before that. Very strong player, great mechanics individually. Wasn't maybe as good of a performance as he would have liked, but still, this is a solid team. Their macro's great. This is going to be a team that's going to just kind of always be there and playing well.
And the last spot goes to Third Eye, which the team name is quite new, but if you look into the members, they are quite familiar members in the PUBG Esports scene.
Yeah, you've got Richie B and Vox from the old 300 squad. Adam has been a great IGL recently in the last couple of years. Oldlist playing on Space Station and Bing Bang Boom. So no doubt that this team has experience in PUBG Esports.
So let's move on to the last regional series, PUBG EMEA Championship. In the EMEA region, we have 3 global partner teams, Na'Vi, the PGS 2022 champion, and FaZe Clan, and Twisted Minds. So FaZe Clan ranked 5th. That's the best out of other JPT teams. They seems like they're gelling well with each other with the new squad, 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and James coming in. How do you think about this new squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're playing really well, actually. Even though they maybe didn't get the result they wanted, their damage numbers are all really good. Everybody averaging about 300 damage or more per game, so that's really strong. I think if they could just get their placement points a little bit higher, get a little bit deeper into games, this should be a team to watch out for.
Next is Na'Vi. This is the team that won the PGS 2022, which means they have a potential in the global stage. Even though they ranked 7th, it seems like Example and 𝗟𝗏𝗏 is still the fantastic duo of this team.
Yeah, I don't think you can count out this team very much at all. I mean, with the way that they performed that final day at PGC, everyone will remember that. I have no doubts that these guys can turn around and win PGS 1.
Next is Twisted Minds. It's quite surprising that they have ranked 8th because this squad is a team that have dominated Europe EMEA events from the past years.
No doubt. I think, in their 3rd place finish at PGC last year, Still a lot of confidence in this team, just like Navi. I don't doubt that they're going to perform better at PGS1. I think all three of the PEC GPT teams can absolutely be in the grand finals and have a shot at winning.
Yeah, we have two teams who qualified from the PEC. These two teams might sound unfamiliar with global fans, so I think we need to explain more.
Yeah, Howl has been around for a while. They've qualified for some PCSs previously. They've never gotten better than, I think, 11th place at a PCS. So definitely not a team that was on people's radars to win this. It shocked me, for sure. But they played really, really well, especially Ruren. He played out of his mind during the grand finals here. So I'm really curious to see how they do at PGS1. Maybe this is just their year.
So the second place went to the Ascend. This team is consisted of the PNC German team.
Yeah, other than 𝗟𝗓𝗗, of course, but everybody else is a German player, and they've had a great performance here.
Being top two in this competitive region means that we can expect more of this team. So let's see how they play in PGS1. So now that we have explained all 24 teams who will participate in PGS1, let's talk about how these 24 teams were divided into three groups. So they were divided into three groups based on their rank from the regional series.
I think they look extremely even, to be honest. When I saw these, you always try to look for the strongest group, and it was really hard for me to choose one. I guess Group B, but really AAC as well are extremely difficult. So everybody here is going to have to fight really hard to get to that winner's bracket.
So today we've covered A to Z about PGS1 format to participating teams, and to add on, this time we don't have the Pick'em challenge, but still we do have a fantasy league from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. The fantasy league structure has slightly changed, so please check out the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and the way you can earn the prize has also changed.
Yeah, now so depending on how you do, you will get Twire points, and then you can use those to convert them into G-Coin in-game. So get out there, compete against everyone else in the world. You can even set up your own little groups to compete against your friends. It's a lot of fun. Get involved.
PUBG Global Series 1, the very first PUBG Global event in 2023, will kick off on April 27th in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. It's going to be held for 10 days, 6 matches a day. So mark your calendar, stay tuned, and see you then. Bye-bye!
Hey, it's Uba from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是 PL 战队的 X-Left。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
Imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, CM's Letter, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PCS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG Esports global event of the year, PGS 1 would kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams would chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams would come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS 1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS 1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS 1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to pick your dream team. predict the winners of PGS 1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG Esports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，无敌这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards him. Try and go for the flag, but here's the map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lined up.
ผู้สิโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลบอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Cái vòng bo tiếp theo coi sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow, đẹp quá, rất đi.
还这么被动，其实就是恭喜17个队伍。そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Can and good are silent, not able to do so. Though Can is different.
We're at the beginning of a rip-roaring adventure here for PGS 1 as we are skating into day number 2 to figure out which teams out of the 24 are going to be able to mark their claim at the very top of the leaderboards here to start things off. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. I'm 𝗟𝗓𝗄𝗗. Joining me to start things off, we thought to ourselves, what if we just had two hosts keep asking each other questions for 12 minutes? What would happen? And we were going to go there. We've got Toffees here to my left-hand side.
Could there be any other idea better? No, I think it's going to be good. Yesterday was tons of fun. It was a crazy back-and-forth day to start off. It ended with some of the top teams in first place and really a giant gap on that leaderboard that I want to see continues today.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at day number 1, how things went down, I don't think I would have pegged exactly how it did go down with China and North America looking absolutely spectacular out of the gates here, but deservedly so. We almost had a Luminosity back to back to back. That would have been insane.
Kickstart almost crawled his way into everybody's hearts. He got to that last game. If he had just managed to secure those knocks, they would have finished in first place. That said, though, those top positions look really good. And while it doesn't matter, finishing in 16th is all that really matters right here. Those teams are going to have so much confidence going forward.
I shared some Korean fried chicken with him earlier, Kickstart.
Oh, yeah?
He was having a nice time. But let's get into it. Day number 2. Here's the schedule overall. We find ourselves on the 28th of April at the moment, midway through that group stage. Later on, we'll be moving on to the winners bracket, where we have ourselves the teams advancing on, and then the lower bracket afterwards, just in case you didn't advance into the winners. And to round things out, the grand finals that you're going to be holding down Toffees excellently.
Can't wait, but you go to the grand finals because you want the big money. $500,000 up for grabs. 80K is the lion's share for first place, and then a giant jump down to second and beyond. So those teams are going to be looking forward to that because that is a very big deal. But to get there, you got to go through the gauntlet that we just showed you.
No, definitely. A great opportunity for all these teams, especially since the fact that they've already secured themselves money just being here. So now it's all about being able to push as high as possible. But here's the format, of course. We already alluded to that winners and lowers bracket that we actually do have going here. And again, it does bear repeating, Toffees. It's excellent that we have double elimination here. It really creates an opportunity for everyone, even if you stumble a little bit at the beginning.
If you're not feeling well, if you're having a rough transition to the area, whatever could maybe give you a bad day, it's not over. You go to that losers bracket, you have a chance to bounce back from there. Here's the teams that are taking the field of play. We've got our global partnership teams as well as our regional seeds, a lot of whom have really shown up for this thing.
Some global partners yesterday also showing up.
That's
big,
true.
some not so much. We'll see how they do today. But of course, you also regional seeds. Some were a bit surprising. I'm excited to see how Howl is going to do. Of course, they're coming in with these groups, how things are set up. It's going to be A versus C today. B gets to take a little bit of a rest. Good for them.
It is nice. He's going to take a little bit of time off. We're going to see A take a rest. B versus C is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And Howl is, I think you brought them up, Third Eye as well. Two of these teams that are a lot of questions. They've done some things on land. Can they do it while they're here? They have to answer that question because PGC points. They are everything, and this is the first chance to earn them.
Yeah, for PGS 1, the points are as follows. We have 200 for first place. Toffees, if you get that, you're pretty much secured for PGC.
I mean, I won't say you're 100% in because I've seen some crazy things happen.
True.
But yes, you can sort of relax and play your game for the rest of the season.
All right, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday to a degree, because so far so good, especially for 4 a.m. and Sonics. Sonics had the great opportunity of leading the charge here, being able to get Pachinki and Picardo for free, and it really paid dividends.
It paid massive dividends, more so because while they insist that they are going to the junkyard today when I talk to them, they hit 60 points. That means they can choose to go back today and make life hard for 17, their rivals. Shrimsy's up there on the screen. He played out of his mind yesterday. These guys, with those points, they can have maybe a 10-point day, still advance to the winner's bracket, and possibly secure Pachinki Picardo for the next round of play.
That will be smart. That will be smart. In terms of how the groups have the compositions and how they're actually playing things out, it would be a cool play to see here. We also saw Himas on the opposite side looking fantastic here. Everybody, since PGC was like, wow, this Chaikon guy. But Himas has absolutely stepped up regionally and internationally. As we look at the teams to watch for today, as you already alluded to, a lot of eyes are on Sonics, what they're actually going to do. My eyes, once again, do still reside on Luminosity. They absolutely had an amazing last half to yesterday.
They had an amazing last half. They're going to get to sort of watch and see what these other teams are planning on doing. 4 a.m. for me is going to be a fascinating start. They had a great start yesterday. They fell off a little bit, but they kept themselves around. They were always sort of hanging in these end games and fighting back. Today, I think, is a day for them to really push forward.
Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday as well, as we already see Sonic starting things off fiery on the desert. This was a bit more of an unconventional ending on that east side of Monte Nuevo, but coming out swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the biggest stories for me so far, based on yesterday, is these shifts. These circles have been brutal for a lot of these teams. No such middle, catch 9. That circle is bouncing around like a ping pong ball, and these teams are playing catch up most of the time. And we've seen these in a lot of these games, especially in Miramar, where all you have is a field and a prayer. We've got snakes coming through. We had a man with a shotgun and a Winchester
that was great.
in the end game.
I loved that a lot, and I love this power ranking as well. We've got, technically, right now, 17 Gaming at number 1. Again, maybe a few question marks from me as to whether or not that materializes today due to the potential conflict.
And that's great news. Everybody below 17 on this power ranking is hoping that Sonics decides to go after them at Pachiquipado today, because there would be nothing better for everyone else except 17 to see them knocked down to that loser's bracket right out of the gate. Now, if we take about power rankings for players specifically, 17, Lil Ghost, and Wood are both up there as top tier 3 or top 3 players, and they deserve to be. The question is now translated to this international stage, will those power rankings stand?
I would say yesterday, as you looked at that, 2 players didn't have the easiest of days. Crazy technically, yes, the team did excellently. So did Na'Vi, but both of those players didn't stand out as much as their teammates, and that shows the depth of play that they do have on those teams. But those were the Fantasy League rules in terms of how you can earn points. You guys know them, they're true and tested, and by now, obviously, you've already been getting to grips with those teams and how they play out.
That's how they play out. Take a look at the Fantasy League tops. I'll give you a couple of quick tips for the Fantasy League today. If you've got a Sonics player or a 17 player, think about dropping them because the chances of hot drops are high. I'm also going to let you guys know there was a sub for 4 a.m. Lou is out, and Wangzi is in, and Perfectix for TM is out, and the tab is in. So we've got some substitutions. You have about 10 to 15 more minutes to go correct those if you want to. Be like me at the top of the Fantasy League. That's important.
Yeah, I had a really good 2 games at the start yesterday.
You did.
And then it all fell off for me. So by the end of the first 2 games, I was like, yeah, I'm in 23rd globally. And then now I think I'm 1,400.
Yeah, it may have fell off a little, but it didn't fall off as hard as Toby and Paper Thin. I don't really know what's going on with these 2 down there in the 70s, but it wouldn't be fair if we didn't make fun of them a little bit.
It's not possible to fall off as Paper Thin when you're already off to begin with. So, I mean, yeah, it's really, really tough times for him. But anyway, we have the total leaderboard as it stands. Here's where we're coming in at. 4 a.m., 62 points. And the funny thing is we would have said anybody 2nd through 4th, wow, you had an insane day. But the fact that 4 a.m., starting 2 wins deep in that day, got 62 in those 6 games was huge.
Absolutely beautiful, and it is wide open under that 6th place position. So as these teams go into today's matches, we're going back and forth, Miramar to Arango. There's a lot of space for them to go ahead and make up in the below 6. Remember, all that really matters is that top 16 when we talk about what you're playing for today. And so those teams who see maybe there's a big gap at the top leaderboard, they don't have to stress out about it because they just need to chase the team in front of them and just kind of jump up 1 step at a time, 1 punch at a time, work their way up that list.
Absolutely. But when we look at what is going on today, the big focus point here is Group B. How those teams are going to fare here, considering there is a bit of catch-up to do, admittedly here. When you think about Group B, who are your eyes on? Who do you think is going to be able to move on up those leaderboards?
So as far as Group B goes, this is a team that these teams have to really get going quickly. They don't have the chance to play tomorrow. They've got to put a bunch of points on the board. They got to come out here and make those things happen. So 4 Angry Men for me, I want to see them maintain their position. Twisted Mind have been struggling. They need to come out with a big day today, even though they have a sub.
That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, the sub thing is going to be interesting because, of course, subbing out someone like Perfectix, that is a big, big deal for them here in Group A. But anyway, thank you very much, Toffees, for joining me here for the pre-show. It is now time. We are ready to start off day number 2 here of PGS 1.
Put in a lot of time and effort to get here. Kind of breaks me down every time when you try that hard and you don't reach your goal. So I just want to win.
之前我们没能让世界看到我们最好的一面，这一次的 PGS 就是为了展现我们真正的实力。I'm not satisfied with just being good. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work harder than anyone else to get there.
I know that everyone will be gunning for us this year, but that just fuels my fire to defend my title and prove that I'm still the best.
离 4M 上次在全球舞台上亮相已经过去了2年，但是现在我们回来了，准备好见证我们的实力吧。
저희는 이기는 방법을 알고 있고 어느 팀과의 대결에서도 지지 않고 이기겠습니다.
比起在意其他队伍，我们更关注自己的表现吧，把自己擅长的东西发挥出来，那我们是能去争夺这个冠军的。
我们要的是冠军，直到达成目标，我们绝不止步。 Our triumph in America was just a warm-up. Now we're ready to demonstrate our true skills to the world.
ถึงแม้ว่าเราจะเจออุปสรรคมาเยอะมากแต่ว่าเราได้แก้ไขแล้วก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ที่สุดเลยครับ
Khả năng và thành tích của em thì khó có ai có thể sánh bằng được và chức vô địch thế giới thì sắp đến gần với bọn em rồi.
私たちは他のチームみたいに実績は持っていないんですが勝つ自信は持っています。
저희 다나 e스포츠가 모든 팀의 라이벌이 되는 것처럼 저희 팀이 되게 강한 거를 모든 팀들이 알고 있을 텐데 상대들을 부셔버리겠습니다.
I'm not here to talk, I'm here to play. Let's get out there and show everyone what we have.
我们已经做好了准备，全力以赴来打好每一场比赛。
I am not satisfied with just one championship. My goal is to defend my title and become a multiple-time champion, solidify my legacy in the esports world.
Day 2 of PGS 1 is upon us. Group B versus Group C will take to the battlefield, and for Group B, it is the final day to show what they're made of before the group stages come to an end. I'm Toby, joined by Cameron, and the desk set it up pretty well for us. We got everything going on today. Potential hot drops, teams fighting forward. What are you most excited to see it today?
Honestly, it's got to be the 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗡𝗗. Like, it's the conversation around the Sonics especially. Yes, there's a little bit of extra familiarity on my end coming from the same region, but ever since PGIS, there's always that like focus on them at a global. Can they repeat that success? And every single time the hot drops just keep getting in their way, but this is finally a time that they have an advantage on the leaderboard to give them the freedom to really see what they can do in that position. Not to mention, you got to give a shout out to their new coach Gunnar for really being able to bring an extra level of expertise in that situation.
Most definitely. It's going to be very, very exciting to see how things are going to unfold. And even if the hot drops come through, do 17 stick around even when or if things go against them? We've seen them hot drop before, and for the most part, if not always, it's been 17 who were the ones to end up claiming the spot when it all came down to it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, 17 could still perform well enough to be in the top 16. As I said on the desk, it doesn't matter where within 1 through 16 you end up. There's not bonus points or anything like that. It's just being 16 yes or no is the whole thing. So at the end of the day, 17 could still qualify, but there is zero risk for Sonics for being able to commit to that. However, Miramar, first map up. Will we see it happen in Picado, or maybe get another surprise hot drop elsewhere? Because we saw a couple of situations yesterday.
It just might happen. We're adding new teams to the fray. Group C is welcomed to the server as Group B takes them head on. 6 games to play today. We're going to bounce back and forth between Miramar and Erangel all day long. And when these games are over, Group B will have to just sit back and hope that the performance will be good enough for all of them to stay within the top 16. Now, Cam, the desk touch upon this too. There are a couple of subs coming into today for various reasons. One of them, I think, is very interesting to mention. Twisted Minds.
Yes.
Perfectix is out. One of the spearheads of that team. Whenever we see Twisted Minds perform well in a 4v4, usually it starts off of Perfectix getting the first 1 or 2 knocks. They're losing him, and not only that is a loss, but they're also playing from behind coming into today. Not the best of performances yesterday, so very curious to see how Batulans and the boys will turn things around with just 6 games to go.
Yeah, so Perfectix had the top kills in PEC to qualify to this event. So the fact that they're losing that star player is a really big question mark. However, they've struggled, right? They ended PEC in 8th, and then for the Atlantic Showdown, that was 7th place. So this is a team that is not really delivering on the expectations that we have anyway. So part of me wonders, is this some sort of solution for issues that they might be having?
You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing not one, I'm seeing 2 hot drops coming in. We saw Pentagram, Twisted Minds, and Petrichor yesterday in Power Grid, and seems like both Twisted Minds and Pentagram will go this way again. And our other one in Picado, as predicted. Sonics, they got the points they needed. They want to take the fight to 17.
Instantly rifles in the hands of 17, gaining 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 with a bolt action as well. This could be really impressive. No scope just yet. It's actually the Twisted Minds Pentagram one that I have a huge question mark about, because Pentagram and Twisted Minds both really need the points. We'll see what happens with Arrow not involved. If this somehow gives them some freedom, both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Spyro with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. 𝗟𝗓 that was Adder with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shots gunners in play as Petrolans finds the second as well. Pentagram fallen in seconds, and there they go! They were on the ground for 20 seconds. The Twisted Minds rack up 4 points.
This is the best case scenario for Twisted Minds. Like the hot tub, they don't even get knocked, much less lose a player, and it took virtually 0 time for them to remove their opponents. Now they can just play the game as if it was normal. So this game needs to be big for them, because I don't know if Twisted Minds is going to get another opportunity like this. But let's look back at Picado. This hot drop has been significantly slower.
It sure has. You saw the fear in the eyes of all of Pentagram when instantly 𝗟𝗓 picks up a Psyker. That was them running for their life, but nowhere could they run before Twisted Minds got the better of them. As you said, a little bit of a stalemate in Picado for now. The city does allow for that more so than Power Grid, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to play a little slow, at least to begin with. Having said that, though, should there be a push from anyone, I hardly both hope and expect to see it be Sonics make the cross on over. They cannot go in and say, we'll just sit here and kind of be a stone in your shoe. We got to claim this city, not just have you leave it, because why not?
Well, I mean, being a stone in a shoe is a perfectly reasonable plan, I think. It's just making 17 uncomfortable and not allowing them to play their perfect game. Even if you don't get a kill, just removing the amount of loot that they have access to, maybe redirecting their possible rotations, because this phase 1 is towards the north, and that is the side of Picado that Sonics are on. And so if 17, as long as they just need to make some changes and put them in an uncomfortable situation, it could be like a 90% game instead of 100% that they'd be able to do it alone. It's still, I think it's perfectly fine for Sonics to play this one a little slow.
Here we see some of the roster changes coming in. Wang Sai comes in. Xiao Lu had a phenomenal day yesterday, so a big loss for him. We'll see what Wang Sai can manage to pull off here.
Yeah, 4 Angry Men. Not far from the zone, dropping around San Martin Hacienda. They actually have really easy position to sort of leapfrog, just step by step, make their way towards the center there. GEX as well, coming in from Impala there on the rotation, the Eastern Highway, coming up pretty safe. The only team that's really in front of them is going to be FaZe Clan, who are also on the move. So I don't see any sort of rotational conflicts happening just yet, but we have yet to have the South teams really start to make their move.
Exactly. As you mentioned before, I mean, not only do they come up victorious, we talked about this substitution already. Perfectix out, similar story. You lose one of your star players, in comes the tap. He's played before, he's played phenomenally before, but can he fill the shoes of Perfectix? We'll wait to see today. But, I mean, hot drops and everything considered, couldn't really start off any better for them. They get the 4 points early, no casualties on their side, not even a knocked player, and they get to, if they want to, rotate in rather early as well.
I want to talk about Danoa real quick. This is a team that I'm really, really excited to see. The Korean scene has been an interesting one to watch for a while. Certainly still don't have the sort of high highs that we saw in previous generations, but Danoa is the team that I am looking at the most to perform very, very well. I'm excited to see them hit the lobby here today. I even have Seoul on my fantasy roster. I am expecting that much from them.
I think almost all of us do. We're all
either Seoul or Nonix.
Yeah, we're all very excited to see how they're going to perform again. I mean, I can't put it any better than what you did. Literally, the pride of Korea these days, the absolute top contender for a championship trophy in this tournament. Well, let's not hold it for long. 7-7 might just get pushed in case Danoa is aware, but I do not think they know of his position.
Yeah, 7-7's a little lucky with that. That would be an easy isolation. It would be out of the zone, though, so even if they were able to recognize that, do you want to go through all the effort of pushing someone in a compound who might have a shotgun of his own? Because we've already seen how lethal that weapon can be.
Yeah. We'll see here, they're rotating around the rest again. Wide western rotation for Danoa. Not opting to go through the city. Again, remember, this is their first game of the tournament. We've seen it before. Things are going a bit slower now. In the center of the circle, of course, STK were spread out before. 4AM spread out as well. Just juggling for positions, trying to see what positions they can take away from one another.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams all trying to get this middle section. There's a little bit of a game of footsie, I like to call it sometimes. Moving around, just constantly, not really fighting, but just sort of pacing away from each other, seeing how much they
pushing
can take. Pushing and shoving,
but
you know, really not trying to take any damage, giving up space if they think it's a little too hot, but then trying to grab more if they see an opening there, and waiting for things to really start to settle when other teams arrive. And then, of course, when we hit phase 2 and the big game really happens.
Exactly, and that's one of the bad things, or interesting things. As I say that, knock comes through. Xiao Wu, off of that knock, opts to make the push on forward. He is somewhat alone right now, as I say that they are two, but both Sushu and Little Ghost aren't nearby. So waiting for the cavalry to arrive as Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei make landfall in the arena.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 on the roof here, really good high ground. And you also saw Mime there on the back angle, making sure that 17 can't go that eastern side along this arena.
No more knocks. The rest came through. Not a whole lot happening right now. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's dropping to the sawn-off. We've seen the damage output of this weapon up close time and time again. And I love the fact that we're finally seeing that third gun slot actually being utilized. So forever, really, in all of PUBG Esports, no one used the pistols, no one used nothing, and that's all. But we've seen the value of the shotguns and sawn-offs. Well, they have proven to be quite useful as of late.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, we saw pistols be used as a way to carry an extra red dot for a teammate. That's essentially it. And that shotgun, it's not as good as the main weapon shotguns,
but you get
of course.
Your DMR and your AR.
Exactly. It's you got nothing else in that slot, so might as well grab it here. Ever since that knock, though, Sonic's got the revive, and it's been played really, really slow. And this is the exact rock in the shoe situation that Sonics are going to be committing to right now. 17 are putting a lot of resources of time and potentially loot in this fight, but Lil Ghost on this off angle could be big if he's able to get another knock, but he only has a red dot on this car.
It just makes it that much better when he then hits the shot. I think he saw him on the roof there. And even if he doesn't go for the shot now, that's info fed across. Yeah. They have one on the roof. Be aware of up above, because when you're pushing up those stairs in the arena, the last spot you're going to check is way up in those beams. So nice that he spots him, doesn't go for the shot, doesn't want to give up his position. As you're saying, only red dot on the Kar98, so not optimal to start fighting from this distance. And also, you can see off of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's POV how little he has to play with if that rock gets compromised.
Seems to be aware of the potential of someone flanking around that angle. Head on a swivel, keep moving. But 17, they're the team that needs to make the move here. They need to go for this entry. The blue is not far away from them. They're not far from zone number 1. But at what point will we see them have to be running in the blue for 3 zones like we saw a few times yesterday?
Also, just a quick pro tip and a perfect showcase of it with 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 there. You never know who's sitting behind a rock somewhere with a bolt action waiting to shoot you, so never stand still. If you're on the roof, if you're trying to scout out, if you're an aspiring pro wanting to get better, do not stand still anywhere when you're scoping. Move around while scoped in, because someone, somewhere, will be there with a Kar98 behind the rock. Now let's take a look in on Day Trade and see what they have to say coming into their first games of the tournament.
ก็คงเป็นเล่นแกมแฟนนอนครับแล้วก็ติดท็อป 4 ในแกมแฟนนอนครับน่าจะเป็นทีมที่ลงใกล้ๆครับจุดดรอปใกล้ๆเลยครับก็จะพยายามรักษาเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ให้เล่นให้ดีเหมือนเดิมครับ
Yeah, Day Trade, really good position in the zone right now. Really good mentality coming into this one. Team that I'm really excited to see perform. Lowering to a couple of shots there onto third eye. Not landing too many of them just yet. And this is, again, that sort of teasing pressure we saw back and forth. But yeah, this is actually a lot of pressure. Sun Sister and New Happy. We saw this exact fight yesterday, I think.
I mean, New Happy Sun Sister running shoulder to shoulder for the majority of the Miramar games yesterday. I kind of want to say that New Happy's, what ended up being a good performance, well, let me hold that fire for a second, because fire is being shot elsewhere. Little Ghost now crossing the street, trying to get the safety. But as we were saying, once the rock is compromised, there's no cover. And 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 spends no time taking him down.
That's really bad for 17. That knock alone could be the finishing maneuver here for Sonics of claiming this city.
Sure could. Socio still not in a position to really help out here. Shotgun down in the houses towards the southeast, and 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 still in full control of the roof. Issue now being, I think Lil Ghost took the first shot, and that has got 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 going, wait, if there's one there, where are the rest of them? So a little, maybe more anxious of sitting up on that open roof by himself.
I'm and 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 peering out at each other. Walking a few feet one direction could reveal yourself to the opponent. Howl are going to be moving on into the zone as that fight does stall out yet again. We'll keep you updated on what happens with that one.
Howl, another team that we haven't really talked too much about, a team coming in with very limited to no LAN experience. The Victors, surprising Victors, I should say, of PEC. Coming in here, surprising everyone with their performance, and now we'll see how they're going to perform here. And they have had to make substitutions coming into this tournament as well. Not having Lassa there, one of the most experienced players on the team, now playing with their coach, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. Instead, we'll see how they're going to fare. Ruin was the spearhead. The Mat was there to help him in their success in PEC. We'll see how they thrive on their first global stage presence.
Back in Mikado, looks the exact same that we left it. 17 are able to make their way actually inside the building. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 with the shotgun in hand, trying to get up close and personal. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 with a sawed-off at the top of that stairwell. And at this point, though, you have to wonder, 17, why couldn't you just run away? There's a full commitment here.
There is
you need to full commit. This is some. They're waiting for Sonics to make a mistake, but Sonics can wait here all day. There's no skin off their back by doing so.
The only worry I have now is that they saw Mime on the other side, and I think Mime is well aware now that all three of them are in. So what can Mime contribute with should the fire unfold inside this arena? How fast can he cross over to try and help his teammates out? We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, now New Heavy able to get away from that short skirmish with Sun System. Not much came off. But in GX, again, as well, a team from eastern side of Asia that we haven't talked too much about coming into the tournament. I don't have the biggest expectations for them, but they have come out and surprised me time and time again, even at the global stage.
They have. A couple of shots onto them is going to make the rotation a little rough. Back here, Picado. No new developments. It's just as we left it 20 seconds ago. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𗗗 does have a shotgun. Oh, no, I mean, a frag grenade going over towards the Mime. So I like that attempt to sort of get that anchor out of play.
If they find the knock on him, they know it's an even 3v3. And as I say, that 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 actually does go down. That ain't on the backside. This is perfect for them because they take one down inside the arena. They know Mime is isolated, at least for now. So if they can anchor, like, if they can push on this fast enough, they potentially have a 3v2 in their favor.
Gonna go try and confirm that kill onto 𝗟𝗏. Mime needs to come and approach. I think he has an angle and he is gonna make his way across that road, but 𝗟𝗏 has been confirmed. It would have been really difficult to get that revive.
Yes.
Tiggleton and 𝗟𝗏 just need to play safe and keep 17 locked in here as long as possible.
Great read on the side of 17, seeing that they have two of them set upstairs. They knew that they had Mime on the other side, so let's push the solo down below, take him out with a well-placed nade, make the play from there. Mime still has not been able to cross, and 𝗟𝗏 now up on the roof alongside Tick, but they're on each their side of the building. Circle 3 is going to pop as we go up towards the northwest, and look at who's sat center. We talked about a team that needed a good game.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds are right in the middle.
Really good grab for them, and a really good immediate consolidation of their players with Tab and Spyro grouping up with Lu and Batulins. A couple other rotations happening around there. It's quite open in that zone, but here the fight, Picado. Tiggleton does go down to the blue because of the damage of 𝗟𝗏, but 𝗟𝗏 is continuing to answer back from the low ground, taking down himself though.
Now it's just Mime left alive. Damage is being done, and the majority of it, if it's not all, is coming on to Sonic's. Issue is we're in phase 3, soon to be phase 4, and it is starting to hurt. And these teams have had very little to no time to get properly looted up. See 𝗟𝗏 trying to crawl for info here. Mime's still on the other side, kind of stuck as Sushi is holding him back. But again, I mean, as we're saying, stone in the shoe, they might just have fended off for enough time as they wanted.
Right now, Day Trader crashing third eye's position. 𝗟𝗏s and 𝗟𝗏 getting in Richie B's compound. A couple of redirection of their player base, Oldest and Adam trying to give support. Richie B taken very low. Has to fold outside of the window, is able to make his way away. But still, that is a nice position grab for Day Trade.
I like the fact that both 𝗟𝗏s and 𝗟𝗏 are going aggressive on this one. They know that they have two players isolated. We need to make a play. We need to make space. We need to try and see if we can force Richie B out of this building. Haven't quite succeeded in doing so just yet in 𝗟𝗏s. Almost blowing himself up there. Suboptimal at best. Richie, though, still downstairs. And as you can see here, all of third eye well aware of what they're up against.
Richie, another shotgun that we see in play here on the low ground, just waiting for them to come down and try and get him. Shots from the windows, however. Oldest taken very low. And going to be immediately confirmed as well. Adam now caught out. This is all falling apart for third eye.
The 2v4 works out for them. Pressure is being applied from the north as Pushers is trying to make his way back down alongside Flash towards the buildings. But this had gotten third eye all over it. But now Day Trade looking to try and see if they can recover this fight.
Got shots coming out from a couple of different angles. I think we're looking at Howl there as the big ones. And now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship to the northwest. So having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Richie B. Has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
From one fight straight to another, Sun System, 𝗟𝗏 roll it out on the north side of the circle. And why does everyone fight on the east? Well, it's pretty simple. Next circle is going to shift away from the mountains on that western side. So while you might be scratching your head going, why fight for these open compounds? Well, this is most likely where the next circle is taking us 15 seconds from now.
It's grenades everywhere.
It sure is.
SDK and FaZe contesting for this. Purdy is going to be on fire. All onto A-load. Can he stay alive? Where is the rest of SDK? They're down towards the south, but they don't have an angle of their own. Vegas is also knocked.
Correct. But Purdy fell early on. They tried to kind of corral on his position, and now, as you can see, Vegas and Penta, very, very hard spot for them to get out on. FaZe in full control circle. Up towards the north we go with Twisted Minds. Could not have asked for it any better.
Yeah. They're not... It's possible that they're not going to get a lot of kill points in this one, but they're going to get placements by hanging out there, and that should be fine by them to really start to spin their own engines up, because as we've said before, they need to have a good day. Here, STK, Vegas has been revived, but this is such a precarious position. One well-thrown frag grenade from FaZe Clan could do it all for them, but both these teams need to move into the next zone.
Xiaobei falls to Blue Suchu right there to follow. The damage has been done. Sonics may fall, but 17 Gaming goes out with just 3 points, and FaZe continuing the onslaught. James does go down. Nice shots placed there by Vegas. We'll see if Penta can get the cleanup. He does. As he is found in the open. It's actually going to be Purple Mood that finds that flush from afar.
Oh, and Penta also got headshot down to 10 HP.
Yep.
Man, they're so close to being able to get that revive onto Vegas, but Penta's going to have to do it all to try and stay alive right now. The blue is just closing in on his back. So really, his job is to make it as annoying to FaZe as possible.
And very limited to what he can really do from here now. The blue is on him. He's not going to get the first hit off. He's down to blue. Actually, again, Thanawa. Purple Moon just finding kills from afar now. Shots being fired from Hao over towards 4 AM on the other side. That nade could be absolutely lethal. No, goes a bit short. All of them, except one, sat inside the same shack here.
Summer rotating around on the side. They need to get to a couple of different positions here because they're not only defending from Howl, there's going to be Purple Mood and FaZe, and even Daytrade potentially coming in from this southeast side. So this is good terrain to try and fight around, but it is also relatively flat. So your angles are going to be on razor thin of where you can peek.
A lot of these players thought this circle was going to go further towards the southeast. They got surprised when it shifted up towards Twisted Minds, and now they're forced to fight in the open, making their way further forward, running from one fight to another. Correxy, Vex both managing to get healed on up, but they have a tough fight ahead of them, and Daytrade has sat very solidly on the edge of the east side circle here.
Mark 12 in the hands of Belmont, looking for a head to click from FaZe. In the blue, FaZe are taking a lot of damage. They're running multiple directions. Some of them into Daytrade, some of them into Purple Mood.
Yeah, I don't see them getting out of this one live. Phase 5 is going to hit them just moments from now. GX does fall. Multiple teams are going to be the butchers at the end of it, trying to make their way in. Again, the southern side here is so insanely packed with teams. In the meanwhile, up towards the north, we saw Danawa rotate far west early on, and oh my lord, has that paid off. They got all the space in the world.
Vex out in the blue right now. 4 AM in a vehicle, you can see it in the picture at the bottom right. Gotta try and send it somewhere, but the big question is, where can you go? Twisted Minds has the only strong compound in this zone. We'll see where Phase 5 goes, but they're still gonna have a huge advantage here. It's a hard shift down towards the south. That's great for New Happy, who continue to utilize this high ground of their own. It's also good for the teams that we've been watching recently with the 4 AMs and the Purple Mood, but they do still need to all fight each other because there's no way these 4 teams can stay here on the southeast edge.
The question becomes now for New Happy, when do they opt to go down? There's plenty of fights happening down below, but if those come to an end and the team sat down there is able to just sit and wait for New Happy to come down the hillside, that could be the downfall of New Happy altogether. So do they get greedy? Do they stay up there for extra kills, or do they leave early trying to cement themselves a spot, as we saw yesterday with Sonics trying to claim a spot before the circle went against them?
They need to do damage first, though. They can't just send it with the number of people still alive in that area. So really, it's all going to be about timing for them. Danawa, their timing, they just got to go send it now. Yeah. Are they going to try and crash Twisted Minds? It looks like they're going to be going past into the rough terrain, but do they know where all these teams are hanging out on? They could have been scouting it out, but still, with the amount of dips and little bowls that you can find, you never really know the information that they have. But however, this is a really good grab. Don't go too far. Yeah. Just take what you can get.
I was going to say they might not know, but they're about to find out because everyone's right next to them. Tiamba, in the meantime, Lynchman and Longska making their way up towards the New Happy compound. They heard the commotion in the north. They know that Twisted Minds are sat in the compound down the valley. They have to take the fight for the hilltop control. They need to take the fight to New Happy. New Happy would not want this at all. They want to sit up here, sole players on the hills, perfect overview of everything down below, but now they have to focus on what's happening nearby.
Yeah, does New Happy know of how close 𝗟𝗋 have gone?
I mean, they came in vehicles, so I hope...
They are vehicles, but you never really know where their exact positioning is.
True.
But here, a lot of utility, a lot of grenades still thrown by Purple Mood up against Day Trade, and 𝗟𝗋 also seem to be on the push there, making their way down.
They took out Vex, and Gustav is still alive. I think that's why they're hesitant a little bit, because you still have players coming in from behind. And now, well, if they didn't know before, Camden sure as hell know now. Nan finds the double. Linshu instantly, though, finds one in return, so damage going both ways.
Oh, and another frag grenade dropped by the downed members of 𝗟𝗋 does confirm long skirt. So that's one player out, but what can 𝗟𝗋 do? Swinging in on the side. Linshu not far ahead of him.
Does the nade connect? I don't think it will. Linshu able to run over the ridge line. Peeks on forward, the rest does come through. So New Heavy. But one more back on their feet. Linshu flash run forward once more, trying to get a better angle. Nice drop there, but not going to help him out. Finds the double on the back end of it, and 𝗟𝗋 able to take one down as well. All of a sudden, just like that, Ming, sole player left on his feet from New Happy.
Fantastic push here by 𝗟𝗋, even with the opening double grenade from Non. It's all onto Ming as a solo. Does he have time to stick the res as 𝗟𝗋 is rushing forward to confirm those kills?
Yep, get the flush to secure those points. It's the first game of the day. You want to come off to a strong start, regardless of whether you survive this one. Now, Nan does get back on his feet, but let's see if 𝗟𝗋 can do anything here on his own. Spotted one, no doubt about it. He saw Ming in there.
Flashes come on in. Oh, the spray does not work out. Good hold by Ming. They're still alive with two, but 𝗟𝗋, they have pushed down onto Day Trade. The circle does go into their favor as well, and they're going to back up. Not going to want to push this too hard because there's still a lot of teams on the south side. They can just allow Day Trade to get crushed by all those teams from the south.
We've taken out a third of the server, and only now are we hitting placement points. So many solos still lingering in the backside of this circle. Gustav from FaZe has been crawling for the last 3 kilometers, and now 𝗟𝗋 is trying to stay put on his own here in the midst of all the commotion as well.
This is a great crossfire from 𝗟𝗋. They really need to try and make something work from here. They have a couple of vehicles to use, but as you said, the solos on that south side, Day Trade are going to be feeling this presence, this pressure on their back, but they cannot look away from 𝗟𝗋.
One thing that I love as we're seeing at the minimap here as well is 𝗟𝗋s are snuck up behind 𝗟𝗋. Solo player now in this position. As I say that though, he falls down, Salute ready and waiting for the IGL to make his way on forward. Soul in the meantime finds one again. That's again 𝗟𝗋. They came in, they spread out, now they're starting to take full control of the east side of this circle.
The control here is going to be very, very precarious because they are on a little bit of low ground, but they are trying to make it work, and they're just not giving any of these teams any slack at all. Flash does get confirmed, does bleed out fully, and 4 a.m., they need to make their way in, but Gustav has struck, gets a knock on a 𝗟𝗋.
Sometimes it pays off to sneak your way forward, and it did for him. He might fall down, but at least may also have found one. Not sure if the flush is going to come through or not, but placement points secured for FaZe.
𝗟𝗋s as well, striking as a solo, knocking and confirming 𝗟𝗋s.
Snakes live in the grass, and they thrive there too, and he's still up as well, so really making it hard here for Day Trade to get anything else going. 𝗟𝗋 stuck down behind the vehicle, should fall, you'd imagine. Now 4am is aware of his position. Loki from 𝗟𝗋 on the other side is aware of 𝗟𝗋s as well. Could only imagine both solos will fall in a short moment here.
Flash comes out. 𝗟𝗋s is going to go on the push. A lot of smokes to keep him separated from Belmont. So with the spray, Anonix does get knocked, and Loki wants to get this snake out of the game so they have more pressure and they can just focus on 4 a.m., who are now pushing into phase 6.
Fights on all fronts, and in the meantime up towards the north, Twisted Minds able to get the rest up on 𝗟𝗋s and play it slow and steady. Not in a hurry to do anything here whatsoever. 4 angry men, they got one knocked down before. Nan is back on his feet now, though, as they take out one from Howl. So Ruel, all that is left, but again for Howl, huge game for them, and here they come. 4 angry men on a full push forward. Crazy able to find the first. We'll see if they can get the second one as well. Easy peasy. 𝗟𝗋 takes him down.
Yeah, Ming, Lightning cannot strike twice this round at least. Still surviving far enough into 5th place, but 4 teams remain. How much further can Ruin make it? Not center of the zone, but center of this current pressure here. 4 a.m., 𝗟𝗋, and Twisted Minds, and Spyro is continuing to push this for Twisted. They don't have that many kills just yet, but they want to confirm first place right now, and they have a lot of space to try and do that.
A rarity in this area of the map that you have the last, or 3 of the last 4 teams with all 4 alive, but it was the center compound team, the north side chillin' team, and then 4 a.m. on the south, who were just brawling their way through, and somehow able to keep all 4 on their feet, on their way through to the top 3.
Ruin being taken out does give 4AM a little bit of extra space. You can see Summer already trying to find the information, but the zone does not favor them at all. The zone doesn't even favor Danawa. It is 100% in Twisted Minds territory. And you have to wonder, Lou and Spyro, do they maybe want to try and back off a little bit? Spyro is actually taking his vehicle away. Oh, Summer with the peak, getting a couple of shots in, can't quite get the confirm, but it does stop Spyro from going too further in that vehicle.
You see it time and time again. Yes, they have the circle, but can they maintain control of it? They need to play over each other's shoulders so heavily. You see it here. Lou tries to make a play instantly. Battlegrounds is there with the suppressive fire. This is something we've seen from Twisted Minds time and time and time again. My mind instantly goes back to PGC when we saw Twisted Minds beat Sonics in a game they should have never won.
Watch Danawa right now. Salute is making a rotation here on this east side, trying to find a separate angle. And you can see there's a couple of rocks, a couple of dips that they can utilize from that side. 4AM, however, their only choice is to run down that hill directly at Twisted Minds or perhaps backfilling around Danawa, but the Korean team is leaving players to watch for just that.
Danawa wants to get close enough to the circle that they are not the first team to be engaged. They want to open up an alley for 4AM to come in that direction, but they want to be at enough at a distance so that Twisted Minds can't make the initial push on towards them. So they're playing a nice 2-2 split, trying to maintain control of both angles, but with these smokes now deployed, Danawa must be aware that the push is coming in their direction.
Smokes out for the backfill attempt, but already Loki and Onyx are trying to run away themselves because the blue is going to be closing in onto them.
Here they come. 4 angry men on the hillside. They have to get down one way or another. We'll see if they're going to succeed or not. Right now, the odds are against them as 8 players from down below are doing what they can to deal with them.
And look at the response in the minimap from Twisted Minds. They see 4AM going towards the east, and so they themselves push down towards the west. They are closing any sort of space that 4AM could try and grab here. Look at Spyro in the tab. They are just constantly running around and not giving any slack to their opponents.
Sure are not. Pendulum Simulator for 4AM as they try and weave west, east, but neither Twisted Minds or New Happy are giving up any space whatsoever. Such a nice hold positioning from both Twisted Minds and Danawa here.
The blue at their back to dodge these grenades.
Deny.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. 4AM have kept trying to put their feelers out, seeing what they can find, but they can't find anything, so they'll be giving all 4 of them up to the zone.
I fully respect it. They tried and they tried again, but there was simply no space. In credit to Twisted Minds and Danawa for being able to hold them off so well. They just did not give 4AM any space to maneuver whatsoever.
And now immediately these teams are going to be looking at each other. Lou with the grenades going out, gets a little bit of damage onto Loki. Nothing that quick little boosters can't solve, but either way, that's going to be some extra space still grabbed for Twisted Minds.
Now, do they know that Lou is snug up just on the other side? Smokes have been deployed here, so some info must have been fed across him. For Battlegrounds right now, he's giving all the info that he possibly can, trying to be the overhead protector of Lou. Issue is, if he falls in the compound, they're 3v4 for the rest of the game. There's no way anyone gets back inside that compound to get it back up on his feet. We'll see now here, no utility whatsoever for Salute. I'm not sure what the status is on the rest of them. They do have 1 vehicle to work with. They're all inside the circle, but this is the final one. We're ending the game out in the middle of the open.
Lou's pit position is the biggest advantage that Twisted Minds have right now.
It better work out for them, because it's, I don't want to say all they're relying on. They have the best position, no doubt about it. Battlegrounds in the compound, and both Spiro and Tap playing kind of protectors on the southwest side. But Lou needs to find the perfect timing to spring that trap. You can see he's on his feet, wanting to peek on over, but I think the rest of the team is saying, wait it out.
His timing is going to be off of what the tab, what Batulin, or what Spyro can try and get. Once the attention of Danawa is all focused on one individual player, he can then strike up. And the fact that his existence, that Danawa are aware of, means that they can't move too far forward without running into a trap.
Exactly, they really want to. You see all of them are focused on Battlegrounds right now. They know there's one in the compound. If we find him, that is their UAV out. That is their info gatherer taken care of. They're all looking towards the northwest. They all want to find Battlegrounds, but he's not giving them the chance. Never peeking the same spot twice. Really playing this one smart. And just now, Twisted Minds are starting to deploy these smokes, but they're going for the compound. They want the solo player. They want to deal with Battlegrounds before taking the fight to the rest of them. Tap, though, finds one in transition. Salute does find Battlegrounds, so damage has been done, but is it enough?
Spyro's rushing forward on the wall already, so it's trades 1-for-1 right now, but Anonymous with a great angle cannot close that knock on a Spyro, but Salute is there to finish the job.
Perfect read from Danawa. They saw the solo. They were scouting on the compound. They want the wall for cover. They knew there was nothing to play in the open, and just like that, the fight is going in the favor of them. Soul finds one. Soul finds the second as the anchor player takes him down. Danawa, the champions of Korea, looking real damn good here on day number 1.
What a ballsy play there. Just all in a vehicle, sending it onto the solo. but there was no other option. It was all open area there. They had one hill, and that hill was being closed by the blue with Lu pitted below them. So they made the send, they isolated Fatulin, and it got a little hairy there, but the aim was in their favor.
It's Navi's winning game from PGC 2022. Send 3 in the vehicle, keep 1 behind, rely on Soul to hit the shots needed in order to suppress for long enough. Yes, they find 1, but they do the damage needed in return.
I told you, eyes are on Danawa, and in previous global events that we've seen squads similar to this one with similar members, they haven't necessarily shown up. Can Danawa keep up the performance here?
Great start for Danawa. Sonic's able to suppress 17. Twisted Minds know they don't win, but a much needed performance from them here coming into their final play day of group stage altogether.
Yeah, still a couple of storylines that we've seen start to develop here in Twisted Minds. Would have preferred better, I imagine, but it was still a good start for them.
Definitely. I mean, you have a sub coming in, you instantly beat your competition in the hot drop. That has got to be Pentagram now thinking, okay, we just lost 1 on it, but let's take them from there. Let's watch some highlights before we head on into game number 2. The fight back is on here for day number 2 as Korea and Europe looking very, very good here in this game. Fighting back against China as well as America. They did so well yesterday. They need to catch up a little bit, but Danawa comes out swinging here.
They come out swinging. I'm not surprised. Before, during rehearsal days and when all the teams were here training, I would go to each booth and chat with these teams, and I asked every one of them, you can't pick yourself. Who wins this event? Who's the biggest threat? And almost across the board, Danawa kept coming up over and over again as a team to watch, a team to be feared. And we saw that. The way they took cars and just crashed into that compound, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. As we boil down to that 4v4v, technically 4, but as we look at what 4AM were doing, I feel like it's a completely understandable choice that they're making here. They know who is on the other side of those hills. They know it's an impossible feat to try and wrestle it away from them.
And I know from a viewer's perspective, you're going to say, they walked away from that one. They denied the points. There was no reason to go for it. And honestly, we've all been in that spot. Why stick around? Why make these two teams who are in that position to fight for top's life a little bit worse? They went ahead, they denied the points, they knew there was no winning opportunity, and they opened the door for the other teams to really try some crazy things out, which we saw. That car crash, leaving Lu essentially, he worked so hard to get that flanking position, and then there was nobody left to flank.
Yeah, that's true. A very, very good linchpin move here by leaving Soul behind, being able to use him as the eyes overlooking it. But again, when you've got Twisted Minds, Danawa left in this kind of scenario, these are two teams that you really don't want in winners, so that's why 4AM's obviously kind of making these decisions. It's brash and it is brazen, but it's very warranted. But anyway, let's focus on the teams that are able to do well here as we look at the top 4 coming in. It was Danawa, Twisted Minds, 4AM, and Howl, Sneaky Howl, getting that top 4.
Sneaky Howl, and not only that, but Ruin as well, another player who's been on the up and come that we can keep an eye on. Sure, they have 400 points, no kills, but getting those points up on the board, getting their ability to get into that late game, very, very nicely done. But for me, I just loved watching Danawa. They waited till the fourth circle.
Yes.
They chose their crash perfectly. They didn't do the old school, let's all get in a shack together. They rushed in, they spread out beautifully. Between them and 4AM, and they played this match.
Absolutely. Danawa, very much so. Right now, for a lot of pundits, Korea's hope. Looking at how Seoul's able to play, looking at how the entire roster's able to play, the decisions that you're referring to as well, and the spread out that they did. Fantastic. Let's take a look at some of the recap moments from this here. 𝗟𝗓𝗗 trying to cause a little bit of a problem for a new Happy up on these hills. Regardless of who comes out of this, though, getting down these hills to the later circles is very difficult.
All I was going to say, we're going to recap as we move towards the end game. You may have noticed we didn't even cover the hot drop in the front because the wipe TM wiped out Pentagon so fast we don't even have a highlight for you. It was so quick, 27 seconds. I think it might be a record. But here we go to the end game. Twisted Minds, they have this compound, you know, and everybody's like, well, they got it. It just kept going on them.
Yeah.
They got there with 4 kills, man. They had to hustle at the start to get here in the first place.
They definitely weren't warm, though, coming into this fight as Danawa decided to seize the initiative and really push onto this compound. Love the move that they were able to make happen here. And again, Seoul, kind of the eyes and the ears, looking at everything, knowing exactly where Lou was flanking from. It's a win for Danawa. Big points and to boot.
And you're going to look at that. There's the team stats for our winners. They come out 5 kills for Seoul. If you've got them on your team, you are very happy right now. I can see Toby over in the green room dancing. And Cameron, they both put them on the team, so they feel pretty good about Danawa's performance. But I think everyone at home is going to be feeling pretty good about Danawa. And if you're... Guys, I'm going to say enjoy this screen, but don't worry about it if you miss it because we're going to be seeing a lot of this all day today. Danawa is dominant.
Yeah, I think they will be popping up again. You're right. I think they will. And speaking of things that we thought might pop up, let's talk about that briefly about the Picardo scenario that goes down here. Because as we're sat in the back, I'm calling it a lukewarm drop, not necessarily a hot drop here. As we also take a look at the man of the match as well. It will be Seoul, of course. We've talked about him, yada, yada, yada. But the drop. For Sonics, what's very interesting about it is you don't even need to fight. You can just delay it until you're in blue, chilling out. It is terrifying for 17 right now.
Yeah, the Sonics wasn't interested in coming in and getting a headshot. It was like a horrible stomach wound, and they just let 17 bleed out. They lost the fight, but by the time it was over, 17 couldn't even get out of the blue, and that's huge because 17 needs to get points today. They want to be in the winner's bracket. Sonics can keep dancing around with 1 to 3 points per game and happily, I think, make the top 16.
Agreed.
So if I'm 17, I've got to either push into that Coliseum and fight them or maybe go somewhere else. And 17 traditionally has not done that. They're willing to take the fight. This is kind of vengeance for Sonics in a lot of ways.
It's very interesting to see how things are going to develop here throughout the day. But as we see this, not too many shifts here and there so far. It will be technically Danawa getting the average survival time, but that's because they've won 1 game and not played any more. So extract from that what you want.
Extrapolate what you will. But you can see, obviously, when we talk about the games today, for those of you, when we do get to overall scores and stuff, remember, C just joined the fray. So you're going to see their numbers a little bit lower. Overall, 4AM still going to have the most kills. Let's take a look at that match leaderboard, though.
I think what's very important when you look at the match leaderboard, as you're mentioning here, is Twisted Minds was searching for points. They were hungry for points, considering how well yesterday went, which was not very well. And now they're playing with a sub in the tab. Obviously, it's not Perfectix here, but the tab does have a wealth of competitive experience as well.
I mean, they come out and put out 13 points in their first game. They got 19 all day yesterday with their starters. So that's going to be a nice little boost for the team because there is that stressor of, hey, we've got the sub. Can tab step up and do this thing? That means they're going to be in a great spot. But overall leaderboard, 4AM looking very good right now at 73. Remember, this is a big day. C is just joining, so give teams like Danawa a chance to climb that.
I'm sure we'll scroll down as well through the 13th through 24th here, because now we have all those teams ready to go as Twisted Minds moving up to that 7th position.
Good for them.
Very important indeed. Not many games to be played out here, but with how 4AM is playing, I'm a little bit scared. I was saying to you at the back that whilst, yes, they rose a little bit regionally, etc., as months have gone on, there were moments where I'm like, okay, but they're not really playing that impressively. But look what they've done here so far in these first 2 days.
You know, and I talked to them about what their strategy was coming in, and they said since they added Summer to the roster, they're considering it a totally new roster. They've gone back to the drawing board on how they train.
That makes sense.
Summer has all the calls, and so they only consider themselves a team that's been together for 4 months. That is the mentality they came in with, and I love that it's sort of manifesting itself right now. You can see those summer calls coming to fruition and the way that they're playing these mid to late games.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense considering you need that time to kind of slowly build what you need here for an international tournament as things do sit. So Toffees, we're moving on to Erangel here in a few moments' time. What are your eyes on coming on to the grassy pastures?
The team you're looking at right now, STK, is a team that has had a up and down roller coaster over the last couple of years, and they need to make something happen right now. In the forefront, Vegas, the young gun, he's recently brought onto this roster to bring a little bit of fragility. Yesterday, he didn't live up to what he wanted to. I need them to step up in this game right now.
A little extra pressure as well, considering how well all your American teams are doing.
100%.
Looking really good. FaZe here coming in for the start of this game. They were kind of, the one thing about that previous circle was utterly rough, very rough. Unless you have the compound of Twisted Minds, unless you have some of those hillsides and you're actually winning out the fights in that south side, I don't know how you play it. FaZe was one of the victims of that south side hill play, and it can happen like that in given the circle.
And if you're talking about victims of that circle, winners of that circle, right here, these guys, Twisted Minds came out with such a great circle after that initial fight. They're able to push the end game. Now we'll see what happens if we get a south shift or something like that. Can they adjust? And can they deal with Pentagram in future matches as we go forward? It's not going to stop.
But considering how fast that one went down, maybe. That was brutal here. But that was only game one of PGS 1 day number 2 here. As we get into game 2, we will be going to Erangel. It is time for the grassy pastures. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action. It's Toby and Cameron.
Thank you so much, James and Toffees. What a pleasure it is to see these matches unfold. Cameron Danoa coming in day one, pulling off plays that we might see teams there doing grand finals after days and days and days of competitive play in global lobbies. Danoa, nah, they do it in game 1.
Yeah, they are not waiting at all. And again, it's such a veteran roster, right? These are players that we've seen on a bunch of different teams, but all going to be at global events. They have the experience. So there's not going to, you don't expect to have that many nerves, even if you do have to pull a maneuver as risky as that one.
Exactly. We're seeing a very southern scoot plane here. Lipovka over Sosnovka. Normally you would say, well, I mean, it ain't the worst case. We're having 8 teams on the survey who have yet to touch the ground on Erangel. And if you're already in game 1, forced to go to alternate drop spots, unless if you're hard committing North George and really want to go there, I mean, this is going to force in some audibles, maybe cause chaos for some of those teams that potentially wanted to hot drop one another.
This is disgusting.
It really is.
This is absolutely terrible.
It really is.
STK are not going to Novo. Like, Purple Moon thought they had Novo for free now that Genji wasn't involved in Sosnovka, but STK are going to be contesting there with that. We have both Tiamba and GEX there on the military base. Thankfully, New Happy and Daytree are going further out, going around the Primwars towards Gatka area. And then, of course, Sonics and 17. And then 4AM and Twisted Minds right now. I imagine this is going to be 4 vehicles for Twisted Minds to make their way towards Razak. It's still not a comfortable position.
Uh-oh, Summer, you're in trouble, buddy. You get up on the rock in time. He missed the rock. Does he get up there? The rock would be his saving grace, but actually, he will punch them out of the car if he has to. That is the confidence that 4AM is currently playing with. And now for Sonics again. Here they come, landing a little later than their counterpart in 17, but no early knocks. Not this time around either.
Mime already with an AK, however, so can't be too free with where you move for 17 Gaming. Popping the tires. Again,
they're not planning on leaving. They are not planning on leaving this city.
This is just the griefing that Sonics have to do. They don't need, like, doesn't matter if they could use that car later. They're just making sure 17 can't.
Honestly, right now, and I think that Des brought it up in a perfect manner, this is revenge. This is Sonic saying, you've been doing this to us 2 globals in a row. Now it's our turn to smear it in your face. Honestly, them taking out vehicles early, getting the north side as well, so there are more vehicles available for them. They're trying to make life miserable for 17 Gaming.
Now, looking at the rest of the map, this first zone, pretty heavy to the east, but considering that plane path, it's actually quite doable for a lot of these teams. It's really only Daytrade and then, well, the number of Sosnovka Island squads that have to worry about that. Though I did see briefly on that map, both Tiamba and STK in vehicles on the move. So we're going to see where they eventually land. STK now driving around Milta, but Milta Power has also been taken.
That's the thing.
I don't know where their end goal is.
Again, this circle, as you said, plenty of entry points to it. But what makes this one a bit of an audible is the plane was so hard southeast. With these southeast circles, you rarely see so many teams already on this side of the map. So tricky for teams like STK who are just now rotating out. If they haven't got the weaponry already to take fights, they might be running into fights in areas they wouldn't normally simply because of the southeast plane path.
Jamba rotating, just passing through a couple of rearranging members of New Happy. Now STK are arriving near Sunsis Runak. spots the pressure, tries to get away. Good call there. But the question is, how much loot is there going to be for SDK? They have some weaponry that they're able to find during, I imagine, the Novo Crossroads before they made their move here. But they're certainly going to be looking for a lot more. Just looking at Penta right now, a couple of meds would want more there. No utility, definitely want some of that.
Now, we saw Runex drive off, and in this case, perfectly acceptable. You hear multiple vehicles coming in early on. You're alone. Get the hell out of there. But it does kind of foreshadow and take me back to what we saw yesterday and what we have seen from Sun Sisters for a while. Passive playstyle, fair enough. But if you don't know when to punch back, if you're always playing the punching back rather than the one hitting it, you will not succeed. Yesterday, we saw them allow New Happy to overlap in Montenuevo. That cost them their lives. We saw them time and time again allow teams to take away their spots, which cost them games, cost them points. I want to see Sun Sisters just stand their ground at some point. Regardless of when they choose, stand your ground and take the fight. Don't die because your back is on the blue and you've allowed every team past you. Take the fight. You can shoot, you can hit. I want to see them do it.
But right now, food chills from Daytrade shooting at 𝗟𝗓𝗏.
Free to hit.
Daytrade had actually moved up to the Gake area pretty quickly. You're taken very, very low. Just can't find that last shot.
Longskirt's not supposed to be alive.
Very lucky for sure on that one. Now Thunder is the lone player of Purple Mood on the scouting here. Yeah, definitely as a scouting maneuver, a scouting move. Because they don't know where SDK went necessarily. They'd be worried about a bridge camp. So I like that heads-up play there coming out from Purple Mood.
Yeah, play it smart, play it safe. No reason to take any risks, especially not. I know that they're set in 16th right now with 16 points, but that is including a lot of games yesterday that didn't exactly go their way. So for Purple Mood, play it slow, play it smart, especially here in the early game.
Ooh, FaZe right now moving up towards Sun Sister. It's 𝗟𝗏 alone again. This team moving away from Milta Power have been trying to get closer and closer to the center of the zone step by step. A lot of teams contesting that area, and right now FaZe is the next one, pushing up into Sun Sister territory. Gustav, you can see there on the high ground trying to apply more pressure. The rest of Sun Sister needs to group up and support their teammate, try and punch back. And Pentagram is just there off the west side, as you saw for a brief moment. So if Sun Sister plays the terrain properly, they could push a team into another opponent.
Exactly, FaZe has to be worried though, because as you can see here, Pentagram just on the other side, forcing them out of the vehicles. No knock coming through. That is very, very fortunate for FaZe. They had them completely dialed on in, had the head in the crosshairs, but not able to take anyone down. Correxy now trying to play some sort of suppressive fire while the rest of his teammates are getting healed on up. And luckily for FaZe, at least for now, Sun Sisters seem to be backing off. They could easily get completely pinned down here on the Lion King Rock, but so far, able to stay put.
It's an 𝗟𝗏 pushing forward, trying to look for something. Gustav also running down, trying to find a separate angle to get some explosive damage onto Pentagram. This could be huge if he's able to get to that rock. Hikari and the rest of Pentagram might be completely unawares.
And this is one of the situations to bring back the engagement with Sun Sister before. This is one of the plays. Gustav, they know they have the backs against the wall. We need to find an open angle. Correxy found the first. Gustav now finds the other as they take out two of Pentagram. If there is no exit route, make an exit route. Carve it out in the stone if you have to. And that is exactly what FaZe are doing.
Follow-up grenades, but do they know if Hikari's position? He's going to have to answer back. Adder's going to bleed out. 𝗟𝗏 is very close to going out as well with just how close the rest of FaZe are. They're going to be confirming that kill, and a great take here by FaZe Clan.
Huge. Backs against the wall, able to turn things around. Now, fix those falls should be resible, though, as they instantly come to cover him up. And now Hikari going down as well. Pentagram thought they had it in the back. They thought they had the hero play to take them. But little did they know, FaZe Clan had an answer.
Sun Sister, they've taken a little bit of ground off of this push by FaZe, but I want to see them take a little bit more. But FaZe right now, they are so focused on the last member of Pentagram, Wicked alone, trying to get some revenge back.
Aggress on it. You saw a knock come through. You've heard them all shooting. You see the rest coming through as well. This was their chance. The third party didn't go for the Wicked. Those find Fex. Second knock on him. Now we'll see if anyone can get the flush. Gustav, the savior from above, able to help him out. We saw shots though coming in from the north early on, and Apocalypse will claim Fex. So -3, potentially -6 to a couple of our talent as he falls.
Yeah, I'm one of those talents. But regardless of that, it was quite a very, very questionable maneuver with the drive-by onto Wicked. I don't know if FaZe were just aware. They were assuming that Sun Sisters would be more aggressive on their backside, and they just wanted to get out there as possible.
Yeah.
But here, 17 actually removed themselves from the Pachinki situation, or rather, Sonics did, and now Daytrade are driving by, and so they're still in the middle of a fight here.
Yep. Daytrade going, no, I'm there. I mean, I haven't heard any shots inside Pachinki lately. I'm sure there's no one there, and little does you know, 17 has only now started looting.
Norns continuing his way through. Lilligos trying to find an angle to deal some extra follow-up damage, but it's very hard shots to hit. Not likely going to come to anything, but you do what you can.
You say that, and then... No, okay, I tried. I tried because I really wanted to hype you up there. But what I like about this now is, yes, Sonics didn't take them out inside the city, fair enough, but Sonics, believe me, while they might usually look up their own rotations and where they want to go, they're looking up 17 rotations right now, seeing where they're normally going, and trying to set up shop at every single stop they're taking. 17 gonna have to play with an eye in the back of the head if they want to make sure that there ain't no Sonics players around.
Saw their third eye actually coming up towards that prison area. Vox here on the rocks. Taking some shots onto Sun Sister, and then FaZe also finding themselves inside the bowl itself. A couple other rotations coming through. 𝗟𝗋, GEX, all making their way across. New Happy is directly ahead of this team, however. I don't know if it's an intentional camp by New Happy, but if they hear vehicles come, might as well just stay put and see what damage you can deal.
Exactly, they were swapping vehicles. I think this is just a timing thing, and GX might be on the bad end of it. We'll see what's going to happen. They are coming in that direction. I think they might opt to go Shoreline. No, Leo going down, saying hello, but no, timing is actually off. New Happy rotating out in the exact same moment. Aegis does manage to get to cover, but as I say that, Leo able to take him down mid-transition. I thought this was New Happy setting up shop, but the timing was just off by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, really, really brutal. I expected New Happy to try and take advantage of the timing that could have been in their favor, but instead they just tried to move, didn't want to get into an early fight, and they get timed on losing a player. The shift, though, hard shift down towards the south. This does give, I guess, something back in New Happy's favor as they have a little bit of space around Milton to try and claim. Great for Sun Sister as well, and the rest of the teams from the north are immediately scrambling on the move.
The amount of commotion we'll see now in the forest between Shelter and Prison is going to be absolutely insane. There are only so many spots you can play in the north, and those spots are already taken. Now, Norns does fall, as Crazy is able to run him over, take a little bit of a loot break before the team continues venturing forward. Again, they saw the circle, they know how many teams are wrapping south. They say, you know what, we repeat to it, let's not try and aggress, because we will just become part of the chaos.
Yeah, they're likely going to have to become part of the chaos anyway, though, because oftentimes you see those positioning around the south end of a Prison Hill. Man, it's really complicated trying to fit too many teams around there.
It is.
In fact, Mood already just going inside the shelter.
I mean, if you're 4 AM here, in my book, you just rotate hard south. Not necessarily go to Milta, but it might not be a bad play. The issue for them is it was an east side plane, southeast circle to begin with. They're probably expecting there to be more teams down in that area, but little do they know. Now, our eyes go to 17. 3 points in game number 1 as they very, very slowly make their way towards the circle. But look at who is sat right in front of them.
Yep, Sonics growing in towards farm. Inside the zone, have a lot of space to push a little forward. A lot of the priority positions have already been taken. 4AM in a similar spot with being just inside the zone. But how much further can they really get? Hanamon gets knocked by a teammate, though, so it should be an easy enough revive.
17 started rotating north, going, well, I mean, now we've rotated out of our normal rotation path, but let's go back south again, because there's no way Sonics is still around, right? Up with that shift. If only they knew. Sonics are currently spreading out on the farm side of things, anticipating this push coming in from 17.
𝗟𝗋 have made their way. Nice high ground position.
Yeah,
get some shots out. For them, they were coming in so late, just getting inside the zone and waiting for phase 3 is good enough for them.
And they have Linshu down in the Alamo as well, so plenty of space to scout forward, of course, unless if this circle goes hard south. They should have pretty good eyesight on what's going on around them. 17 not taking any chances driving over the farm area, opting to go far down south, and for good reason, because Sonics were there raiding for them. Now, new circle is going to pop in just a minute's time. But until then, how far into the city, how far further east do 17 dare to go? Because they've had absolutely zero chance to scout anything in this area of the map up until now.
That's why they're stalling. Stopping right inside. They're right inside the phase, the border there, and they're just not going to take it far at all. Things are a little quiet now. Teams have gotten all settled in. Just trying to find information in this part of the map can be really, really difficult, especially if you're around the area that New Happy are in right now. So just waiting for the rest 30 seconds to see where phase 3 is going to go is, I think, what a lot of teams are going to be opting for.
I'm not usually a fan of big chaos, even though it is quite entertaining. But honestly, in this situation, I would love to see another Southern hard shift. We are seeing so many teams now forced to play in the open. How the hell would they ever get down towards Milton? Not that they have to go into the city, but the areas around there would be so incredibly hard for them to get to. Let's see, 10 seconds to go until the next circle is going to pop. Currently, everyone, all 56 players, find themselves in some pretty good positions. We lost a couple of players early on, making more space for them. But who's going to get the blessing of the PUBG gods? Let's find out now.
It's a pretty hard shift towards the south. Not as hard as I think you were hoping for, but it's still really good, and it's great for New Happy. Good for FaZe as well, despite losing one of their star players there.
Yeah, 17 as well. Really happy that Milta is still inside the circle. They stopped, they scouted, they didn't see a single vehicle. You can see Sushi up towards the yellows on the left side. Looking into the city, are there vehicles? Are there anyone maneuvering around? Are there open doors for teams potentially having been here? But no threats seen, no threats covered, and now out of being the last team to enter the previous circle, 17 arguably in what could become one of the best positions in the next circle.
Twisted Minds, Howler also moving up that hill. Where can you go? It's a pretty blind send for them. They might just want to stall a little bit short and use these prison rocks as a way to just slowly climb up. They realize that this is free, and you don't want to try and go for any sort of gamble this early on in the round.
I think this is where Howl says, we're not going to be the last team in the circle. Let's stop here and look backwards. Let's look outside the circle, because just like we're seeing here, teams will come from the outside and take the fight to us. And 𝗟𝗗 does exactly that. Soul, continuing where he left off in the previous game, finds the first one. Loki to find the second. Third Eye, I thought they were ready for it, but not at all. 𝗟𝗗 able to take two down quickly, forcing both Adam and Richie B to back off and go further towards the east.
How clean was that from 𝗟𝗗? They roll on in, they get the knocks, they get the kills, don't even lose a single member. No one gets knocked. This is as easy as you would expect, or at least as you would hope here.
They're just coming in on fire. We didn't see them fight a whole lot in the beginning of game one. I was a little worried when the fights did start happening. After they've been warmed up, they've been quiet in the first match, but then as soon as they started shooting, they were hitting shots right from the get-go. And now let's take a look at 4AM as they try to make their way further towards the east through the pincer of a day trade. Gex and New Happy split. They will lose players eventually. They have to, and yes, there he goes, Summer. First one to fall.
Summer goes down. GEX taking that spot, and Sonic's trying to get involved as well. Even more damage onto 4AM. It's all falling apart, and this is what I mean by the places to go for. It's really just individual towers or individual entrances to the bunker here that Purple Moon are trying to defend.
Loki able to find the double, trying to stay put as best as they can as Purple Moon. They need the points desperately. Pow now over the hilltop. Flash locked on forward. Will it catch him? It might not have, but the pressure from up above is perfect. 𝗟𝗗 able to help out, able to give info down below as to where Pow is, and forcing him now down back inside the shelter itself.
And look at Howl on the minimap, just looking around, seeing if they can't find any angles of their own to get involved in this fight, get some more points for themselves, get some kills, see what they can steal, see just how involved they can get. This is one of the only areas of the map that can stay pretty isolated from the rest. Granted, you saw Purple Moon, they took little shots from the high ground themselves, but this is really like a nice little pocket.
Where is Howl in this? I know they have to worry about 𝗟𝗗 out east, but I want to see them pounce on this. They have a pretty good angle to try and make the sweep further towards the west, but I think they're playing this smart. It's the first game on the server, or second game, I should say. Wait and see the circle. Great, now we know that they came in our direction. Now we can play the flank. Now we can sweep and try and see if we can clear our edges and make more space for ourselves. Question now becomes, do you take the fight to the 𝗟𝗗 and Purple Moon fight, or do you try and 4v4 𝗟𝗗, the team that just came out victorious in the previous?
You got to contest 𝗟𝗗. You got to contest 𝗟𝗗 in this sort of situation. 𝗟𝗗 easily hold you out if you put any more presence towards the shelter area. It's just a couple of solos here, right? But 𝗟𝗗, they want to get out of this because they know the circle shifted away from them. Launcher with the peak. Fluky does go down. Wants to confirm that, not allowing to get stolen.
Actually, Howl that's able to get the knock from afar, so regardless of whether they commit to one fight or another, they are starting to look towards the western side of things. In the meantime, down towards the southwest side, both Twisted Minds and Daytrade have to find ways inside the circle. 17, well, they're inside, but not exactly in a winnable position just yet.
Making their way across that field. That's a dangerous field to try across. So the fact that they are there is a really good start for this one. We still have a couple of teams that need to make their way inside of Phase 5, looking at Sonics, and then, of course, looking at Twisted Minds and Daytrade here on the west. Twisted Minds, they've... I was really not excited for their entrance into the zone, and I don't think they are still. But 𝗟𝗗, the last one up for Purple Moon, is able to catch Gustav off guard. Lone player of Phase.
Sometimes snakes reside in the grass, sometimes you find them in the tower. And Gustav, maybe a bit of a jump scare there, as they are now well aware that 𝗟𝗗 is sat inside the top floor of that building. One well-placed nade should be the downfall of him. You can see teams sprinting full speed forward, but you can't get too greedy on these. The open fields and the trees here, not that much cover to utilize, and you're well aware that there are teams around you. But James going forward anyway. Let's see if it's going to hit anything. No! Bounces a bit short, and now James might just himself get kind of caught in this position, because as we saw from just before, New Happy now aware of Faceland's position.
And out there with the underhand grenade.
I like it.
Yeah, just expecting James to be trying to go up those stairs. But James is just going to try and play safe right now.
We wanted to see Howl commit to one fight or the other. They swing west, they take out the remaining 𝗟𝗓 players, and now they can start maneuvering further forward. Do they go Danawa? Do they go 𝗟𝗓? Though it seems like Howl is making their way towards the southwest.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way to go right now. They've given up the space for Danawa to take for them, so they have to go for this fight. This could be a huge grab of kill points here, and they try to remove and go in from the west side. But look at all the action that's already happening. Twisted Minds pushing on in onto Daytrade. Belmont gets taken out. The tab has been knocked. Blue has been fully killed, but Twisted Minds are trying to make this one work. But look at the angle, look at the pressure from 4AM. This is a hard run, a hard line for Twisted Minds to continue to make their way inside. Look at where they are in relation to the blue. They have no time to try and wait anything out here.
They try to take the fight to Daytrade. They're trying to get this over and done with, but they're also well aware that they are on the heated side of this circle. There's so many teams in and around them. Fortunately for Twisted Minds right now, they're fighting one another. Face and 4AM battling it out towards the west. Danawa still not fully committing to any angle just yet, but Pujo's the guy left behind down below, finds one. They were holding that angle for 20 seconds. The moment he turns around, he gets shot in the back.
It's the damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation for Twisted Minds. Because they can't move for free when there's a solo out there, but then they have to move because they're in the blue. So it's just a rough situation. This is what I was worried about for them, and it looks like their run is going to be cut short once again.
And now, as we look down towards the south, the Daytrade fall in 12th. We didn't see it on camera, but in the blink of an eye, all of 17 died. Some of them shot one another, some of them fell to Sonics. Once Sonics realized where they were, they hard crashed the shack. They said, we don't care about points, we care about you. They went for them, and they might just have scared them enough to the extent that they started taking out one another. I hope we get a replay at some point of what that was, because it looked very interesting on the kill feed.
Howl moving back up towards the north, really trying to find what line they can take into this zone. But Wing's Eye is pushing forward. The sub in for 4AM with a really nice spray down. Gets a knock onto Apocalypse. Schofield trying to answer back, trying to trade this. And a really good return for sure with time to get the revive. But again, that's the question. Where can they move? And there's the solo of Purple Mood ready to pounce onto that.
Yep, the snake comes around the corner once more. Finds the first one. More damage will be done. No, not going to have it once again. It's Schofield there to help. Howl able to stay put. 8 kills in this match already. We doubted their performance. What are they going to be able to do on the global stage? Last game, top 4. Now almost double-digit kills in game number 2.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 prepping the smokes for Sonics to continue to push forward, but they're getting shot from both angles. GEX on the left, STK on the right, and they are going to be eliminated just before placement points start to tick on in. Howl, oh, well, they're able to make it to 8th, but can they make it any further than that? They do keep getting knocked. Again, this is the line, and this is the pressure from Danawa constantly filling in that west side.
Regardless of how this game turns out for Howl, it has been huge for them. Again, a team with limited to practically no LAN experience, coming in, getting this amount of kills on a global stage, showcasing for both themselves, their fans, and everyone else, we are here to perform, and we can perform against the best in the world. Great first Erangel game for Howl to showcase what they're worth.
Danawa still eyes on that side. Know that there are a couple of members of Howl remaining. But it's going to be Ming with the spot. Ruin forced to prone down. No free line of access into this one. And it's a bit early to suggest dying to the blue.
Oh, no, go for it.
You got to go for it, but I imagine it's going to be a death in the next few seconds. But Batulans, oh wow, still out in the blue. I just spotted that on the minimap. That's insane, still trying to survive through this.
I mean, with 21 alive, you don't know if there's 6 teams left alive or if there's 11. You need to try and stay alive as long as you can, because you don't know. 1 second could be more placement points going your way. STK in the meantime, still 4 alive. They need points going their way to Howl here. Will lose Ruin. So, at least for Batulans, closer to more placement points. But for STK, they take out the remaining players of Sonics, and now they get to wrap further east. They have plenty of space to maneuver, but they will have to take the fight now either to Third Eye or Sun Sister.
I love this from New Happy, actually, because they know that the GEX right below them, the circle ship does favor them somewhat, but they want to try and clear out any sort of pressure from the south side, catch GEX off guard. They all actually leave the zone or thereabouts to try and remove this team to clear up that space.
Huge play. Again, proactiveness is key in a game of PUBG. You cannot just sit around and wait for teams to do something. You need to go out, do things on your own. And New Happy reading it perfectly. As you were saying, pressure GX, force them towards the east, force them out in the blue, let them know that we're here. That way we make more space for ourselves in the long run.
SDK now creeping up around Sun Sister. 𝗟𝗗 seems to be completely unaware of this presence, or at least not looking in that direction. SDK needs to wait for an opportunity to perhaps get a knock before they can push in onto this one.
I'm just curious how many first days Petulance has, because he's been out there for a while now.
Vegas, shots towards the west, towards the GEX, but can't stay here for too much longer. Really just sticking around to make sure that they're not getting backfilled here. And they can take the fight towards Sun Sister, but the blue is closing on in. Yuri does go down, however.
Lovely positioning from Vegas. Yuri will fall in the end of it. Shannon, solo player now left alive for GEX. I think they're well aware of his positioning. I don't think New Happy is going to give up this angle before they see that GEX are eliminated in the kill feed. You cannot have a snake deal with you in the way that we've seen snakes deal with teams yesterday.
And look at this from Danawa. Look at the minimap. Look at the space that they've been able to grab. They're just constantly aware of where all the teams are moving around and what is free for them to just really essentially take for free.
Imagine, we saw it from 4 AM yesterday, come in, win the first Miramar, then win the first Erangel. It might just be the same case here for Danawa.
Look at this for SDK. They're pushing through, not into Sun Sister's buildings, but actually into the logs held by the remainder of Third Eye. The grenades are coming out. No real damage on Richie just yet. He has to go huge right now, though. Forward player for his team, barrel in hand, has to drop the grenade.
Yep, don't want to be peeking angles with smokes in your hand. They ain't doing a whole lot of damage. And Pete come around from all the rich beat. Those mentioned by the spikes. They're second as well. Barrel in hand takes down Purdy and 𝗟𝗏, denying the access to the circle. Now Adam does fall, so it's just Reggie left alive trying to withstand. It's not going to work out for them, but look at this as a trade-off in the backside of things. Danawa hurt the commotion. They hurt the shots fired off of Sun Sister, and now they engage out towards the east.
And look at Xenon as well. SDK do have a little bit of space to try and get the revives, but they're going to be cornered in this small little pocket that they have. And look at all the other teams looking into their direction. 6 teams up, a couple of solos still in play, and a lot of really, really healthy teams. And Danawa, again, just the space they're taking. It's insane.
That Sun Sister looked south for a split second. Soul instantly finds 2, and now they're all over them. Shannon will fall. That is New Happy with good info. No one is south of us. Now we can start flexing out as well, and they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 gets taken out. Sun Sister have to ignore SDK, but can they? Is there a line between them?
Huge game for New Happy here. Great read on their part to try and take the fight to SDK. They found one already, but there's still 3 more left to be found. 𝗟𝗏 tries to go for one, but no, catches the corner of the smoke from his teammate. But now Ming finds the double around the side, goes for one more. 𝗟𝗏 still almost at full HP, not connecting the amount of shots that we wanted to. Ming forced to swap over to the SLRs. He's down to low ammunition on his M4.
Was blinded for a second. 𝗟𝗏's going on the push and is able to get the knock. The last member up for SDK, trying to stay alive. Remove New Happy. It's all on to Non for the Chinese here on the south. And they know whoever survives, and in this case it's going to be New Happy, but with whoever survives, they're going to have to run into the still full team of Danawa. We are close to having another back-to-back win.
And it has come in excellent fashion. Their initial push up to Third Eye, off of the hillside on Prison there, then follow-up pushes to just take out team after team after team. Didn't have to do much damage initially, but their presence alone forced Howl to go the other way, forced Sun Sister to focus their attention south, because they were sat there saying, you pick this angle again, we take off your helmet. They are asserting so much dominance, and they're only 1.5 game into this lobby.
Can I just give a big shout out to Petulance? How is he still alive, getting up into a podium position? Yes, he is still up. He is still up and surviving out of this. Everyone on that southwest side has been looping in towards the right, Non pushing onto Sun Sister territory. And are Danawa even aware of the possibility? Non with a nice spray onto 𝗟𝗏. So close to making it higher up here on the placements.
Now I need to know how many first aids he had earlier. This is unheard of. Having said that, there were so many corpses on the western side that he must have been just fine with it. Nan, easy flush for him to take one more down. It's now solos galore standing in the way of a back-to-back for Danawa in their first game of PGS 1.
But 11 kills for New Happy. Man, what a performance for them. Really strong performance, really strong showing, and make it work even more, even further.
I've seen solos do things before.
Yeah, but it's a four-man squad of Danawa.
I know it is. I know it is.
The only way that Danawa can lose this is if the 3 remaining solos take them out individually one at a time and all just happen to pounce at the same time.
I know it is, but I just want to see it happen. The power of the solo snake. Sometimes it's just too much to be dealt with.
Didn't spot Non.
I don't
Non is
think
able to
so,
rotate
no.
around that south end. But Non could be running to Petula, and this is what I mean, the backfill, the unaware space that has been taken in front of him.
I mean, it's the perfect angles. I was just going to say, it's the perfect angles for Danawa here because they're essentially forcing the snakes into one another. They were the team to come in from the north. They've cleared that out schematically one step at a time, never over-aggressing. Playing this one very, very much under control. Kills ain't high, didn't need them. Those 10 extra points and placements when they come up victorious in this match will be all they would have wanted. And again, Batulans, top 3 guaranteed. That is insane.
With Non taken out, Danawa know where the last member of Sun Sister is. You can see them flushing out that area. A lot of grenades and utility coming into play. Systematically peeking as an individual in Onyx. Almost got knocked, but I mean, the grows in.
Batulans, EU, shotgun. I don't think he's going to win this game. He only has one first.
But he's second place. Okay, but Batulans going to second place. This is insane. This is completely unexpected. You have to tip your hat to that. But again, Danawa, it's virtually impossible for them to give this one up, but you can tell they have no clue who the last member is. They're looking every single direction, but Batulin's going to be on the push right now. What he is hoping for is to catch Salute out and get the confirm on that knock, because there's no way he's going to get all 4.
When you're talking solo players after the rest of your team is dead, maybe 2 points. I mean, 3 points is phenomenal if a solo can claim that. He got 7 after his last teammate died off of placement points and a single kill. That is absolutely phenomenal. For a team that desperately need points, a solo player being able to get up that many is huge. But now, well, we've seen shotguns do magical things before. Batulans, do you have it in you to take out 4 from Danawa? Soul, level 3 gear. Loki swimming down below. They know where they have him. They see him now on the other side, and there they go. Soul again with the final kill. Back to back for Danawa.
It's not just 4 AM that can do it, and it's not just North America that can perform. Danawa are proving that they are here to stay. It was not a fluke. It was 2 wins, and they are skyrocketing up that leaderboard.
And in very, very similar fashion. When you think about how this game played out, last game it was them looting on the southern side, swing all the way north, come in late, and just clear one team at a time, make your way slow and schematically towards the center of the circle. This time around, same thing. Wrap up towards that northern side, even when the circle's hard shift south, one push at a time, one fight at a time to come out victorious.
Taking space that you know is free, but not giving anything up, not losing a single player while you do so. We got 4 more games. How many more can Danawa take?
Welcome back here as we have PGS 1 co-presented by Crafton and VSPO, and we have had ourselves the back-to-back go down here for Danawa. They came in strong, they came in as careers hope, and they are looking powerful.
I mean, it wouldn't be a start of a day if it wasn't back-to-backs here, right? They come out, they do a great job, but also a shout-out to Twisted Minds. That's 2 seconds in a row. They needed points today. They're finding whether they're placement or kill related. They're putting it up on the board, but Danawa, I told you we'd be seeing a lot of these guys, and it is scary.
Danawa.
Right?
You like that. You like that.
Yeah.
We've got ourselves...
Donna, way to go.
What a performance, though. I mean, looking at this 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 game, how things go down, we were saying with like 7 teams left, if they don't win this game, considering the land that they've carved out for themselves, and considering the way they're flexing out and pushing and corralling all these teams into one another, it would be a crying shame. And indeed, they were able to convert very effectively.
Well, it was. They had Salute as sort of a centerpiece. They kept rotating around him. They formed. I mean, they literally formed an L that blocked everybody else out of the circle. And then all they could really do was hunt. They went hunting. And shout out to 𝗟𝗡𝗗 for not going to the blue, I guess, but saying, hey, I'm going to try to fight you with a trench gun. But at the end of the day, they knew exactly where he was. They stood on top, and they just eradicated everyone. Danawa seems unstoppable.
Yeah, process of elimination to find 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏's there by the end. They didn't know he was there, but it's like, okay, we've seen everything else in the circle. We'll just send some utility over that way and see what sticks. And it did indeed here, as 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏 unfortunately goes down in 2nd place. But I mean, I say unfortunately, fortunately goes down in 2nd place, because actually this was a bit of a salvage game here for Twisted Minds to be able to get themselves to that spot.
That's it, salvaging, getting to that 2nd place. They're going to have now as many points in 2 games as they did all day yesterday. So they will continue to grind that way up. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams. Danawa again up on top, 7 kills. 987 damage. I thought it was gonna be more, because they were hunting. Like they were just running the circle. They never got passive. They never stopped. They just destroy.
I said whilst we were watching the game as well, though, as we take a look at the top 4, as you mentioned, it's not my favorite circles, because in the way in which like these hills work, in which the way the covers works, etc., and things like that. So that's why we're seeing such a spread of damage, a spread of kills coming out. You kind of don't really have the greatest locations to lock down, unless you're Danawa in that one location. Everything else, losing players here and there, kind of a little bit scrappy in that area.
And I do want to mention, New Happy, they got 4th, but they got 11 kills off of that game and 2,000 plus damage. They were putting work in. They just, it's a tough circle. If you don't get it, sometimes you don't get it, and they did a great job of making do with what they could. Third Eye here, great fight up against Shoot to Kill. Constantly North American violence back and forth between these 2 teams, but it's a great move. Here at STK, Purdy goes down, 𝗟𝗏 makes a really nice drop here to get out from the fire of Ming, and then is able to come back over the top and finish him. Ultimately, he goes down, but a very nice play from that player.
Really important shot Ming down in that position, of course, to try and stop the tide that's going to be hitting you. New Happy, though, as you said, huge amount of kills to boot. There's 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏's doing 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏's things. And as you see, in these final circles, one thing that I really love when you know that you have this much control, a team like Danawa, we've seen World Championship teams do it in the past as well, is assert your dominance on the circle. You know what's remaining, flex out, create barriers, make sure your other teams have no room to breathe, and that's exactly how it felt against Danawa here.
100%. It's like me trying to sit in the middle seat on an airplane. I gotta put those elbows out and make sure I get to keep the armrest. That's what they did. They kept as much space as they could. Here's the screen we promised we'll keep seeing all day, and there they are again. Soul, Salute up on the top of the list, but it is a team effort every single time.
Definitely is. There's a lot of players, a lot of people out there playing Fantasy League that have Soul on their team, though. He is one of the guys that everybody looks at right now as the best in Korea, the pundits are saying. And we're looking at how he played things out in these last 2 games. Not too much surprise. There he is again. Back-to-back man of the match.
Back-to-back man of the match. Only 82 damage taken. Absolutely a beautiful play. And obviously his survival time will continue to dominate everyone, because 2 chicken dinners in a row. But I got to be real. This is, I mean, Korea looking good. Korea looking like this could be a championship for them if this team keeps playing this way.
Maybe. There's obviously, as we looked yesterday, though, America's looking good. China's looking good. Europe's doing...
It's weird. It's nice to hear you say that. For the record, James just said America's doing well. Europe, clip it.
No, we did all right, and Twisted Minds is kind of sneaking through a little bit.
Yeah, they're grinding their way up. Team summaries, total kills. New Happy 48 has now taken over that kill leaderboard, so pretty cool for them. But off the back of this match, New Happy's going to actually finish in 2nd because of that astounding kill count.
There's 17 points going Danawa's way. Howl, once again, actually, I was about to say kind of sneaking into these top positions, but 8 kills going their way. They did have strong positions to try and take some of those team fights that were moving towards them. And again, it's always Ruin that's trying to salvage things.
He's the survivor, but it's a polar opposite of the last game. Last time, Ruin kind of survived with no kills, but got them to 4th. This time they go on 8th, but still managed to climb up to 3rd because they're putting that work in whenever they can.
All right, here's the totals. Top 12 to take a look at things and how it goes, which means that technically, yes, top 16 will move on to that winner. So we'll take a look at that later, of course. But it's 76 points for 4am up at the top. Martin was talking about the theoretical cutoff of around that 60-some points mark. So already 3 names up there, very, very solidified.
Yeah, and I think if there was question marks around is 60 the cutoff, it becomes more and more clear that it will be when teams like 4am continue to suck up those points away from the top of the leaderboard and making it harder for some of the teams on the chase to get up there. Now, you are going to see some of those teams like Luminosity falling. That's because they're not playing here today, so obviously they're going to be back tomorrow, all of our teams from that group.
Here's our 13th through 24th as well. And the thing that's interesting is that we look towards 17, a big name that we think, you know, might be doing well. Of course, we still have the hot drops going on, lukewarm drops, whatever you want to call it. We were talking about how for Erangel, it's the same scenario, but very different due to the way in which the buildings work and lines of sight work.
If Picado was a gut shot, this was sort of like a slow bleed or sort of wringing their neck. They dropped, Sonics didn't fight them, they got a little bit of loot, and they took all the cars. And then they just stayed ahead of 17 the whole time. So every time 17 finally found vehicles, they had to go farther outside in the blue. And so 2 games in, 17 with 3 points after 2 games, they can bounce back. Sure, as a viewer, you shouldn't be that stressed out, but as a team, that's gotta be making them just a little bit shooken.
It makes sense, It makes sense in terms of a different approach, despite it being that hot drop scenario. Picado, lines of sight, everything sees everything. Pachinki, there are exit methods. There are ways to escape out and not really take that fight. So that's what 17's trying to do. And as you say, Sonic's trying to get ahead of them to prevent that. So I think it's really excellent to see that kind of, not mind game, but a little bit strategies at play.
It's like chess, a game inside of a game.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Absolutely.
All right, here. Thank you very much. We have got ourselves game 2 in the books. We are going to be going to a break here at PGS 1. When we return, we are moving on to game number 3 of day 2.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，武力这边的，前面踩上来露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, please. The map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lined up.
เอ็กซ์คลูซีฟโดนแฟดน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลบอสยังคงช่วยแฟดอยู่
9 kill ท่านผู้ชมเดทchăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo coi sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow! Nhất quái rồi.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても
Can and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Can, this is their first.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
And welcome back, everybody, to PGS1. We are 2 games in here so far, and you know, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good, Cammy, right now. Donawa winning back-to-back games, you know, sitting there on the couch.
A masterful performance from them so far today, but I'm excited to move back to Miramar, a map that, I mean, Donowa has dominated in the PWS. So for me, I'm feeling pretty confident right now about my region, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the one team.
Yeah, I got one team. Look, I got to take what I can get, okay?
Yeah, but honestly, as long as they win the entire thing, the entire region can claim it, so.
Yeah, see, this is how we do it. Yeah, exactly. It was like Gen G in 2019, and now, yeah, exactly. Well, so far today, the games have been just absolutely great. I mean, this entire tournament, of course, but, you know, moving back over to Miramar, it seems like, you know, there's a comfort level for Donowa on this map. They seem to be really focused on it.
I mean, there's a comfort level with Donowa just in general,
That's
right?
fair.
Like, they played both maps very, very similarly. They took space when they needed to. We didn't have to receive any need for them to go for some wild sends on Erangel. So, you know, perhaps you could argue maybe they have an easier time inside, but not to take away anything from them because they're just able to take space. Seemingly, it's not for free, but they take space so comfortably is the problem the other team's going to have to dealing with. It's like stepping away from your computer for a second, you come back and it's a cat on your chair. Like, you're gone for 20 seconds and that space has been received by someone else.
I love that. I love that. I really, really like that. Another team that's having a really strong day here today is Twisted Minds, a team that, you know, had kind of a slow start yesterday. Today, though, they seem to be picking it up somewhat, getting deep into games, maybe not getting the wins that they would like, but still finding good placements.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Battlegrounds making to second place. I think he was out in the blue when they were still like double-digit teams alive, and he was able to go into second place. It has been a long time since we've seen blue healing plays make any sort of real impact.
It's hard. Yeah, teams have gotten so good about managing their edges, clearing space, and those kind of things that it's really tough to pull off a play like that. But who else? Who else but Battlegrounds? I guess, you know, has the brain big enough to do it.
I guess, or the backpack to carry enough first aid kits. Because that's the real limiting factor there. It's just the damage that the blue does towards the end, but able to make it inside with just enough time, enough heals there. Woo, Sun Sister, though, what can we say about them? Because they were, well, that is definitely one thing you can say about them, because they were in a really strong position that entire game, but every single second that a team showed up, they just, like, gave it to them. It's like someone looked at you angrily and said, oh, take my wallet. It's like, oh, I was going to say hi. What do you...
Yeah, just have it. I don't want it anyway. Like,
like, please, no, don't hurt me.
You see those like videos of people getting mugged, they just like hand it over, and they're just like, don't even mess with it. They're like, no, it's okay.
That's what you're supposed to do in this street, but this is a competition. It just seems weird that they're giving up so easily in terms of control, and they're trying to put up fights when it actually comes to the gunfight, but they don't seem to have the spatial advantage in those arrangements, in those engagements.
Certainly. SDK having a okay day, I'd say. I mean, I saw that... Frankly, I thought one of the best plays today was Alo's. You know, he prones down while fighting Ming Ming and is able to best him in that fight. Still, though, he was the last player alive, so he didn't last much too longer than that. But a really strong individual play, and you know, it's been kind of a rough go so far, but still not too bad from what, in my opinion, from what I've seen from SDK so far.
Yeah, it's definitely in the shadow of the strong performances from their regional siblings in Sonics and Luminosity, and especially when you consider SDK has had a core roster for so long, and they've had some really high highs on global tournaments. So that makes it really, the expectations are always going to be up there, even this far through this team's tenure. I still think we can see more from them. I still am expecting an extra level of performance from that entire team, because they can really all frag out, but it seems that like it's one game is one person's turn to do it. It's still like the stars need to align perfectly still yet for them to go on that full 11th gear that we need.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've hit that ultimate level, like where they can really kind of show us what we know is the potential inside of them. Is taking a little bit longer to get in the game than maybe we had hoped here, as some teams still checking out what was going on in a previous replays. We're still, you know, having a few minutes to VOD review here as we're trying to get ready, of course, for our next game. So bear with us, folks. We're going to get this going as soon as possible. But, you know, from time to time, esports, it takes a little while to get the old gears turning in the computers. So we'll get there soon, I think. But yeah, it's been a good start to the day. It's weird sitting on that couch for the first two games. You know what I mean? Like I just wanted to get in there. I'm like losing my mind. Like, you know, Donowa's playing well, and there's some big plays out there, and you know, still the 17 Sonics fight. A lot to, you know, take away from that so far is it's really hampered 17, and Sonics seems to be just totally fine with it.
Yeah, they don't really need to worry at all. They're picking up a couple of points here and there. They just need to make it in the 16th spot. Towards the end of the day, if they still haven't received that many points, we might see them move away from that hot drop. And I mean, 4 games of griefing is a pretty good job for them. I think they should be pretty happy with that one. But I mean, they won a team fight against 17 just the previous game, and so I don't think it's 0-point rounds for Sonics.
No, I don't think so at all. Yeah. I mean, then you can see they're laughing. They're having a good time today. So certainly the Sonics are comfortable, I think, in their decision today. And, you could talk to them on stage. There was, some debate about whether or not they wanted to hot drop today initially, but they did so well yesterday that they thought that this was the right opportunity to take advantage of that.
Yeah, a couple of teams from Group C. Again, first day of play that I'm wanting to see more from is still FaZe.
FaZe, yeah.
Still waiting to see that next level. They're showing some good signs, showing some good performances. The initial approach onto Pentagram in the last game was actually really, really strong. I still don't know how much I like the vehicle maneuver to take out Wicked at the end there. I thought that was a pretty brash move with the drive-by, and they lose Vex because of that. But I think the follow-up plays from that point were still pretty solid, but I'm waiting for the explosive blowout game that we know FaZe are able to deliver on.
Oh, no doubt. You just feel like FaZe is always warming up for that big moment, that big play that's going to put themselves, into that grand finals or into that winner's bracket or whatever. So certainly you expect that they can get it done, and I'm really excited to get these games going, guys. Again, it looks like the players are starting to kind of focus up a little bit more, so I don't think we're too far away, hopefully. And it's just been kind of weird because it's just like yesterday. The first 2 games, 4 AM wins both games right out the gate. They win today. Today it's Danawa. And what's really interesting is you think back to 4M's playing today, and they're not having a great day. That's okay. They're having an okay day.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's still fine, right? It doesn't matter. They're basically, they're good to go. But for 4AM, Summer said in his post-game interview yesterday that the team he's most worried about is Danawa, and you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a stacked roster. Not to continue to talk about them, but I mean, come on, how could you not?
No, I want you to. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, it's absolutely, honestly, absolutely fantastic. We've seen no bias. We've seen so many of these players on a bunch of different rosters, a bunch of different globally, and granted, a lot of times, Danawa perform very well in their region, come to a global, they don't perform terribly, but they never reach that highs, and they're starting out here really, really strong. They should be able to keep it, and this is one of the, looking back in their performance at PWS to get here, one of the most even kill and damage spreads from any team across the board, which is so exciting to see. If there's a team that only has 1 or 2 really star players and the rest are playing, more supporting, which is a role that you need to be able to fill, but if everyone is able to frag out in the way that Danawa has been showing in their performances so far, it's really exciting, really, really strong. If you remove 1 player, the rest can easily fill those shoes.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Danawa, talking about the support player, is it Loki or Salute? And you think about, that's your support player?
If that's your support player, yeah. Exactly.
Crazy good team. I mean, and from a personal perspective, obviously I covered the PWS, and this is Danawa's first time winning the PWS. Their first time winning anything. That isn't some third-party tournament. Yeah. Like an official PUBG event. And so for them, it was a very emotional moment, talking to Cheese and Sonic about it after the fact. They said that, neither of them cry ever in their lives, basically. But they both instantly, as soon as they knew they were winning the event, it was just, it was very emotional for them.
Yeah. But, people always say that.
I mean, it's easy to be emotional about it.
It is. No. I mean, okay, sorry. They say that they never cry. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see.
They're ignoring all the times that they've been out late. And they're crying over beers. It's how much they all love each other. This is definitely something that you would expect to be incredibly emotional for these players that have been performing and playing for so long to finally achieve that one big trophy, even if it's not a global, even if it's, I don't want to say just a regional event like PWS is, but even if it's not as big as a global event, it's still a really, really solid achievement.
It's a big step.
Exactly.
Yeah. So really exciting stuff. 17, we'll see if they can maybe weather the storm of this 𝗟𝗡𝗗 fight. I don't expect either team to back off of it today, to be frank. I know 17, with their history of dominating that fight for the most part, recent history anyway.
That's the difference, though.
Right.
Because previously they've dominated the fights.
Right.
I don't know if it's because of the way that Sonics are approaching that they don't need to win the fight just straight out in order to have a good game. They can waste their own game to grief 17, so that is going to have a different dynamic. But both times so far, 17 haven't dominated those fights. They have, even if they've won it, like we look on the first Miramar map, it took them ages to do so. And so 17 might need to consider leaving unless they want to ruin their entire day here.
I love what you're talking about. I think that's a really important factor, a really important difference that 17 is going to have to consider, no doubt about it. Another team, I want to shift gears just a little bit here. Talk about a team that still needs to pick it up a little bit. They're still kind of there. They're still kind of playing pretty well, is New Happy. If we really want to like see them solidify a spot in that winner's bracket finals, they're probably pretty close. They're probably doing all right, but they could still stand to pick it up a little bit. It seems like mid-game, they have some explosive moments, but then they kind of tend to fall apart as the game like progresses from mid to late.
Yeah, and Third Eye as well here. Okay, so a lot of teams, we're still waiting a lot of stuff out of. New Happy, I agree. It seems that they are almost still getting their feet firmly on the ground when it comes towards their late game performances, but you have to acknowledge that mechanically, still incredibly strong, still incredibly powerful, and are a big threat here.
And I don't know how true this is or not, but part of me feels like potentially when other teams see them in the kill feed and they hear the shots and they know that it's New Happy, that maybe they're considering, you know what, maybe we should just go over there and make sure they're dead.
Yeah.
Let's really make sure the nails are into that coffin.
Yeah, make sure that dirt is planted over it, like patted down.
Get the roses out, make sure everything's good to go. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're close to starting here, folks, so thank you again for bearing with us. We're getting ready, and everybody's getting into the lobby. We're making sure everything's copacetic and all that kind of stuff, so we are pretty darn close to getting there. I see some headsets going on. I see the players a little bit in there. Pentagram has been struggling in the power grid fight, to put it nicely, here today. There's only one game, but you can't have it at the pro level. With what I saw of Pentagram, you can't have a mistake like they had with their parachuting. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, honestly, Battlegrounds is a team that I don't know really what to say about them. And even when they had a game that wasn't a hot drop, they still went out first because of that fight against FaZe on the previous 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. And the fact they got eliminated so fast on Miramar, if they don't leave, if at this point they still don't leave, I don't know what realm of reality that they're on. It's a different one from where I'm at.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, dude. I mean, as much as I like Pentagram, as much as I have so much, history with these players, and these players have so much history in and of themselves, I think it may be time to reconsider this power grid thing because it has not gone very well for them. We know they're individually very talented players. I saw them turn it around as the year went on, but we'll see what they want to do this one. We're into match 3, everybody, and we will be going over to Miramar, and I can see this plane path on the map, and oh baby, it's a good one.
It's disgusting. Almost mirror, but in the opposite direction from the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 on the last map. And, sticking on the talking point of Pentagram versus Twisted Minds, this is so far from power grid. Do you just try and float there, or are you going to try and grab early vehicles and drive there? And if you fight for vehicles it's...
No, you're right. The decisions are hard to make here. And one of the few plane paths that aren't within kind of the natural dropping distance of power grid at the very least. So curious to see about that. I do see 17 not interested in Picado. Look at this. Look at this.
Backing away? Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe the plane path has... No, that's not even true. The plane path had nothing to do with this because they're now dropping to a place that is going to be contested elsewhere with the Purple Mood and GEX. So this is actually an even worse situation for 17 of all the games to try and finally give up Picado. This was not a great one for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Donawa has an interesting little situation here where maybe they can get someone out of the sky. Salute with that Winchester. Please do it, my friend. I would love to see it. And an incredibly difficult shot, as good as the bullet velocity is in the Winchester. Adam actually finding some shot there as Pentagram trying to get away from, two teams that dropped a little bit out of them. Circle is going to go southwest, and pretty heavily southwest. So we might get one to Sarah
and
area.
now Sonics too. I mean, into the micro Uzi, but still, Pentagram just cannot catch a break. While Twisted Minds are still in the air, long floating over towards the power grid.
I feel like with the micro Uzi from that distance, it's like trying to spray your neighbor that's a football field away from you with a water hose.
Yeah.
They're like, good luck getting it to arc that high.
Like, yeah. I mean, it's 9mm, so the bullet drop shouldn't be that much. It's more of, if it does land, it's going to be like a fly.
It's not going to hurt much. Yeah, it's just really tough to make much happen out of there. So curious to kind of watch Pentagram a little bit. 17, of course, going to be a point of focus as well in this game. They're a little bit split on their drop here. If you guys are watching the map feed, always we encourage you to. It adds an extra layer to the game. Put it on your phone, put it on your second monitor, whatever. But they're a little bit split up between Purple Mood.
Yeah, there's a lot of mix-ups here on this East Coast. GEX, Purple Mood, even a little bit of Howl, all around each other, 17. And then Sun Sister to the south of all this with a really, really wide spread. With this circle, southwest, centering up not too far south of Danawal's position in Chuma. Sun Sister have a really good spot to try and gatekeep this east side, but Danawal, they're still on this fight against Richie B, while 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 gets a shot onto a COD. This whole situation between Chuma and Power is really interesting.
Well, COD got left behind by the rest of Pentagram, and he paid the price there, taking some damage. Our members of Third Eye, but so far, nothing catastrophic at all. Long-range shots with a red dot for Salute on this barrel. Difficult to land for sure. Just switch back to the Winnie Salute. The bullet velocity is phenomenal on that thing. Loki's going to try to push all this. They've identified he's the only player out here. They're going to wrap right around him, or maybe they don't know he's here. Okay.
They know now, yeah.
They know now. And Loki gets that one. Takes quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, but Fox here as well with a Winnie of his own, but running out to the open. This is all falling apart for Third Eye. Really great take once again by Danawal to isolate individual players, understand what possibilities of these sends they can take, and doing it so, so cleanly.
And with the confidence they have from winning 2 games, right? You can make plays like this.
Yeah.
It's I like to see these type of situations. The shot calling here from Soul, masterful.
It's really, really good play. Now, they don't want to work. I don't want to see them take too much time. I think if they were to try and finish off Third Eye, take out Adam and Richie B, it would be a bit too much, because they need to focus up about the zone for the rest of the round. They have the best drop position for the best spot in the center of Zone 1. If they wait too long, it's going to be all those teams on the east and even the teams further north that are going to be coming down into their space.
Yeah, no, that's really well said. Chumacera, absolutely the ideal drop spot here, and you want to get a little bit more loot and those kind of things too, so yeah, still fully worth it, I think, in everybody's book, what they did. So we do have an interview here with 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗, I believe.
I definitely think that Group B is the group of death, given we have New Happy and Twisted Minds, who are both just extremely formidable in the international scenes, and also having 4AM, who just won PCL. I guess that means that they're pretty informed, so it's a pretty rough group. I'd say that our strongest rival is STK, because we stole their coach. They're pretty upset with us. I think they'll be looking to get us. Honestly, very excited. We kind of messed up the last international tournaments, so it's good to have that chance at redemption. Honestly, it's very exciting to be in Malaysia. I'm enjoying our time here so much so far, so just honestly feeling super excited. Not really nervous this time around. Should be good.
Should definitely be excited now. Actually being able to successfully get 17 away from the center position. How long has this moment been escaping them? They finally get to celebrate it.
They've got to feel great. I mean, just, after yesterday, I think in my book, I really just felt like that was the most disciplined version of the Sonics I've ever seen. I like to use that word a lot, but they felt much more in control of themselves. It felt like they were controlling their space extremely well, making sure that every move they tried to make was as safe as they could make it, and they try to maximize points. That's been the big topic of focus for them, maximize points.
Exactly. 17 going to try and maximize these points because of how grief they've been from the first 2 rounds, rotating through Los Leones or just south of it, running through a couple of area held by New Happy. For a second, it looked like New Happy would have been timed, similar to what we saw the previous game, but they've been safe for now. But does 17 know that someone's here? HS peeks up just in time. Can't quite confirm that knock.
Decent damage done, but HS going to get backed off. It's actually Apocalyptic here from Howl, who's doing some damage to him from afar. And 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗, though, is down and out by the road. Looks like he will be not long for this lobby. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 trying to see if he can get there. In fact, 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 might have just been able to cut off enough of the angles here. Lil goes circling the wagons. There's Apocalyptic, been spotted out by Mingming and got a headshot with the SLR. Finally, Ruin able to put 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗𝗗 down.
Yeah, unfortunately. 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗𝗗 does go out, even with the so close to being able to revive that player, 17, and now this kind of gone bad from bad to worse for them. They're getting completely surrounded by a couple of different teams. Can't even get into the zone without being contested.
No doubt, no doubt. Third Eye, those 2 surviving members found themselves with the 3 surviving members of Pentagram in Monte Nuevo. Twisted Minds is rotating around the outside of this. Not too much to be spoken of other than they're there. Just kind of an interesting rotation, and these two teams here know, at least certainly Pentagram knows. I'm not certain that Third Eye has identified Wicked's position here.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody like Adam or something kind of trying to help isolate here for Richie B. So see if Wicked's able to find something out of this.
Yeah, this could be a really good opportunity to pick up some much needed points because this is Pentagram's last day and they're currently in 15th place. They're going to want to end in at least, 10th, I guess, to feel comfortable about not being able to play tomorrow. And that's still assuming that no one's going to have another solid day from Group C.
Oh, Zepion has 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just down and out. And that's an easy one there. Zepion able to just kind of park it inside of the warehouse and get a free point. 17 here, struggling with these rotations, it feels like, not knowing exactly where teams are going to be setting up with their space.
That one is really unlucky for 17, I have to say that. So that initial push onto the main core of New Happy, a little bit of a scouting error, you could say, but Zepion, there was no way that they could have known he was stuck behind them and now suddenly surrounded by one team. And so being able to pick that one up, it's just, this is a situation that you can't exactly plan for a team like 17, but the mental damage that has been slowly accruing over time has been building up to a really rough situation for them.
Yeah, it feels like maybe there's a world where 17 is okay, he's able to kind of figure out in the back of his head that maybe somebody's in there or could be at that angle or something, but I think you're absolutely right. The mental damage for 17 is certainly strong. Only 3 points here so far in 2 games is very underwhelming for a team of their caliber.
Exactly. And they leave Picado and still can't play their game.
Exactly.
They still can't get into the zone without running into drama, if you want to call it. I don't know if drama is a weird word to use for it, but you know what I mean.
Well, teams. It's just there's just tons of, other teams in their way. It's going to be, everything's going to be new, uncharted territory for them.
4 AM now. Grouping on up, not far away from 𝗟𝗓, just I guess the 𝗟𝗓 suburbs? You want to call it that?
𝗟𝗓 suburbs.
Yeah, it's around that area. And Sonics and FaZe getting really close to each other. 𝗟𝗓zy trying to run away and get out of this. Jeems with the grenade at the ready, but the vehicle engine revving on up. A couple of shots that way, but good covering fire from Mime to stop any real damage from happening.
Yeah, good coordination, good teamwork there from the Sonics to make sure they had 𝗟𝗓zy covered. 𝗟𝗓zy there takes a great angle out. Really nicely handled for the Sonics, and they will just kind of make their way across that western area of Los Leones outside of the city itself. See where the circle wants to go here on phase 2. Hard shift away from the water already. We don't even flirt with the potential of something towards the beach.
Yeah, and this is a great position for Sonics to now take. You can see where the main core is away from 𝗟𝗓. They're grouping up on that hillside. I love that spot for him with really good position. And Howl as well. If they can all group up, not spread too far wide, they can really try and take control of this zone, of this territory. They just got to hope that it doesn't go to the field to the southwest, because then we can see a lot of really bad rotations come and play for a number of these teams. But FaZe sending it towards the center, potentially crashing 4 AM. No, it looks like they're going to be stopping just a bit short.
Yeah, there's still a lot of buildings to work with in the circle, so as far as early game fighting, I don't necessarily expect a lot other than lack of information rotations potentially, or something like this, where somebody trying to get information as the solo scout, not able to really get what they want, or run into contact, and well, it's just time to peace on out of there for Fluky.
Mood. Yeah, avoiding this. I'm actually surprised that they didn't get a single player knocked by GEX, but now Howl actually wanted to leave their spot, wanted to readjust their split, still have it 2-2, and attempted contest of Sonic's area. Looks like they're able to retreat. Not too much damage going their way.
Yeah, Howl here, also in kind of condensation mode. Mime harassing 17 there. Suju able to get back, and Lil Ghost has said, okay, enough of that, Mime. Go back behind the mountain. You've done your damage. You guys have already harassed us enough today. We've had enough.
Yeah, please stop. We've conceded already.
Yeah, we gave up. Stop. It's like that Simpsons meme with Ralph where he's like, stop, he's already dead.
Basically. I mean, kind of.
It's not that bad yet.
It's not that bad just yet, but it might get to that point. Vevin does take a shot to the back as he's trying to scout out on this hillside for Sun Sister. They're getting dangerously close to, or at least a couple of other teams are getting pretty close to their territory, close to their area, and I just really want to see Sun Sister try and post up and deal some damage to them, but again, they're just sort of conceding a lot of space and giving up any sort of potential for control.
Unfortunately, that has been the MO for the Sun Sisters. If we're just being brutally honest about it, they give up space, they don't control space nearly as well as they need to, you know what I mean?
Oh boy, hey, we talked about Danawa trying to clear out the rest of Third Eye. They have their chance to do so right now as they are surrounding the last two members. Purple Mood also rotating even further in, running away from GEX, still haven't found a place to stop, a place to call home. And they're just getting shot from a couple of different angles. Where can you land here? There is a compound that is held by a single member of 𝗟𝗓, or rather it is a pair, it is a duo, but with a bunch of other protectors around them.
Danawa is going to finish the job off screen. Purple Mood is getting ripped apart between New Happy and 17 Gaming, losing two members in rotation. Out of the frying pan into the fire. It's Howl right on the other side. Grenades are out, damage done to both sides, but Purple Mood is super weak. That's one, that's two, that's the finish.
Oh man, they just couldn't find a spot. They couldn't decide on a spot, or they never felt comfortable with anything, and they just get systematically pulled apart because of how many other teams were already in this area. The Mad does go down. Potential revive there for Howl, but they are on a little bit of a low ground. It depends on what angles teams like 17, teams like 𝗟𝗓 have, but with the amount of shooting that we see across from a bunch of these different houses, they could maybe sneak that revive.
I think you're right. I think that revive is doable. I don't see any reason why not. Twisted Minds making a safe late rotation through the bottom corner of the map, and not a lot of teams are going to be there, as that's a lot of land ratio terrain. So we are going to start shifting a little bit away from Chumacera now, and we move over to the east. But 𝗟𝗓, they got suspicious about this res, and they found a way to prevent it.
And now look at Twisted Minds. Whether this is scouted or whether this is just on intuition, they're pushing into all this onto the space that Howl have given up. They're going to be able to find this for free if they're able to pick up these two kills as well.
I thought he was going to land on him, just like monster truck style there. It's Sunday, 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 and just Howl's dead anyway.
Oh, the problem is, though, we saw what was happening to Howl, though, getting shot by a bunch of different teams, and that's going to happen to Twisted Minds. They're trying to rearrange their vehicles and protect their tires, but at the very least, it's a lot of cover.
Certainly, and Howl there. Obviously, devastating to lose two players early in the game like this. Still on the western edge of the circle, but know where they want to be. Teams on the move now. A few of them off screen, but Sonics firmly planted in the center of this, found that compound. Danawa, one of the teams on the move, trying to get into a central circle location for the next one, but Soul takes a headshot, and he is dangerously low. Now, it is also in Onyx, taking tons of damage. Danawa trying to skirt through, trying to see if they can stay alive to get deep into yet another game.
Where are they sending it, though? They're taking over the Sonics position. Sonics have yet to give this spot up. 𝗟𝗓 with a really nice angle. Can't quite get the knock on a salute. There it is. The final bullet is able to find it. Grenade at the ready to try and finish that, and it's all falling apart for Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa trying to cut through the middle of a lot of teams in pretty open space. A lot of angles for a lot of different teams, and everybody but Loki is gone. I guess if you're a Danawa fan, the thing to hang your hat on is if there's anybody who can rat on that team, it's Loki.
Yeah, actually. But I don't know if you can rat well being... What is
when
that?
Everybody knows where you're at.
Yeah, well, and the closest thing to center you can imagine here.
I tell you what, I have learned many a time in my casting days of PWS that I don't count Loki out until he's dead. Like, sometimes the guy just finds ways to survive that I just don't think are possible.
Clips through the map.
Yeah. Like what Batoon did in the previous game,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah,
kind of...
Batoon's able to do it once. Loki definitely has a shot of doing it again. Back here on to 4 a.m. with the church, Los HD, also the Chumacera Church internationally. Day Trade have been pitted below them. It's really interesting seeing how teams use the dramatic high ground of that church. But Summer, yeah, aware of the potential for a team to be pitted below, wants to find an off angle, and this has punished 4 a.m. in the past. Oh, okay, well, nah.
Loki didn't make it. Yeah. Well, we got it. You got it right this time. Loki, not long for this lobby. Now, Twisted Minds under purview of Sonics, but it's actually GEX who's going to back him off a little bit. Sunsister trying to find space underneath New Happy. New Happy close to taking the lead here in the overall point situation. Continuing their... It didn't feel like a strong run, but man, has it been a really good run for them. A lot of kills. Again, not middling, but mid placements and good consistent performance from New Happy.
It's the consistency that's been really good for them, and now can they continue that consistency as Sunsister crash onto the Southern Pairs compound. This is a split. This is not the full roster of New Happy here. So Ming and HS just trying to post up and see if the team, yes, the rest of the teammates you can see the map are going to be crashing in as well and just defending this position.
Well, Sun Sister just doesn't feel comfortable enough, doesn't have a lot of information to make a move, and Run AX trying to reposition is actually repositioning right into the reinforcements of New Happy. It's 𝗟𝗟 there, keeping him outside of this particular building. Run AX gonna go for the up and over. Let's see if he can find anything with it. A little bit of damage done to 𝗟𝗟, but nothing substantial. Nan as well, trying to see if he can suss out any members of Sun Sister.
Because 𝗟𝗟 actually left that, it's not really a building, but the open space, but he went on the backside because of all the grenades, all that pressure, all that damage, and now Fevin and Run AX are pushing inside. 𝗟𝗟 holding the angle, not even lean peeking, he's that confident with his aim.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗟 there, expecting that maybe on the back of that utility, somebody would be pushing, pre-fires the corner. Nobody's gonna swing that corner. There is a knock onto 𝗟𝗟 off to the side there in the stables. Now Nan trying to get up onto the roof, trying to see if he can catch Sun Sister off guard from above. Ming as well, starting to swing in. Meanwhile, 4AM in a tough battle here with Daytrade. Daytrade on the high ground, but it is going to be 4AM that prevails.
Yeah, again, this is what happened with that summer flank wrapping around, the circle shift going away from this building. They knew that they needed to take this fight. They didn't want to try and run in tandem with this team before they made it into the zone. They wanted to take these points, keep themselves at the top because of New Happy are chasing them up there, but New Happy themselves winning their fight even cleaner than 4AM did, and now they have even more space to push back up to the north.
Precisely. Yeah, really well handled there by 4AM. Very smart positioning and good utilization of that high ground from that church. You know, if you're going to go up there, you darn well better make the most of it.
Yeah.
Because it's a very popular spot. A lot of teams like it.
Exactly. Twisted Minds now moving away from the dip that they had not really stolen from Howl, but definitely took advantage of the weakness of Howl in that spot, getting really close to the last members of 17. And oh, this was a little bit of a backfill from 𝗟𝗟 into New Happy's left position while they defended from Sun Sister.
Yeah, New Happy after that big win against Sun Sister now taking a lot of damage. 2 knocks already from 𝗟𝗟. And now here comes Ming and company. Nan as well in there. 𝗟𝗟 already flushed another knock. Ming all but dead. Grenade out here from 7-7. Are they going to be inside of the building enough to take him down? He is quite weak. He is quite low. He's at least able to find 1 point before he goes down. And New Happy will go out in 10th place.
It's not even Sonics that were third partying in that fight. Even STK gets a little bit of a lick in there. But the circle shift is going to hard down to the south. There's a big field in play, and Sonics have great high ground overlooking it, but 𝗟𝗟 with the compound in the circle, they're going to be very, very happy with that. But 17 posting up against Twisted Minds. It's all up to Little Ghost. Doesn't actually take the shot. Doesn't actually take the shot.
Somebody knows he's in there. Oh, finally, he does pull the trigger. He was patient with that, but Tulin's never figured it out. Finally, the rest of Twisted Minds able to react at Sonics, who's doing some serious damage now to Twisted Minds. Not sure if anybody's going to be able to get to Batu in time to res him. We'll see. 4AM, though, on the move once again, and it is, you know, a bunch of teams in red up ahead of them. FaZe, STK on the other side. Pentagrams posted up a little bit to the east. And the point does end up going the way of Lil Ghost in the long run, so Batulin's not able to be rescued in time.
There's so many teams outside of the zone because the zone is the bottom of a valley. Everyone wants to try and get some control on the high ground, try and fight each other there, because if you're the first team to go into that pit, you're gonna get blown to pieces from a bunch of different angles.
Yeah, it is a really tough zone to play. The middle of it is a bowl. 𝗟𝗟 able to get the knock on the Penta, the substitute for 4AM. Coming up big there in that moment now. The rest of SDK trying to wrap in, trying to see if they can do some damage, some decent grenades. Get a little bit, but 𝗟𝗟 had prone. Didn't take too much. Some stuns to buy a little bit of time.
Look at the domino effect here, though. SDK trying to follow up on what Penta wasn't able to do, but then FaZe are not backfilling that. Explosive play from 4AM. Alo is going down and completely confirmed. It's all falling apart for SDK, but FaZe are still going to be getting in the mix here and picking up all of the pieces that have been dropped.
Yeah, absolutely. 𝗟𝗟, though, very aware of his potential dangerous situation. Threw out a smoke, able to back off just in time ahead of those frags before he is knocked. A few more are let loose here by FaZe, but 𝗟𝗟 has gotten out of range of the throwables and continues to wrap with the information that 𝗟𝗟 is providing.
Piece by piece, bit by bit, step by step, 4AM have to make their way into the zone. But it's all coming apart. They have, I mean, there's no control to even have in this situation. You just got to hit your shots. And they're able to do so against the first couple of members of SDK. And actually, 𝗟𝗟 is landing more dropping Fex.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗟 did what he could, but there was just too many members of FaZe that had him dialed in. Now SDK had to position a little bit more in towards the edge of the circle, but Vegas and Purdy are very beat up, and FaZe, let's see if they want to try to, after they get their res, try to finish the job. Pentagram outside of the circle, but Adder hits a big grenade onto 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 already on his knees. Mime and Win trying to do something. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is flushed. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 just about to be back over to FaZe.
Where did Pentagram even come from? And now Twisted Mind's going to be collapsing onto that. Back here on the northeast side, FaZe are definitely going to be pushing onto STK's territory. Grenades do come out, though. There's a couple of knocks out of the way. You can see on the map, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is not a part of this fight. He has taken position into the zone. Pentagram do finally get eliminated. Really good hold there by Mime, but there's still a lot of chaos in a lot of these different angles because of the terrain or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's so much damage done. A trade there from Purdy after Gustav knocks Vegas. Vegas is flushed by Leo from GEX. Mime and Win now have to deal with Twisted Mind. Still 3 strong, still able to keep fighting in this game, still trying to wrap south. Win up and over, though, immediately. Shots from Savior put him back.
The third party is absolutely insane this game. He's trying to peek on Twisted Minds, but GEX from the opposite side are dealing damage to them and not giving them any sense or any opportunity to deal damage to any opposing team. And now look at 𝗟𝗓𝗓 slowly creeping up behind them.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for the Sonics. There's a couple different high grounds across from them that the other teams can see into when they peek up and over. So Win now gonna go try to get a grenade off the back of this, see if he can catch Lou. The damage does do a little bit to Lou there. He's gonna go for the follow-up. That one should be good, I think. Oh, just a bit too far to get the knock.
It's close. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 has more in the pocket for that one. That one was corked perfectly. Lou does go down, and it's gonna be a very bold effort if Twisted Minds wants to get that revive. But now 𝗟𝗓𝗓 has pounced, showed his presence.
Kill got stolen by Yuri from GEX. GEX working their high ground position to a treat to at least get some points there from the edge. 𝗟𝗓𝗓's now trying to get aggressive, trying to see if he can knock the Sonics out of this lobby. Win doesn't want any of it. A stun blocks things momentarily, but 𝗟𝗓𝗓's molly actually gotten Mime behind all of this. 𝗟𝗓𝗓's now trying to wrap around, trying to catch Mime. Win off guard. He's going to get a bunch of damage. Win reacts. Can't find the knock just yet. There's the finish from 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓.
It took a lot of teams to do it, but Sonics do get eliminated. But GEX have taken the center of the zone. They pushed when the Sonics were distracted, and they have a little bit of a ridge to work with. However, 𝗟𝗓𝗓's angle could be huge. And what can Twisted Minds do now that Sonics are not hounding their heels?
It's really going to come down to when 𝗟𝗓𝗓 busts out of that compound. Like, what can they do? You know, it's safe now, but the problem is it's all these one stories. There isn't a lot of positions they can really work with. They can't really try to gain much space right now. They're boxed in by GEX. You know, a tough position to work out of. Certainly safe, but if the circle leaves it, how do they manage themselves to work into the next one?
But they're spreading
when
out.
You do that.
Oh, yeah. So Kurt's taken out. We're now looking at the top 4. GEX with 4, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 with 3. Right? It's actually 4, 3, 2, 1. Going down the scale like that, how much more damage can 𝗟𝗓𝗓 do? How much more ratting can 𝗟𝗓𝗓 do for FaZe Clan? A crate does come in play. Should be easily picked up by GEX, but by doing so, Xenon might reveal a head for 𝗟𝗓𝗓 to take out.
And 𝗟𝗓𝗓, maybe, if he happens to look in that direction as he drifts in, could potentially find the angle down into it. The tab here, substituting in for Twisted Minds today. 2 men left for that squad. GEX firm control over the center of the circle. The big question in my mind is, how much damage are the other teams going to do to 𝗟𝗓𝗓, and how much damage can 𝗟𝗓𝗓 do to GEX? Should be GEX's game. Can they lock it down?
Yeah. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 right now, they should be aware of Twisted Mind on the left side, which means that they need to be waiting for Twisted Minds to push them. That's really the only direction that Twisted Minds can even go, and so they got to wait for them to make the move before they can put their attention onto GEX. It sucks to have to wait for someone else to make the play before you can react, but that is the game for 𝗟𝗓𝗓 right now.
Yeah, precisely. The optimal play here. Jimbo, in the meantime, just waiting on the edge to see if anything happens, to see if he can find a timing to potentially use that Bronco that's up on that hill, assuming it's in decent enough condition, which it looked like it was okay enough, to make a move somewhere into this circle. There's still kind of a dip on the other side, on the western edge of GEX's hill, that he could potentially work into if he can find the right timing. It's all a question of, you know, when the fighting kicks off. Is Twisted Minds going to be able to cause enough problems in this potential fight?
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, they want to try and push this, but they don't want to give their presence up even by using smokes, assuming they have them. But they also know that 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is up there and could take them out on the run before they even get to the Chinese squad.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds may just try to eat the blue. They may be hoping that 𝗟𝗓𝗓 gets distracted enough that they can backstab him, but a stun is certainly going to alert 𝗟𝗓𝗏 to their presence. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 already grenade in hand. Lin Shu holding a really tight angle there. 𝗟𝗏𝗏's first grenade does a bit of damage. Lin Shu now trying to throw some in the window. 𝗟𝗓𝗏's trying to use this opportunity to move into that dip. He's gotten there, but he's taken half damage. GEX wants to clear that out.
Oh, just barely dodging the grenades for Twisted Minds. The tap peeks on out, but he's gonna get his head taken down. And 7-7 and Lin Shu lining up, taking Twisted Minds out. Now they can focus in on the center of the zone, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏's is still not removed. But look at GEX's rotation. They can now take the north side.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏𝗏's here trying to dodge these rotations from GEX as best as he can, trying to lure 𝗟𝗏𝗏 into the bulk of GEX's forces, but instead he's caught on the outside by Yuri. Really nicely handled there by Yuri to make sure that GEX's flank is protected. Now it's another job here to make sure that he does some damage to 𝗟𝗏𝗏.
Already 9 kills for them. How many more can they get? Trying to clear out this final space. Seem to be a little bit unaware of exactly where GEX have moved around, and you can't really blame them for that. Twisted Minds took a lot of their attention for those few moments, but a nice grenade dropping Yuri very, very low. He is on a pinnacle off-angle spot for GEX to keep 𝗟𝗏𝗏 out of this zone.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of help from the rest of his teammates if he's going to get away from this rock. I only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Lin Shu just barely, and the re-peek is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with the grenade. Trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7, though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point from going over, and does. It is going to be GEX taking our 3rd game here on day number 2 of PGS 1.
It wasn't loud until we hit the end game, but they played that zone very, very well. They knew the timings of when they could push in versus when they needed to wait and just try and third party the teams around them. And that is not an easy game to win. If you move too early, you're just going to get blown apart, blown to pieces with barely any points at all, but they made it work, keeping all 4 up into the late game.
No, exactly. It's just great, you know, play, knowing the situation. There's basically in that circle, like you were talking about, right? There's like a valley in the middle, and there's only like 3 or 4 spots you can really play from.
Yeah.
You mentioned it. Nobody's in the center. There's a darn good reason. It's really hard to play from there, and GEX finds a great time to do so. But guys, we are going to watch some highlights, then we'll throw it back over to the desk. Don't go anywhere.
A big win for GEX here at PGS 1 as they get themselves on the board to get going. Day 2 here. And actually a win for GEX early in this tournament is a nice confidence boost for a team that usually doesn't get too much of the spotlight. Obviously, we saw them do well in a few days, a few phases when it came to PGC, but this is a great start for them.
It's a big start for them, and it's a big start for Group C. This is the 3rd game in a row that goes to a Group C team. They had to come out, put up some numbers right away because, they, you know, it's easy to feel like you're behind when it's your sort of entering play after the folks you're up against had a full day ahead of you. They're putting on the board. They're going to be happy with that performance. And they played it well. That last fight against 𝗟𝗓, it was fun to watch. They just controlled their area, and there was nothing else to say about that.
Yeah, rough circle for a lot of these teams to play. We were talking about it as it's going down the casters as well, in terms of the area that is available to you in the center. It's not that much. No. It's going to be edge play. It's going to be attempting to scramble your way in as time goes on. And once we got down to about 6 teams, GEX had found the right moment to move towards the center, as it were.
They did, and the whole thing started with what can only be described as a terrible plane. I mean, the plane was so bad that Twisted Minds and Penta couldn't go fight each other at power. It was just a tough circle for everyone, a tough drop from the start, and GEX did the most they could with what they had.
No, definitely. So as you say, let's talk about this chronologically, realistically, because the plane is very important. We saw the deviations coming out from 17, from Pentagram as well here to try and find themselves a better spot. Didn't really work out for either of them. As we take a look at the top 4 teams to get things going, little cheeky Twisted Mind sneaking in again.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep hanging around, hanging around, and it's good because yesterday they needed more points. Today, to see them putting that on the board, even though it's 2 kills at a time, it's a climb. Phase number 3, a big come up here. They got a bit of a slow start today. It seems like they got a new confidence boost, a little more power behind them as they push forward and get a good finish here.
Yes, that's certainly true. 𝗟𝗓 as well, not too bad. The second place goes their way. They were able to hold out that eventual encroachment of Twisted Minds quite handily. And then from there, unfortunately, as we say, can't really deal with GEX in the position that they were in. But let's take a look at the recap for some of these final moments.
This James play where he shows flash, rotates to the right side, gets that first peek and sprays him down to less than 20%, and then it was just a foregone conclusion.
A conclusion. That's right. I mean, it was funny as well because there was an extra cheeky moment at the end here where I thought he was threading the needle between the 2 teams, but Yuri was able to take him out from GEX.
And again, but that was a good moment by GEX to put him out there to make sure that didn't happen, because if James had threaded that needle and gotten behind them, it might have gotten a little bit different in that last showdown with 𝗟𝗓.
Definitely could have, as Twisted Minds get completely naded out of position. I mean, again, in terms of the position that they were in against 𝗟𝗓, it's kind of a hot chokehold. There's not much room that either team can make until one of them makes a move, and unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they were a little bit too far from the circle compared to 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, I think that's what it came down to. And as you see here at the very end, you got a 3 versus 1. A noble effort comes out there at this last spot, but what can you do? When it's a 3-1, it's just not much. There's no cover, there's no options, there's a tiny pit and a hope. So here we are. GEX comes out with that win. Leo with 4, gonna lead that team to victory. The question is, will they be able to do it again?
Yeah, God, imagine that. Clinton getting some points on the board for fantasy. Yeah, it happens once in a blue moon as he dances to my right-hand side.
Dancing.
There you go. As he does have Leo, of course. But again, this is a great little boost for GEX. I'm not saying in terms of, getting the ball rolling. It's time for us to feel the momentum, as it were. It's just, again, proving that they can hang with the lobby. It's similar to what I would say with EXO yesterday. Looking at the games, thinking to themselves, wait, we had a great game 1. We can hang with this lobby. We can look confident, calm, and collected. And it will be Leo taking the man of the match.
It's fun to see Leo because Leo's also described by his team as their cheerleader, the one that kind of gets them pepped up when things aren't going great. So to see the cheerleader also come out as the top fragger is a lot of fun to watch as well as see, because they came into this, they said they're going to use conservative play styles. They're not going to overly aggress. And in that game, they did that. They found a good spot, they held their position, and they played very, very clean. Now, team summary. Again, New Happy continues to keep that climb up. We haven't seen them win yet, but they are putting fights. They're putting points on the board consistently.
I think something that's more impressive for me than anything is that Luminosity, despite not playing right now, is still very high up in regards to a lot of what is going on here. Sonics, though, you can really see what happens when they're I'm going to say let off their leash internationally. We saw yesterday, of course, racking up a ton of numbers. Still here, they're applying pressure without even sometimes applying pressure. And I think that's a great mentality that they're able to have in regards to this and still keep racking up damage, getting into the late stages of this game too.
They're one of those teams that have that vibe that Na'Vi does. When they start strong, they run with it. They get that bit in their mouth and they become very, very hard to stop. So match leaderboard, 18 points going to GEX. 𝗟𝗓 get a 15. FaZe with 10 is going to be nice, but again, 4 Angry Men continue to put points on the board. These guys look so good.
Crazy, crazy stuff. And one of them is, as we got ourselves 85 points for 4am up at the top, 77 points for New Happy. And again, when you look at where Cerberus, Luminosity, when they're coming back in tomorrow, that's going to be good for them. Twisted Minds is encroaching on that top 6 here, but they only have a few more games in hand, so they just need a little bit more to solidify themselves.
They gotta grind it north of 60 to even feel a little bit comfortable, because again, you gotta remember those B teams, this is their last showing. 4am, Twisted Minds, they are not coming back tomorrow. Now, bottom of the leaderboard, the shock to I think everyone at home, to us, is 5 points after 3 matches on 17. Third Eye, we don't know what to expect coming into this. Maybe it was going to be good, maybe it was going to be bad. It was a bit of a shot up in the air. 17, not the same thing. Them to have these numbers has to be jarring for them and their fans.
Yeah, definitely. I guess there is a world where if it does go completely awry for them, at least you have that lower bracket, and of course they'll probably come out all guns blazing for that one. But that's how it currently stands, and it's just the symptom of how these group stages play out. If it had been 17 playing that first day, maybe it would have been complete reverse.
And maybe they'll do better than the Sonics did when they were sent to the lower bracket by 17 in the past. Maybe 17 will come back through and make a fight. Or maybe they'll change it up. We saw in that last one, they tried something different. It was a unique game to try something different, right? They went to Puerto, but there was so many other people also going there because of the plane. When we get back to it, not this match, the one after, we're going to see if they stick to that hot drop and where they choose to go with it. But again, as we go back to Erangel, will they choose to fight the Sonics there in the middle?
I would always rather the adjustments early. Again, we spoke about it at length in the previous segment, right? At least on Pachinki, you do have exit points that you don't have to take that fight against your opponents. Picardo, though, it is a different kettle of fish, and I would like to see a deviation on Miramar.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a deviation. I also would maybe like to see on a personal level not have Donawell hunt down Third Eye yet another game. It seems like they've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Let's see if they go after him again.
All right, thank you very much, Toffees. It's time to get into our next game here as we head over to the commentary team. We are here for PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. We are moving over to Erangel, and it has been yet another strong day here for some of our Chinese teams. 4am, New Happy remain at the top of the leaderboard. Sonics seem to have bullied 17 away from Picado. Is Pachinki going to be in a similar spot?
One would hope, but one would also hope that 17 are able to have an opportunity to finally play one game of PUBG Battlegrounds, because it has been just swatting away griefers at every single moment, intentionally or otherwise.
Yeah, certainly. It has been not the day that 17 was hoping for, and definitely the day that the Sonics wanted so far. Well, let's see if that continues. We're only halfway through, so we have 3 more games to go here with the group stage BC. But now you start looking at this, Cammy, and you start thinking for the teams in Group B, the teams that are at towards the top, you're starting to feel pretty safe about them. 4am, New Happy, Sonics certainly I think are basically through. You know, the rest of the teams aren't too, a couple of the teams aren't too far away, but it's the ones that are at the back end that, need to have a strong finish here.
Yeah, Sun Sister, Pentagram, definitely the two that I can think of that have to have good games as they round up today, because they got nothing else going on. Purple Mood as well. Those 3 teams, they are so far behind, and when you contrast that to the 3 games of Donawell already putting them at 40 points, it's like night and day between the 2 of them.
Yeah, they got to go huge, no doubt about it. We'll see if they can. See if they can muster up something. It's 4am and Twisted Minds a little bit close to each other, but it's going to be Summer sneaking that drops, that one of those kind of pivotal vehicle draw or spawn locations that's in between Razak and School there, away from Twisted Minds this go around. A northern circle-ish, kind of a little bit of the river's in there, but more of the circle is south of the river, so you kind of start to think it's going to end in the southern area potentially, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's another circle that actually favors Donawell off of the drop spot once again. So they didn't. They didn't win the previous one, but they still got a good number of points with it. So I think their streak has a really good opportunity to continue. But looking at 17, They backed away on Erangel as well. They left Pachinki here. They went all the way up to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 of all places, which means that they should be pretty happy with this Northern Circle. There's only one team that is immediately in between them and the zone. GEX here down on Sosnovka. Not exactly sure what Xavier is shooting at.
Just checking to make sure it works. You know, just making sure that...
Practicing the spray pattern?
Yeah.
Once you're already, you know, at PGS 1?
I think what I think I've determined is usually that's actually just to make backpack space and kind of get you a little bit, you know, the blood flowing a little bit, since you might have to drop some ammo for, like, say, a frag or a smoke anyway.
Okay.
You might as well just blast the bullets out. Who cares?
Yeah, I guess it is a little faster than, what is it, like shift right-clicking and then, like, dragging it and then making sure you hit the right number that you want to drop. It can be a little tedious, sure.
Oh, yeah, if you're really good at it. That's a true point, too. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it quite that way. That's really funny. And, look, I think for GEX... Look, I followed this team for quite a while.
Yeah.
Across so many different events, you know, whether it be when they were in the PWS for a while, you know, through all the internationals, through the PCS Asias, all these things. They're a team that has brief moments of brilliance.
Yeah.
And it hurts me to say that because I always want to see them succeed. We see them all the time at the international events, representing their region.
Yeah.
And at times they've looked brilliant, but those times are few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the best team in their region. They dominated the qualification here with a huge points lead over the rest of the competition. They just seem to be running laps around that lobby. But yes, whenever they come to a global event, it's a completely different experience.
Except one time.
And then every other time, there's always one or two games that they can perform well in as well. But, I mean, they're in 13th place after 3 games. So this is actually looking relatively okay, I think. They're, in my own internal tier listing of the teams here, I think they're a bit higher this time around than I would have said at previous events.
Yeah, I can never count this team out anymore. Like, I never do, just because they proved me wrong in the past. And so I don't ever count them out. I just wish I saw a little bit more consistency out of them. You could probably say that about a lot of teams, to be frank.
That's true.
But certainly I would love to see them, you know, continue to find success on the global stage, you know, to continue to bring some of that respect and some pride to their region and those kind of things. But regardless, GEX is one win in the bag. Who knows? Maybe they have more in store for us.
Okay. A little bit of an interesting rotation here. Quite literally by the Sonics.
That was good. No, that was pretty good. You nailed that. You nailed that timing, my friend. Whether intentional or not. I don't know if you like have you've got like this little button underneath the desk and you hit it and it like pops a ramp up underneath cars.
Man, if only I had that. If only I had that power. I would grieve so many different teams.
Yeah, we all would. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
FaZe is going to settle up to the west of Shelter. Crossroads compound going to be theirs for the taking initially. Looks like they're going to use that as a staging point, but Howl not too far ahead, so I'll be curious to see if they want to keep pushing. 4AM sitting on the outside of Twisted Fate's 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 position, so these two teams kind of eyeing each other, sizing each other up a little bit potentially here. But dead center in the circle. So.
Yeah, dead center in the circle. So a couple of shots, but no, not going to be any pushes off of that. Though I do see Twisted Minds send 2 players north of the river just in case Circle 2 goes that direction. It's actually a really good use of the timing that they have available to them coming in from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 here. It's not a hard cross if Circle 2 directly favors one side or the other.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Controlling those 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 bridges really important if this doesn't give us a clear indication of which side of the river it's going to go on. That's really well said.
Purple Mood right now getting really close to the position that FaZe Clan has posted up in. Fex on the move right now, and Moorboats and the rest are ready to be firing from their vehicles. Drive-bys. We've seen some great success in the past, but Fex is able to get away from that one without too much to worry about. But Purple Mood got to scout out a space. They see an open compound, but Howl Esports with the crossfire have another opportunity to deal some damage there.
Yeah, FaZe potentially acting or trying to bait Purple Mood a little bit. I think maybe in Howl's positions. I think they had identified him enough to see if maybe they could get Purple Mood to swing into them, but instead Purple Mood is able to find just enough space here in the middle of those two teams.
It seems very unconfident, though. Running inside with leaving your vehicle on the outside like that, you're going to lose your tires in that way. But at the very least, they find a spot to hold out. Definitely a different result from what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, certainly. I almost called that spot the Alamo, and I was like, no, that looks very similar. but it wasn't. So I was like holding my tongue. I'm like,
it's similar enough,
kind of
right?
looks, it kind of feels like Alamo 2.0. But yeah, so Danawa is trying to control a bridge themselves. SDK came across and paid the price.
Penta running out in the open like that is really curious decision there.
Well, I think I don't know. I think SDK maybe just never saw Danawa. Danawa might have hid themselves well enough to avoid detection, and a kill and a flush plus another knock. Meanwhile, 7-7 continues to make 17's day absolutely awful. Another great spray there from 7-7. Longsker is good for the finish, and that is devastating to 17 Gaming.
That's huge. This one, I kind of defended what happened against New Happy on Miramar. This one, I don't know if I can say the same. This feels like just uncomfortable rotations because they're so used to coming in from Pachinki time and time again. They've never had to leave. And looking back onto Danawa, however, against SDK, they just finished off the kills with the knocks that they got. And once again, it's down to just Vegas and Purdy Curdy this time so much earlier on.
We should talk about how I don't want to say unfortunate, but how painful that is for SDK, given that, they're, hold the phone, Batulin's there, just absolutely finds a great angle on top of Lin Shu. Now, there is some cover fire to at least keep Batulins from securing the flush. Going back to my point, I want to say for SDK, if you look at the leaderboard right now, in 9th place currently, of course, but they're one of our B teams, right? They're on potentially that bubble. Yeah. They may need that few extra points here at the end of today to make sure that they aren't falling directly to that loser's bracket.
Yeah, they're going to want to have a solid final 2 games after this one. And, we still have an opportunity here for Kurt and Vegas to pick up some points this time around. I'm not going to hold my breath and expect for what we saw James and Batu able to do in their solo runs, but either way, it's not done for them still. It's still early on, and early on that we've been seeing a lot of fighting on the north side of the river, which I think has caught a lot of teams off guard, not just 17, but also Tiamba. Now Sonics getting a little close to Twisted Minds territory.
Yeah, now we have 4 a.m. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just kind of dancing around the outside of day trade, and the rest of 4 a.m. still ahead. So he had swung out pretty far from kind of the normal sort of loot area of 4 a.m. there, has to regroup with the rest of the team in their kind of traditional spot near the school. As day trade is set up in the school proper. Meanwhile, Crazy is in the apps, and that's where 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 looks to regroup. I think he's going to land that. I think. It looked like it.
Yeah, it's close enough.
He did. I can see it on the map.
Yeah. Few seconds left before phase 2 starts, and we get to see if this river will continue to be impactful, or in fact, could see a Yasnaya Field finish here, and all these teams trying to get themselves inside into a solid, comfortable position, and it's going to be another hard shift to the south. So at the very least, the river, no longer a consideration. Yasnaya Field, no longer a consideration, but for all the teams that played around those spots, they need to push down towards the south, which gives a great opportunity for Danawa, even Twisted Minds potentially, 4 a.m., to really deal some damage.
Yeah, Sonics in the meantime getting caught up with the Twisted Minds players. You talked about that 2-2 split early, and they're going to lose a player for it. Batulin's now trying to get away, but it's great shots from Tickleton and Win that are going to bring down 2 members of Twisted Minds. So they hedge their bets across the river, and they will not be able to make it back to the other side.
Losing 1 is unlucky. Losing 2 is disastrous here. Thankfully, as you said, the other 2 are still in the zone, but they're being pushed by 17 not to spoil what's happening on the map. Third Eye also rotating around here on the east side. They actually have a lot of room to play with, but it's quite big potential of them being crashed from one of the refugees on the north.
Absolutely. The other 2 members of Twisted Minds, as you say, able to, I think, get to safety. Lou took a headshot there, so for a moment, I was a little bit concerned for him, but Crazy, they're just going to pop the tires instead to make life that much more difficult for them. Tiamba skirting across the Yaz Bridge.
They got the revive. I actually expected that knock that Twisted Minds got against them to be finished. The fact that they were able to get the revive onto that one, despite the player being so out in the open, is really good for them, and they're making their way through and across this one with a really nice chance to contest from the west.
Yeah, excuse me, not the Yaz Bridge. That's the Sunken City Bridge there. I got baited by the angle a little bit.
Bridge. Yeah, I thought it was the Ross Bridge too.
It looks like it from the angle that our observer showed it for a moment. I just kind of was like, it just looked like that bridge so much I just assumed. All right, SDK over towards the east, past the mansion. I expected a few teams to try to make these really wide rotations into the southern edge of the circle, try to make something work from that open space that's likely to be there from the hard shift. You are going to see them. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 as well. Now continuing as we had just saw them moment ago. 𝗟𝗏 for SST. Close to Seoul, and he has been absolutely deadly today. This is not a player I'd want on the other side of one of these craters.
Oh yeah, and he's looking for blood. Smells it in the water. Loki is grouping up with him. It might actually be a distraction for 𝗟𝗏. You can see he's running out to try and peek that bike. Loki takes some damage, but Seoul unable to respond just yet. And there's actually a lot of covering fire, third-party shots from Purple Mood.
Yeah, Seoul at least good to make sure that 𝗟𝗏 isn't going to be able to get the flush. Loki might be able to cut the sight lines, especially with Seoul grabbing him enough to keep himself safe from Purple Mood. Here comes 𝗟𝗏 from Sun Sisters, trying to get there, stops up instead, opting to go for the res onto his teammates. So nobody able to confirm anything just yet. Maybe 𝗟𝗏 is going to try to go in. 𝗟𝗏 under pressure here from range from Salute as well. So Danawa with covering fire is starting to take it to SST.
Danawa had to leave their control in the center of the zone to protect their teammates, but it was a much needed support. But great grenades coming out from the dips against each other. And Onyx is now trying to push forward and post up and gets the spray and punishes that. Doesn't let Sun Sister get away with this one for free.
Yeah, now it's only one player. Oh, they just got the res on the 𝗟𝗏. Make it two players here for Sun Sister, and Onyx going to go ahead and use this opportunity to try to get Seoul back into it. The other two members currently cut off. 𝗟𝗏 going to cross over into that other crater and try to get something done. Res through onto Seoul. Salute in his vehicle. Maybe considering trying to gain space for the other two members. Maybe they'll try to finish the job here. Confident enough that these grenades can get it done. They are going in, but the first one doesn't catch much. In fact, none of the grenades that have been released here by Danawa yet have found any further damage onto Sun Sister.
Danawa, you can tell that they're wanting to leave here, but it won't be safe if they do it. While Sun Sister is getting all of these revives, the second they get into a vehicle, if it's not Purple Mood, it's going to be Sun Sister shooting them at the back as these guys try and group up with Salute. So instead, it's just going to be using all of their utility, all of their grenades, and you can see in Seoul's backpack, they are running out.
𝗟𝗏 is super weak here, and Onyx tried to find the angle, but he's going to pay the price. A little bit greedy here, potentially, from Danawa. The confidence that they've had here, doing a lot of damage, and of course knowing who their opponent is potentially as well may add to that, but now Seoul has to wrap away from this, and Onyx is out. Sun Sister beginning to make their move as well. Next circle a little bit further away from all of this.
In Seoul's defense, this is Salute's defense, this is a really unexpected position for him to rat in right now, and Salute has made himself very, very close here, but Purple Mood is still covering this action with so much pressure.
This is the problem right now for Danawa, is that Purple Mood has moved up to the top of the hill outside of all of this and can just watch this fight from afar and kind of make life a living hell for especially Danawa. Sun Sister now completely grouped inside of there. Only two mollies left as far as utility goes for Seoul. Salute, though, finds a good grenade onto 𝗟𝗏, perfectly placed. And now Sun Sister has to scramble to try to get another res.
Immediately onto the revive, but Purple Moon is still overlooking all of this. Danawa cannot do anything to try and close the door onto Sun Sister, despite being very wounded themselves. Purple Moon are just making sure that none of those teams can get out of this situation. Sonic's now trying to send it towards the center, but we've already seen a couple of teams, STK, are now eliminated from this exact spot.
𝗟𝗏 is looking to try to defend this push, and it's already knocks across the board here. 2 for 1 so far in 𝗟𝗏's favor. They're going to scoop up some flushes as well, and Zonix just falls apart to the combined fire of a bunch of different teams. Pentagram and Twisted Minds getting involved in that affair.
There are so many crossfires from multiple teams here. You really can't blame Zonix for being cut out so early here.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's tough, man. There isn't a lot of space left inside of this circle. Everything to the north of this position is a danger zone.
It's so weird, though, because it's only phase 3, but that just shows how open all this is. And GEX here, just on the backside of where we're looking at New Happy right now, have the top spot of that hill. Anything below that, it might as well be a field as far as they're concerned.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, 𝗟𝗏 gets ripped off of that buggy by Oldless with a barrel from a decent range. 𝗟𝗏 beat up, and 𝗟𝗏's going to find the knock on him. Another hard shift as we ping-pong around. Once again, 𝗟𝗏's going to be good for the flush onto 𝗟𝗏. Now, Sun Sister trying to get away. 2 players left in this US, trying to find something inside of this circle. There isn't much left, and damage continues to be done, but Apocalypse runs out of ammo.
Ooh, Sun Sister alive for now, but for how much longer? Because Gustav also has an angle. It's all into Imok right now. Gustav is going to be finishing that kill, and there it is. That is Sun Sister eliminated in 13th place. They tried to find a spot in the zone, but again, those team-wide crossfires, just too much for them to handle. But this is great for FaZe Clan. This is great for Howl, who are going to want to have a good game, but it's necessary for Pentagram to have a good game with this one. They are running out of time to make an attempt for the top 16, and they are dead center here. They cannot let this one slip from their fingers.
Yeah, I agree. I agree fully. Pentagram has to get big points in this game if they are going to find themselves outside of that loser's bracket. 4AM gonna just take a J compound and continue to just kind of make everybody's lives around them a little bit more difficult. Put some more long range fire down. Now they are outside of the next circle, so 4AM still has somewhere to go. Speaking of outside of the circle, Third Eye and Purple Mood both stuck on the bad side of it. Howl, though, really making things difficult here for Purple Mood to try to get into the space they want to. 𝗏𝗏 has found a hillside, though.
Yeah, really good damage. A couple members of Howl are having to duck back inside and heal, but the same thing for 𝗏𝗏. The rest of Purple Mood are rotating on up. Third Eye were ready to try and take them out, but now that the circle is closing in onto all of them, he's got to send it inside, and this means that that crossfire that took out Sun Sister between Howl and FaZe has another opportunity for big damage. Where can Third Eye go? It's going to be that exact same rock. Maybe they have more vehicles. No, they're actually going past it. They're sending it through, trying to make their way inside the woods, and this is an opportunity for Pentagram to pick up some points.
Yeah, they're already doing some damage, and they may be able to find the knock. Not quite onto Oldless. He's pushing further ahead. More weakened players. They are going to finally get a knock. Richie B down and out here. Pentagram takes another very valuable point as they surpass Sun Sister right now on the leaderboard. Third Eye, though, I think is safe, at least for the moment being.
For the moment, but we have 4AM eyeing what I assume to be a very similar spot. Ruin trying to deal some damage with the rest of Howl on that cross, but 4AM now, they're going to stop a little bit short just at the base of that hill, setting up a small little car for it, but Twisted Minds with another strong angle onto this position, forcing them to prone down behind that tree.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be, you know, the end of these vehicles more or less in terms of their real usability. Yeah, exactly. Those tires,
at least for transportation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they might make decent cover at the very least, but yeah, transportation not going to be super great for them. Twisted Minds there. Going to likely be on the outside of this next circle. Indeed, they are. A lot of teams are going to have to make some shifts. A lot of teams were stuck on the edges. Pentagram still able to lock their compound down.
This also takes Howl and FaZe both out of this spot, so that crossfire is not going to be nearly as powerful anymore. They both got to try and make their way in, and what can Pentagram do from their position? And then we also got to see 𝗟𝗓 and New Happy try and get involved, if not with each other, then the north side.
I mean, certainly for Pentagram, you gotta hope that Third Eye kind of absorbs the brunt of a lot of these teams that are gonna be coming from the east. You don't wanna really have to mess with that too much, maybe come out and reach out and steal a few kills here and there. But we'll see exactly how Pentagram wants to pilot it. Purple Mood trying to push forward. Howl Esports in the Mad. Oh, from the Mad, so well prepared. Schofield as well, just absolutely ripping Purple Mood apart. 𝗏𝗏 trying to play the anchor, but there is not much left for him to do.
It was an attempt at ascend and just gets completely cut off. And look, even James is getting involved, helping out their regional brethren there. And I mean, the fact that this fight took 0 time does mean that Howl can start to put more attention towards the zone, towards the circle, but 𝗏𝗏 right behind them means that they need to have at least one person watching over so they don't get backstabbed.
Yeah, and just as you were saying that, Schofield actually killed Adam off screen here, so doing a really good job of being aware of their situation and being proactive. New Happy on the other side of the circle here with 𝗟𝗓. 𝗟𝗏 already knocked, but Savior good for the spray onto 𝗟𝗓. So a nice piece of work there for him. 𝗏 trying to put some cover fire down, but more players begin to crumble here for 𝗟𝗓. 𝗟𝗏 down, Savior trying to get over to his teammate, trying to save him. Yuri trying to flank around as well, but New Happy, we know that they like to get aggressive, and they know they've got a good opportunity. Leo has been knocked by 𝗏. Another one from HS, a good spray with the barrel, and only one player. Oh, the res did come through here, so they do get 𝗏𝗏 for this.
Yeah, but it's still up to Savior right now to make sure that no one that HS cannot continue that flank up on that hill. HS is now prone down, but going to be backing away from this one. Yuri not being revived just yet, but 𝗟𝗓 is being picked back up for New Happy side, picking them back up to 4. A nice peek, a lot of damage. Can't quite get the knock, but perhaps a small opening for 𝗟𝗓 to push inside and not be out in the blue.
Yeah, they may have given themselves enough breathing room to try to accomplish this res onto Yuri. HS trying to skirt the edge of the smoke, but the blue is making its way. Savior takes a whole bunch of damage, has to prone down. Zennon trying to do what he can, but New Happy is surrounding, and they are finishing GEX off.
It looked a little hairy for New Happy for a second there, but they're able to stabilize and remove GEX, stay 4 up. Howl, however, losing a lot of players as they send it inside the zone. They dealt some damage, they loosened up Third Eye's position, but they are getting punished with the exact same way that they punish other teams.
This is ambitious from Howl. I think trying to deal the death blow to Third Eye, and it's a good grenade from 𝗟𝗓 that gets the finish and a knock onto Schofield. Third Eye goes down, the vehicle explodes, takes Schofield with him. Ruin out in the open, trying to crawl to safety, and just Apocalypse left on his feet for Howl.
And now 𝗟𝗓 right now. A lot of kills already in their pocket, and they have opportunity for even more. And Ming also staring down FaZe on the east. But what space can New Happy even grab? Pentagram are going to have so much control in these final circles, in this final zone. It's really just going to get kills where you can.
Absolutely. 4 a.m. here. The benefactors of Howl's push. I would have liked to have seen Howl maybe try to clear 4 a.m. first before they made that move. But it's tough because with that high ground that Third Eye has, they could third party. It's a tough situation for Howl, no matter how you cut it. Try to do the best they could. 𝗟𝗓 still alive for 17. 17 trying to scrape together whatever points they can, but a headshot into 𝗟𝗓 makes things difficult, and 𝗟𝗓 is there for the finish. Summer has been knocked by Hikari. Pentagram continuing to use this high ground position decently. Haven't taken much damage, if any, and they're finding valuable points here and there.
They are, but again, look at 𝗟𝗓, already 10 kills in the round, 10 kills through at least 3 placements. Oh, and New Happy, 𝗟𝗓 is taking point there, and the rest of the team is grouping on up once they recognize that the space was safe, but Pentagram heard the vehicle, peeked out from that window, and New Happy are going to be running and gunning out here, and they're making it work so far. Also aware of FaZe's potential push from the east side, but Non gets taken out from 𝗟𝗓 all the way to the north.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗓 needs to create some space. They are still outside of the circle, and some good shooting from 7-7. He is having an absolutely massive game. 7 kills already for him.
It would have been a couple more, but Pentagram kept stealing those from New Happy, but they're going to take it anyway because they're just trying to dominate all of this map. North side staring down 4 a.m. 4 a.m. do have the man advantage here, but spatial advantage 100% on 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're playing pretty darn good here in this game. A good headshot hits Crazy, sends him right back behind that tree. 𝗟𝗓 starting to heat up for 𝗟𝗓 as well. That superstar formerly of Infantry Gaming has been a huge pickup for 𝗟𝗓, a huge reason they're even here at PGS 1. Now 4 a.m. just kind of covering their edge of the circle. There is another lip ahead of them that they can maybe settle up in the old Third Eye position.
𝗟𝗓 grenade at the ready, trying to keep FaZe's push stalled out. Good damage on Gustav, can't get the knock, but does give a little information to where 𝗟𝗓 would be throwing that from. And the nice grenade goes a little bit too far.
Oh, that looked so good momentarily there for Gustav. They know 𝗟𝗓 is behind that rock, and they're trying to find the range. That's follow-up still not quite accurate enough to get the knock. 𝗟𝗓's turn now to give it a go. That one on the right-hand side, and still close but no cigar here for FaZe.
FaZe are able to spread out, however. They are ready for the push. This is their only goal right now. They can even put on blinders, and the Molotov is going to deal the damage, and in a blink of an eye, New Happy do go out, and we are seeing our top 4 here in this match.
All right, let's see what 4 a.m. can do. 𝗟𝗓 is just a bit better right now, but a good grenade from Summer responds instantly to that knock. Now the other 2 members of 𝗟𝗓 trying to scramble to save 𝗟𝗓. Wang Zai on the edge takes a bite out of Lin Shu, but not able to finish the job. 𝗟𝗓 here backing up a prone 7-7, trying to see what he can do, trying to buy a little bit of time and space. But 4 a.m. knows they have to try to capitalize on this. They know 𝗟𝗓's a little bit more beat up.
How do you choose here? The blue is at your back. Do you go for the revive or do you go for the team destroy? And it looks like the grenade from Summer is going to be confirming 𝗟𝗓. That is a strong player to take out, but Lin Shu and 7-7 cannot count them out just yet.
Lin Shu had spotted a member, but he takes a grenade instead, and it's Summer with a double to finish the job. Crazy should be resable. 3 will remain for 4 a.m. Over to FaZe, who has 4 themselves. And they are trying to wrap around underneath the noses of Pentagram. Pentagram 6 kills, so even in this position, even though this circle has been very favorable to them, they're still making a good effort in this game to get those points that you were talking about earlier that they needed so desperately.
Yeah. Let's see if they can't finish the job. The 10 points from the win will be so valuable to them. So valuable to them. But 4 a.m., they don't want to push just straight onto that compound. They know how risky that'll be. So they're going to be swinging around from the side, not only to pick up a couple of pieces of loot, but to perhaps find an hidden angle that Pentagram won't just be immediately capitalizing upon.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in the hands of Crazy as well. So some strong firepower going to be backing 4 a.m. up into this late game. Let's see if they can put that, probably one of the best guns you can have in the late game, to good use.
Yeah.
See what they can do with it. But yeah, there's a little bit of time here because there's quite a bit of space actually left in this circle in Phase 7. So we'll see where Phase 8 wants to go, exactly how much of Pentagram's compound is still in it.
We have about 20 seconds before Phase 8 shows which direction it shifts to, and 4 a.m. are already smoking off Pentagram. They don't want to give them an opportunity to even rush out, go to the north side, and then focus on Phase.
Yeah, certainly. Pentagram, not many other options right now other than to stick in their houses and just kind of wait this out. Just try to keep, 4 a.m. and the others at bay as best as they can. And, like you said, these kind of what I call offensive smokes here for 4 a.m. are at least allowing them to push closer to make this potential move that they might need to make here as this centers up right up towards this compound of Pentagram a little bit easier.
And this is going to be a very, very hard decision for both FaZe and 4 a.m. to make here. If they try and push Pentagram's compound, it is a very high chance that the opposing team on the opposite side is going to be third-partying your push, while Pentagram just get to sit inside, shotguns at the ready. Even an SMG, you never really see a Vector this late into the game, but you know what? We'll see it. We'll see it.
You're right.
You know what? There's a first time for everything.
Why not? I mean, we've seen some wild stuff. Think about the pump shotgun Winchester push from Gumian yesterday, and now, I've seen some VSSs floating around in the hands of Mime. I actually asked about that. It turns out that he just ran out of ammo in his other guns. Just that he had no other choice. Because I was super curious. I'm like, why do you have a VSS late?
Ooh, look at Summer's position, able to pit himself really, really close to that compound. If he has enough utility, he can try and block those angles off with smoke after smoke after smoke to allow the rest of his team, but they need to be aware that FaZe have an opportunity to do the same thing. They're already inching themselves to that eastern ridge, where in the late game can be a very, very powerful position to contest this compound.
Certainly. Let's see how 4 a.m. continues to try to bamboozle Pentagram and maybe making a mistake, but so far Pentagram remains firm, not moving their positions much, not really giving anything to 4 a.m. in terms of any information or any space for the most part. FaZe, on the other end, just trying to clear their edges, trying to make sure that no one is going to come up to their hillside and that they have a opportunity to try to punish this fight. Here we go. We're kicking it off potentially.
Okay, yeah, 4 a.m. They want to take this before FaZe have an opportunity to try and answer back. But backing away from this one. Not comfortable on the push.
Yeah, Summer got his toes a little bit burnt there, but Molly didn't actually connect, so he's A-okay for now. But a lot of damage done here as Wicked finds just enough of an angle. The support fire there available from 𝗟𝗟𝗡 to help Summer out. Oop, that piece of utility, whatever it was a smoke, did not get in the way I think he necessarily wanted. I think he wanted that in the room to kind of cut off that angle from Wicked.
And at this point, FaZe are going to be happy for this fight to play on out. Summer does get knocked, and FaZe is going to wait because the ending of this game is going to be south of that compound. They can just clean up whoever survives.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe 100% right to play the waiting game here, but 𝗟𝗟𝗡 has found a knock onto Wicked. Pentagram, their first mistake of the game, as they have a powerful position. Summer attempting to be res, but yeah, 𝗟𝗏𝗏's got the shotgun. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 tries to do something about it, but no sir. 𝗟𝗏𝗏, one shot and down. Here comes that 𝗟𝗏𝗏 for Crazy. Tries to do something with it, but it's the pump shotgun from 𝗟𝗏𝗏 that finishes the job.
9 kills, second place for Pentagram, but Jeans is already on the swing to try and make sure that they can steal this win away from them. They took the space the second they found the opportunity, with 𝗟𝗏𝗏 anchoring on that south side, but the roof play from Pentagram, let's see what it can do to counter out this rotation.
Yeah, a brilliant move here from FaZe and Jeems to cut into the backside of Pentagram at a perfect moment there. Pentagram now going to move up to the roof to try to do something about this space, sends 𝗟𝗏𝗏 out to the flank onto the tree. Vex as well, moving around to the outside, trying to box Pentagram in, trying to make sure that this is as difficult as possible.
Ooh, Jeems on the roof, but he's going to be spotted out, but immediately drops a 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Oh, man, and 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 dropping at her. It's falling apart for Pentagram. It's all up to one player left. It's all up to Wicked. What can he do? 1 versus doesn't matter. It is FaZe with the win. 11 kills. Dominance showing in a very, very, very difficult part of the map.
Yeah, they played this game really good. Think about back to the beginning of this game, Cammy, when they were kind of driving around to the west of Shelter, and they got to a compound. They're playing some leapfrog. They let some teams go by them.
Yeah.
Kept Howl at a distance, and then just kind of played this safe and smart on the edge. Took their kills where they could. That end game was masterfully handled.
It was. And granted, playing off of what 4AM decided to do with that aggressive push, 4AM did what they had to do. It's just the way that you see the domino effects fall in a battle royale.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just the way you want things to go for FaZe. And we talked about it earlier while we were kind of killing a little bit of time, that this team, it just seems like they find the right moments to start working some magic.
And another positive note, Pentagram, really, really much needed points for them this time around. They couldn't secure the win, but second place and a good number of kills. Not the most in the game. I think even 𝗟𝗓𝗗 might have bested them in that metric, but it's still, they're going to take all the points that they can get. They needed to perform well this round, and they do just that.
Yeah, that was a desperately needed strong point performance from them, from Pentagram. But guys, we're going to watch some highlights. Stay tuned. We will be right back here with PGS 1. The Death's coming up next.
Welcome back to PGS 1. It only took Europe 10 games to be able to get up.
Good for you guys.
But FaZe, they get the win. Nicely done here. Coming down and boiling it down here to these last three teams fighting things out. As soon as you see, I think it was 4AM up towards the top, pushing on towards that compound against where Pentagram was. FaZe, all they had to do really here, Toffees, was bide their time, try and make the wrap, and indeed they did.
They did, and they slid around that side very cleanly. They got to the point where Small House could cover their push forward, and they used defensive smokes. It was just excellently executed, and 4AM did a lot of help to them by keeping Penta distracted for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. So well done here by FaZe to be able to get big points on the board effectively here for them for the first day, as I think when you look at how they're playing things as well, it was pretty patient on this south side of these circles. You don't want to be going too aggressive in this kind of terrain, it feels.
It was. I think they did that the right way. Weren't afraid to get aggressive. 𝗟𝗓𝗗's up on top of that roof. He went for the 1v1 peek, and he won it, but he has been absolutely on fire today. We saw him in the last game in particular, also with that flank I think he made. It might have been STK, but whoever it was, absolutely dominated them. He did the same thing here, and once they had taken the high ground, well, it was over.
Yeah, that is actually a staple of what you see from FaZe as we take a look at the top 4 teams coming in, is that once they feel comfortable on an edge, they're sweeping, and it's extremely fast execution. They know that they have to get those fights finished quickly because it's very likely, given these kinds of circles, there's going to be other teams lurking on those edges, potentially for that third party.
I do want to give a shout to 𝗟𝗓𝗗, number 4 there, but they still 11 kills, 2,000 damage. These guys showed up. Group C, big time, has put in a ton of work, and this team looks really good.
Yes, they have. But once again, 4AM shows up. They somehow survived till the end of every game ever done here in PUBG somehow. But Pentagram, 9 kills going their way. It's about time, as mentioned on the commentary here, in terms of the circles, in terms of that compound that they had. Yes, sure, they're going to be able to catch it as it does go. But let's take a look at the recap here, because these fights in particular were quite interesting.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get a look at Danawa as they go up against Sun Sister, and this is one where I thought Danawa was gonna walk away with that one.
Yeah.
Sun Sister with a little bit of help from PLM was that turn that back around. As we get closer to the end game, we see New Happy. FaZe was just working their way through these teams one after another, and once they got New Happy out of their way, they could actually watch and just sort of allow the rest of the teams to eliminate themselves.
Very quick and cold execution as well by 4AM against 𝗟𝗓, who by this time were kind of battered, kind of wounded. They'd been through the motions against a lot of teams, so it kind of makes sense that 4AM had such a leg up on them here since they weren't really run through the ringer there as time goes on. But the push up here from 4AM, I get what they were trying to do considering their entry through these lighter circles and trying to dislodge their opponents, but it's very difficult to make that happen and then somehow greet FaZe on the back of it.
And then you can see all of the fires burning. Pentagram had to spend all the utility that they had to hold off 4AM. And at that point, you're fighting a losing battle, as we see here FaZe doing their best. And I like what we see from Pentagram. Wicked comes out, he tries to get aggressive, but they knew they'd do that. FaZe had it locked into place. There they are, the team that came out on top, and they've changed things up. It's a new roster. They are doing things a little bit differently. They're focusing on communication, and for the first time, they decided they're not bringing a coach. They're focusing on bringing an analysis who can sort of give them the information they need for them as a foursome to find the right plays and know what other teams are going to do.
I mean, quite honestly, that makes sense. When you look at these names, it not only in terms of veteran status, especially when it comes to James, Vex, and Gustav, 𝗟𝗓 obviously is a bit more of that newer blood, as it were, but there's a lot of powerful minds in this roster already. Don't try and bring someone who's going to be able to interject and just, muddy the waters, as it were. They know what they need to do. They just need the numbers behind it to reinforce.
And to give you guys, so you know at home, Kovalevi is his name. James spoke about him at breakfast. I've heard all the FaZe players talk about him. Like, it's rare to hear those players gush about someone, but they said this is a guy who has brought so much in terms of off-the-field help that they feel really equipped to come out here and do what we saw 𝗟𝗓 do. 4 kills and just play out of his mind.
And 𝗟𝗓 here, the man of the match. He's been on a meteoric rise over the last 2 years in the European region as a whole. Obviously, you start as a Finnish player. Oftentimes, you gel with Finns. You end up on those Finn rosters. But he was just moving up and up and up and was obviously eventually seen as one of those talents. So he's a must-have.
And more importantly, with this FaZe roster, he's now surrounded by a strong team who has given him the freedom to play his game. If he wants to get aggressive, which he sort of innately has to do, he's got Vex at the tip of the spear helping with him. He's got James going around that outside. It's very clean, smart play.
All right, and we will see 4AM now take the top spot in terms of damage done overall, but again, Sonic's really contesting for that. And speaking of Sonic's contesting, 17 went to 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, uncontested, my man. So match leaderboard, FaZe gets 21 points. 17 decides to go to 𝗟𝗓, which is sort of like the white flag of PUBG. And still is only able to come away with 2 points. This is dreadful. I mean, thank goodness the format is the way that it is, because even if they continue to struggle, they get to go to losers bracket, they get to fight their way back, and they have tomorrow to play as well.
All right, let's take a look at the overalls then, as once again, our eyes are cast to this left-hand side to start things off. How many of those teams have breached that 60-point mark? Right now, it is, of course, the 3 up at the top that have been playing the 2 days, of course. So then we have to look to the right. Which teams from Group C are starting to make waves early on? It's Danawa, it's FaZe, and they're all gone.
Well, but the point is, we're talking about breaking the 60 threshold. No one can, because the top 3 teams just keep taking the points. 4AM could just call it a day and go home, and they would be fine, but they refuse to do that, and they just keep taking points off the board that Group B in particular desperately needs right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a few names here looking at Group B's position, which is kind of a bit of a danger zone. You don't want to be languishing down here as you're wrapping this up. Otherwise, you will be certainly going down to the lower bracket. There are already names there that I'm thinking, okay, you're going to the lower bracket. How are we going to make an adjustment, especially considering we're going to have to sit on our hands for a few days whilst that winner bracket plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call a spade a spade. PLM, they've got 2 games left to play, but getting to 16 seems like a really long order, and then avoiding 6 in the next one. So teams like that, what you do with your next 2 games, you do the best to learn a little more about your drop spots, win a couple of fights, build some confidence, and prepare yourself for that losers bracket.
Thanks very much, Toughies. Time to go to a break. When we return, we have 2 more matches on the way here. Plenty more PUBG action coming at you from PGS 1.
got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴迪丽这边的，明明踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using here. Nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, please. The map. He is able to get it. 마지막 게임 이름을
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lined up.
กูสิโดนแฟดน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟดอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดเทน
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Cái vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền number. Wow, đẹp quá rồi.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても
Can and Goose are silent, not able to do so though. Can is their first.
right, everybody, we are back here at PGS 1. We've got 2 more games to go. Paper thin, sticking with you. Toby coming back with me now to bring you the last Miramar and Erangel of the day. And what a game there at the end from FaZe. Finally, EU was able to pull one together.
Finally, the banner being waved over here as we join the FaZe Clan boys up at the top. Teams on both our fantasy teams racking up some points as well, so no more bottom of the leaderboard. Maybe a little while.
We're climbing back, though. We're climbing back. I have yet to have one of my players not get a chicken dinner today.
That is true. Maybe I would have been the same way had I been better.
I'm feeling good today. Yeah, yesterday was not so good.
This is the bottom points down here. Going back to the previous game, though, I really loved what we saw from FaZe. I've had moments earlier in the tournament early in the tournament today, where there were opportunities for them to spread out, to take more control. I didn't feel like I really saw that, but then today, seeing them playing into the forest here, it's a difficult area to play on foot, but in similar fashion to how Luminosity played the game from pretty much the same spot yesterday, they were constantly moving around from flank to flank, trying to make sure they had full control of everything around them. And then the final push, 3 in the house, Gustav playing from the hills behind. So good.
Seems like good adjustments being made by FaZe.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's really nice to see. You know, we're happy GEX is getting a win here today. We're hoping to see more success from them as well, as you see them on your screen. Sun Sister needs some kind of miracle here in these last 2 games to have some kind of shot of making it into that top 16, to be honest, if we're just being perfectly honest.
I mean, I said it coming into the start of the day and how I saw them play the beginning of the stage, the end of the stage yesterday. They need to stand their ground. I'll say it again, they need to just stand there and not allow for teams to push and shove as they play. They need to start dictating the pace of their own game.
I fully agree. All right, guys, we are into our final Miramar of the day, but of course, we have 2 games left, so make sure you've got everything set up. We're going to get right into it here as we keep our eyes firmly planted on the center of the map. Because I like this. See, I said center of the little spiral. These kind of rides make me sick at the fair. I can't look at it. Toby, I can't look at it.
Esports, they have hypnotized me.
You know those like really spinny rides where like the centrifugal force puts you all those make me
just I tend to call them machines. Yeah, that's how they are. Everything on rails, I enjoy that, but the spinning around for the sake of spinning around, nah.
No, I can't do it. All right, right down the center almost, like literally following that E-line, and very different from our last plane path on Miramar. So, you know, again, I'm looking at Picado, 17 backed off. It seems like they have had to readjust their game plan for the day.
I was actually a little curious to see if potentially they would go once more, because the previous Miramar we had where they didn't go, the plane also did not favor a hot drop. So here, a chance for them to go and compete, but seems to me like the first time ever Sonic's actually come out victorious in the hot drop scenarios.
If you were Sonics and you had the opportunity, let's say you had an inkling of where 17's alternate drop would be. We have literally no idea, like where it would have been coming into this.
Does it even exist?
Yeah, exactly. But would you try to chase them? Would you continue, if you're Sonics, would you continue to try to chase 17?
I mean, I think for now, get looted up, stay where you are, but as soon as you see them in the kill feed, they will give you the info based on who they're fighting, and that's when you start heading that direction. In the meantime, though, back towards Pentagram and Twisted Minds we go. I talked to Batoons briefly coming into the previous games. And Toby, how many points do we need? I said, around 20. Good, we'll get it. Let's see now if that's going to be the case or not. A card loading the shotgun as this fight gets ready to unfold.
Well, at least this time, now that we actually have the power grid fight, didn't have it because of the plane path last time, that Pentagram is able to get on the ground and get some guns in hand. An ace there in front of a COD. But right now, thinking about some frag grenades through the door. Spiral there, that one's right next to his feet. He somehow gets around the corner just in time, able to spray down a COD. What a reaction.
From outside, Ikauri gets one, though. We saw him earlier today. Getting kills and finds a double. Will get traded instantly in return, though, as Lou now back on his feet. Ada does get some tags in on towards his habs, and Wicked instantly there to do damage in return. So all of a sudden, just like that, Twisted Minds in trouble. Just Lou left on his feet, trying to do damage, but in a 1v2, finds the first with a Saiga. Gets the reload off Ada. Dual barrel in hand. Does he make it happen, or does he go for the rest?
What range there with that Saiga. The AK spray just a little bit delayed, held the angle. couldn't quite get the shot lined up. No bullets in that gun. He has to use the Saiga. Here he does! Lou is going to win it for Twisted Minds, and they're going to get everybody back.
Exactly. No flushes coming through. There you go, the PM saying, we have beaten you time and time again. Stay the hell off of Power Grid. We're trying to get these games going our way. And oh my lord, one thing is to get the points, but the fact that they get to keep all 4 alive, that is crucial.
Yeah, and, you know, for Pentagram, a great previous game where they're able to get deep into it, get some kills. Not quite able to seal the deal, but that is a devastating blow here as they needed a big finish to today. You know, that previous game could have been the start of something, but once again, they can't get this hot drop to go.
Is this one of those where they're kind of conceding defeat in terms of making top 16, but saying, even if we go losers bracket, which at this point we can pretty much guarantee that's going to be the case, even if that's going to be the case, if we make it to the grand finals, we don't for a second think that allow Twisted Minds to think we ain't going to be coming for them in grand finals if we make it there.
We don't dare entertain that thought.
Well, because now they know that Twisted Minds is most likely going to go through.
Yeah.
So for Pentagram, it's like, we're not going to be contested in lower bracket anyway. We might as well keep going here, because then we can go grand finals.
Who knows?
Yeah, Petrichor still has a day to play tomorrow.
Who knows?
You are right. You are right.
You kind of assume Petrichor Road isn't going to be in that position, but...
Again, I mean, yes, exactly, because neither Twisted or Pentagram will be there tomorrow.
Right.
So you'd have to assume that Pentagram will be right. But of course, they have their own 6 games to play tomorrow. We can't guarantee anything at this point. One thing, though, that we can say with a pretty big certainty is 𝗟𝗓 came off to a really, really strong start. And similar fashion to 4 AM yesterday, then things kind of slowed down.
Yeah. Well, they kind of got, I think, a little bit greedy in the following games.
I don't fault them for being.
No, not at all. No, I mean, after those first 2 wins, you're feeling like there's almost no way you're not getting into that winner's bracket.
There's a quote from Titanic.
Titanic?
That they yell at the top of the front of the ship. That was what they were feeling like.
Kings of the world?
There you go.
There you go. I figured it out.
I kind of wanted you to say it, but I also kind of just hope that we knew. We knew.
It took me a minute.
Fair enough.
I'm not the,
we need to sync up again, Paper.
We're trying. We'll get there, I promise. All right. New Happy here, just on the outside of Los Leones. Purple Mood is making a rotation far at the northeastern quarter of your screen, which is the western side of Los Leones. DPion already aware and already trying to make this difficult. This is
4-man howl.
Is this a 4-man in this thing?
I saw the rotation come through, and I saw New Happy start their play as well, and I was like, if they time this right, that might be Howl out like the entire team very early. And now, like, 𝗟𝗓 saw that rotation. Question is, are they going to follow through? Are they going to chase it down, or are they going to keep it at a distance? Because yes, they are 4 in a car, but that's also 3 guns that are going to be pointing back in your direction. If they get knocked in the open there, they're going to be in trouble. But let's see now, 3 of them out of their vehicles. Somehow, I haven't seen a single damage indicator. Finally now, a shot comes through, but Howl, I think, gets to live with the scare here.
Oh, excuse me, this is Howl, not Purple Moon. My bad on that. The purple team color got me a little bit baited there. Couldn't quite see it from a distance. HS just trying to make this as difficult as possible.
How are they alive?
You've got to like what New Happy is thinking here. With only, they saw that there's 4 players in this vehicle.
Yeah.
They have the opportunity to maybe just completely end this team's day and get 4 more points and add to that monumental kill count that they already have. If you guys saw on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a quick graphic that showed that out of the 5 players in our top, in our leaderboard for top kills, 3 of them were on New Happy.
We just saw James get a flush onto one of the Sun Sister players. And for those of you guys who might not have been followed the EMEA season thus far, face a somewhat new roster after the breakup of the previous one. These guys have been wreaking havoc in EMEA. They've been playing into people's minds so heavily with setting up ambushes all across both Erangel and Miramar. They've pretty much become the name of bridge camping in EMEA as of late. And here James set up on the road, knowing that Sun Sister were going to rotate past them eventually. You have to be so careful if you're looting anywhere near FaZe Clan, because they will do this to you.
Yeah, certainly. And they're, a confident team, and they darn well should be. They're darn good, top to bottom. Sonics, though, trying to keep 4 AM out of their territory. 4 AM's Wang Zai going to post up on the hillside behind Mime and 𝗟𝗔𝗡. And just probably getting some information, securing some territory. I wouldn't expect him to go super aggressive there. I think 4 AM is happy to just coast this one through. Let's be honest, they're in the winner's bracket.
And the thing is, you can play somewhat center here and chill it out. Issue is you don't want to overextend, because there might just be a case where you're currently sat, even though it might not look like much right now, could become the prio compound 1.5 circle from now. So I think teams are not opting to spread out too thinly, knowing how congested it is in the center of the circle. You can pretty much draw a line and get like a kilometer buffer around the edge. Everyone is playing for the center right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I could draw on the map, I'd just draw a circle kind of like just south of Power Grid, down to Chumacera, and around that road from Los Leones to Monte Nuevo, and I'm like, this is pretty much where the circle's very likely to go, and that's why everybody wants to go there.
Exactly. So everyone's going to set up shop, wait around, but this is also one of those cases where should we now, as we've seen plenty times throughout both today and yesterday's games, get a phase 2 hard shift, it's going to be miserable. Because the teams are already kind of bundled up in the middle, they're going to be stumbling over each other in such a big fashion that I would imagine we see maybe 2, potentially even 3 teams fall before we hit phase 4. So look out for potential phase 2 hard shift, because that could really cause some commotion in what is currently the center of the circle.
No doubt. Twisted Minds did see 17 cross, didn't really put any shots into them, but Lil Ghost did park himself as an anchor. Twisted Minds has spotted and identified it and is considering trying to finish the job here. Patulans gets a bit of a spray. Lil Ghost trying to back off behind this shack, but the grenades are out, and they are pretty darn deep, but they just swing right of him, and it is going to be Lil Ghost on his horse, xiaobei here, coming to pick him up.
Nice reaction play from xiaobei, realizing we got to pick him up. There's no way he gets back to that vehicle. And also for Patulans, I'm not going to say that I have anything to do with this, because whether or not I tell them they need around 20 points, they know they're close. They know they're not there, but they know they're close, and this is what they do in order to get extra points. Let's forget about the hot drop against Pentagram for a second, because they do already have 4 kills, but they are so good at flexing out early, like seeing, oh, there's a solo over there, let's just ambush him, go full force, get that 1 kill, because even if we get a knock player, we will trade him. We are that good, we believe in each other to be able to get that frag without casualties on our side. So they do these aggro pushes, knowing that we just need those few extra points in the last 2 games, and we should be all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're masterminds of the game. Yeah. I mean, their minds, in my mind, aren't twisted. I think they are very much in the line with what they should be doing most of the time. So you'll have to see it. Sun Sister, wide wrap around the western side. Summer here trying to take out. This is actually Purple Mood this time, and he is going to get it. Thunders down and out, and Summer should claim himself a point.
Yeah, I like the idea of scouting forward there. And also, if you look at the map as we see here, Summer is somewhat isolated from his teammates. Issue is, as we see this southern shift, that I don't think Purple Mood really needed to 2-1-1 extend that split. A bit greedy, especially this late in phase 1. And now, even worse for wear, they realized that, well, we didn't need that compound at all.
And this circle shift completely changes sort of the calculation of the land ratio.
Yeah,
right?
massively, massively.
Now we don't even have to think about where we were thinking before, and every team, why we saw every team centered up around that kind of Pecado, Los Leones, Monte Nuevo road. It's because now it has a lot of different directions it could actually go, because there's a lot of land ratio trade in here.
And one thing that's for sure is that you have gone from compound heavy center to nothing. You have a middle of the valley now down towards the southern shore, which is just open fields with Habels for cover. So a difficult area to play through, and most importantly, let's hold that thought for a second for Stanoma.
Oh boy.
Making their way scary close to Corexi, and they have no reason to expect any threats coming through. Freebie there for Corexi, finds one. Now Vex does fall in return as Vox is set up on the outside of the city.
Yeah, so FaZe here kind of getting one and losing one in this trade so far between 2 different teams, but now they're split in a couple different fights. Gustav on his own for FaZe right now. Some grenades from Vox are keeping him at bay, but not finding any damage. Finally, it's going to be Donowa, in fact, that does some damage to Vox. It's going to have to back him off that hill.
I know that you should go on our players, but we'll do the suppressive fire for you. So get off that hillside, Gustav. Get the hell out of there. I think, honestly, for FaZe Clan, I don't think they were expecting there to be 2 teams in the nearby vicinity. They thought maybe with the push on foot coming in towards Corexi that there would be the same team that was somewhat split, but now they see multiple teams in the kill feed. Understandable that Gustav gets back towards his teammates.
And who comes out of this probably better so far than anyone is 𝗟𝗓. As long as Adam can get away from this, and it's actually going to be Anonix who's going to back 𝗟𝗓𝗃 off, just able to find just enough of an angle with an SKS to do some damage. But Third Eye comes out of this in a really strong position. They've got the high ground, they've got the better exit routes if this circle does go south. So I'm really, kind of happy here for Third Eye that they're able to avoid disaster in this situation.
Yeah, keeping all 4 alive, able to get out of there, find a kill onto 𝗟𝗃 as well is a good way to start this one off. And as you said, pretty much regardless of where this next circle takes us, they will have a path out of 𝗟𝗏.
Exactly, yeah. So, meanwhile, FaZe and Danawa are stuck in kind of a weird way, but they have much more difficult rotations potentially. Now, this circle does kind of like to center up like around 𝗟𝗏, to the east of 𝗟𝗏. There's that triple apartment compound.
Yep.
So that is the more likely of all of the potential options of what this circle is going to do. Already, I believe Purple Mood is in that kind of 3 apartment. I call that one the Liquid apartments because I used to see Team Liquid in there all the darn time. But Purple Mood already, or Howl, excuse me. God, that purple color is killing me. The fact that we have 2 purple teams.
I mean, I like the fact that they're not red.
Dude,
because then the entire server would be red.
If we have a team called Purple Mood, only one team can be purple in the lobby at a time. That's my new judgment.
That is your new rule. Fair enough. That is a bit of a distance to it. 𝗟𝗏 able to take down one. Will they find Linshu as well? He's going for the res, or for at least the pickup to get him back to safety. And I think they should be all right. As I say that, look at the HP in Linshu.
Yeah, he had to stop up. They weren't able to get this res on the long skirt because he had taken too much damage. So smokes are going to be having to be reinvested here. They pick him up. No! They're going to pay the price from Howl.
And it's Howl from down below. And look at the 3rd shift to come. Hard shifts once again. Look at the amount of players in and around 𝗟𝗏 now having to make their way southeast. Now, it looks like on the map that there's plenty of space to maneuver, but as we just said, Paper, it's open fields. It's the hill that GEX is on. You can essentially, from the north side, not even scout half of this circle because there's a mountain in the middle of it.
This is a really challenging circle for a lot of different reasons, not to mention just it's not kind of, again,
transitioning is impossible.
The transitions are impossible. The expectations of where the circle's supposed to move based on land ratio are completely out the window now. SDK trying to drive through the chaos, trying to cut ahead of some teams. 𝗟𝗏 ahead of them, but they're going to stop up outside of Howl's compound. Take a moment to break, and then back over to Danawa, FaZe, Purple Mood in here, Twisted Minds now, kind of a bit on the outside of things, on the other side of the road of 𝗟𝗏. So everybody here, though, outside of the next circle.
Another thing that's interesting is in terms of land ratio and where phase 4 will take us, right now the mountain is in the middle. And as far as I know, it has the only unplayable terrain that is in this area. So it kind of functions as the Russock River, where you're not quite sure whether we're going to see the hard southern bounce or it's swinging up north towards Howl. Howl circle would be the expected one, but let's wait and see. In the meantime, Floki, flanker takes the flanker, 𝗟𝗃𝗃 falls down.
And now you've got Tanawat trying to wrap through from another angle here. Boar boats coming up the middle, but Tanawat is spotted. In fact, it's Danawa as well getting involved in this. Danawa probably just going to try gatekeep against both of these teams, trying to see if they can milk as many points on this edge as possible, see how many players that come through with it, and then try to make a desperate dash across this open field that's to their east, because after this, Toby, it gets really, really darn difficult. Tanawat, though, coming right into the same house as 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏's completely obscured by this box. Right now, Tanawat had no clue.
Nope.
𝗟𝗏's is in here.
It's the bait. I think there was it at PGI 18 where it was the first time we saw an observer just sit and hover there for 30 seconds. And since then, that's been the one spot that everyone is always clearing, because you never know when there's a snake sat down there. In the meantime, Howl able to find 2 from 4 as they try to rotate on through. So Summer and Crazy will be the last 2 alive. Unlucky really for them, because it was a pretty good spot for them to claim, especially now they managed to bounce off New Happy.
Yeah, 4M just under pressure from a lot of different teams there. New Happy, Sonics. Yeah, they're fine. This is like whatever for 4AM at this point. Like, this is all just kind of a victory lap for them. But now 𝗟𝗏's is actually spotted somehow by Tanawat. We didn't exactly get to see what happened there, but 𝗟𝗏's held it maybe just a bit too long. Other players getting involved from Danawa. A lot of pressure, a lot of fire coming down here into FaZe and Purple Mood. Gustav, the last one left for FaZe, trying to stay ahead of this blue, but Fluky watching this angle has Gustav basically dead to rights. Yeah, switches to the shot off and finishes the job.
You saw of me, I saw of you. FaZe falls in 15th place. Good day from them regardless. Let's hop over to STK and Twisted Minds. Kills galore for STK. They lose Penta, but should be able to pick him back up. Clean sweep, and finally things going the way of STK. Not something we've seen them really be able to pull off really throughout both of the last 2 days.
That's huge for them.
Mega.
They need big points here in these last 2 games to feel comfortable, again, about being one of those 16 teams that'll be moving on to the winners bracket. Circle had hard shifted back towards that compound I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
That triple apartment complex. So we got bamboozled a bit here.
Yeah.
It didn't really go the other way.
It baited us for a while. Said, but no, we all knew where it was going to go in the end of it. Up towards Howl. I mean, again, we are past phase 4 now, so it could hard shift up on the mountain. It's not something we see ever at all, really, because that Howl comeback does have a kind of a magnet to it, but we'll see if anything is going to change up here. In the meantime, Purple Mood trying to make their way towards the circle. It is difficult, if not near impossible, for them to go anywhere. Danova not wanting them to get out of there, and of course wanting to rack up more points for themselves as they try to claim what is left. The issue is... Third Eye has a good angle from the other side. Was able to pick one.
Yeah, they can pick up Anonix here and get him back into the circle safely, potentially get the res. The problem is you still have Tanawat lurking here. You might need some cover, but I don't see Loki really interested in this. Tanawat gonna let loose with whatever utility's got left. The grenade hits Anonix, but doesn't get the flush. The return here from Soul is just a bit too far to do much. Loki now is going to be observing this player very, very closely.
Issue for Tanawat now is that I think he meant to throw smoke there. Issue for him now is that he can only really look up if you want to do anything. If that play behind the wall ain't gonna do him a whole lot. In the meantime, now Daytrade, a team that also hasn't got a whole lot going today, standing up against New Happy, finding the second one is Nurens. Almost gets the third down. Plenty of damage coming through as he does find the third. Daytrade standing strong against New Happy here.
Oh, only one player left for New Happy. Belmoth and Flash trying to reinforce Nurens' knock, because they do not want to lose that player. They want to come out of this 4 strong. The grenades begin to rain in. The stuns have HS completely pinned down right now. He is prone. He tries to stand up, and Belmouth puts him right down. A huge win here for Daytrade. They're another team that has struggled so far today, coming in fresh, coming in for their first day. Now over to Sonics and STK, who are kind of on opposite ends of some hills.
Purdy, one well-placed nade here. Could be the elimination of all of Sonic, but they hear it land on the ground, and they instantly spread out as a reaction to that nice audible, nice play. Purdy though up 2-on over, and the nade god himself managed to find one. Is this the push though from SDK? You can see every time they peek over that ridgeline, shots come in from Howls or behind, so they have to be so careful about how they approach this.
The grenade expert Purdy Curdy opening a door here potentially for SDK. The follow-ups so far haven't found much, but Shrimzy has the prone, win gone. Tiggleton and Shrimzy on slivers of health. And now here comes 4AM. Crazy goes down to the blue. Summer trying to come in, trying to see if he can end the Sonics run. Both of these teams firmly in the winner's bracket, so this one for Pride more than anything. Summer here letting loose with some stuns. The molly did connect on to Tiggleton. Stun got a piece of himself there.
Yep, get some more points going your way. There is a circle shift that I will talk about in just a moment, but let's hold on to this one for a little while longer. Penta, though, makes a quick end of it as he takes down all of Sonic. So STK, plenty of points coming their way in this game as this circle hard shifted back down towards the mountain. That is not something we see ever. GEX pleased with this shift. 17 Gaming, the exact same.
Yeah, this is a really nice shift here for 17. They've got one of the few sort of available shacks that are left inside of this circle. Howl now beginning to drive in towards Tianba. 2 players left for them. They had lost some early. GEX Hillside across, maybe able to put some damage down potentially. Howl, grenades are out, but they're short from Tianba. Should be able to rest up for a moment here. Some smokes have to be used to cover that southern flank.
How Howl have been able to play this game, rotate the way that they have so far with one vehicle, and it's been the same all the way through, and not lost a single player. It got mega lasered by all of New Happy early on. Yeah, now more teams shooting at him, but somehow that Bronco lives to see another day.
That's
what is it made of?
It's an impressive run that they've been making, man. I mean, Howl just, has been kind of really just skirting disaster throughout this entire game. So you'll have to see it. Now, Third Eye has to make a move. They're probably involved in that cleanup of Donawa off screen as they begin to try to take advantage of those plateaus that are on the western edge, at least try to hang on as long as they can, because once you get in the center of this circle, Toby, there is not a ton to work with.
And while this does not look good for 17 right now, because we all know what one nade can do, no one's within range to throw that nade. As I say that, STK might just be driving in that direction, but one team that is not liking this and the potential of 17 racking up a lot of points here is Sonic. So we'll see how that one's gonna unfold. In the meantime, STK, they send it into the open, and they're taking casualties by the second.
Yeah, well, they had a bit of an unfortunate accident there. A player got out early or something. Vegas ran one over, had a great opener there, a headshot with the AWM to take down Vox, and now 𝗟𝗗𝗡, hearing all this fire, feels like maybe they can catch 𝗟𝗚 a bit off guard.
The thing is, 7-7 can't really fully commit to it because 𝗟𝗚 is well aware there's players behind them. So if they fully commit the hillside on a third-party attempt, they're going to get instantly fourth-party themselves. So smart that they go down, throw a nade, apply some pressure, then back off. All they want to make sure of is that if we take a fight, we only have to focus one direction. Right now, they can kind of look both.
Yeah, it's fishing there, seeing if they can get anything out of it. Day Trade has been eliminated after that impressive win against New Happy, but not able to convert it much further. Circle is now going to move away from that mountain, so now we're into this field area. Grenades coming up short here from Third Eye. Try to get some more damage into the two surviving members of STK, but only right now inside of this circle, 17 Gaming, literally everyone else outside of it.
Does Vox have a nade? Yes, he just took it out. So they throw the molly, they throw the smoke to allow for them to play outside the shack. They know that they have two STK players very close to one another. We'll see if anything is going to come of it. You can see the players up above the hillside as well from Third Eye, applying more pressure over towards Purdy and Vegas. Richie does fall though as they go aggressive. 𝗟𝗚 applying a bit more pressure towards STK, but the nade is close and it's good. One falls down, Richie gets the flush, and the second to follow as well. STK out in 7th.
Some brilliant utility usage. Now, they do lose Richie B, but they get Vox back up and running, so a wide split for Third Eye, but maybe some hope here in this game. Instead, 𝗟𝗗𝗡 turns their attention over towards 𝗟𝗚. That's already one here for 7-7, who's been playing out of his mind today. 𝗟𝗚𝗡, though, takes a whole bunch of damage, has to prone down. That means 7-7 has to retreat here because he has no support.
Again, 7-7 alongside the rest of 𝗟𝗚𝗡. I say the rest of it's really just him and 𝗟𝗚𝗡. The death by 1,000 cuts here constantly. Apply a bit of pressure, fall back. Here comes Runax again. 17 knows that if we have footsteps anywhere, get out of that shack. That's exactly what they do. One does fall, but 𝗟𝗚𝗡 gets one of them. Trying to look at the overhead peak. Coming in from Impact, finds one, gets the floss on towards Sushu as well.
I would have liked to have seen Sun Sister maybe commit a little more resources to the upfront fight in that situation. They might have been able to take 17 out. Meanwhile, Hal now getting pushed from two different angles. It's GEX from the south, 𝗟𝗚𝗡 from the east. Leo finds a good grenade. It hits Schofield, gets the knock. If you could find one more in there, you can get one more to slide down those rocks. The follow-up there from Zennon does get the flush onto Apocalypse. Two left on the other side. Savior now turning his attention up towards 𝗟𝗚𝗡. That's a knock. They only have one player standing. It's 𝗟𝗚𝗡. Ruin there, putting some pressure, but Howell is going to go down to GEX. GEX once again having a lot of success here on Miramar.
I love the proactive play from GEX here. They saw the fight, the motion on the west or southwest side between 17 and Sun Sister. Great. Now they're occupied. Now we can cross in the open. Now we can take the fight to this unfolding battle over here. And they perfectly third party. They haven't taken any casualties thus far. They've dealt with Howl, and it's just 𝗟𝗚𝗡 left on the hillside up above. And they can hear it too. There's plenty of suppression being shot in their favor. But Leo, play it smart, play it safe. You do not want to risk falling just yet.
Yeah, this is pretty long range here for the rest of the teams. Hundreds of meters separating them as they try to watch this fight with GX, but it's so far uphill as well. I mean, 17's just vibing. Sun Sister trying to find something here. The safety of this rock is about all that's available on their end of the circle. And again, like you talked about earlier, there's hay bales here and there, and there's other things available. You know, there's just little pieces of farm equipment loitered throughout this. It is going to hard shift back towards 17. 𝗟𝗚𝗡 going to put Leo down and out. Three members of GEX still on that hillside.
I mean, if you're GX, you just kind of put down the handbrakes of all the vehicles, send them downhill, and hope that they create a carport for you, because you are going to need it. I love the observers taking a look here. You have a tractor in the field, and now with hay bales being destroyable, there literally is no cover for anyone. It's just 17 currently inside the circle. They have the shack. They have the hard cover to work around. Everyone else are going to have to try and somehow make their way into this circle. The issue for 17 is, though, they cannot go active before GEX is off of this hill.
There's a couple of Morados over there for GEX that, and I saw plenty of smokes there that maybe, just maybe, they could find some way to make this work, but instead their attention is firmly on Third Eye, and it's even going to be Third Eye getting the knock onto Yuri. The headshot there with that Mark 12. Lil Ghost continuing to pepper Sun Sister on the other side of things. At least Tegu able to respond a little bit here, but yeah, I mean, this is so tough for Sun Sister. They're pinned.
They really are, but for GX as well, I mean, keep on peeking, keep on taking damage, and xiaopei is doing so much to try and keep them suppressed up there. Zenon is there, they're not inside the circle. They might just be by literally a foot or two on the very edge of the circle. This is going to be their final stand. They're not getting off this hillside anytime soon. In the meantime, Imhack trying to cross the field, and somehow he's still alive.
He barely gets there just in time to one of those hay bales where he can stop up and get a heal off. That is amazing that he even gets there. He's still outside of the circle. I don't know what he can do from here with 17 still in it, with that position that Third Eye has looking down into that valley. This is extremely difficult. Tegu here trying to use this opportunity to get to the farm equipment, may be able to actually get there.
Question here is, I mean, if you're Third Eye, I know they need the points, but do you just allow Sunset to cross if you know they have nades to try and deal with 17 for you? Because in the end, you will have to fight them. So maybe even if you see them running in the open, it's a free point for you. You might just want to have them help you get the win. Look at the amount of utility for Imhack as well. Do not shoot him. He is trying to help you, Third Eye. If I see Third Eye shoot Imhack right now, that would be so unfortunate, because his amount of damage he could apply right now to 17 could be game-winning for Third Eye.
Yeah, okay, the utility in front was good from Imhack, but the response with the grenades was even better from 17. The follow-up is going to miss, but it's Vox who's going to get the knock onto Imhack. Now they're going to try to use this opportunity to take the center of the circle to see if they can somehow, some way get a win. GEX still up on the hill, still trying to recover. Maybe through all this chaos they can get it done, but every time their heads peek up, 17 is ready to put them right back down. Tegu here trying to keep Third Eye at bay, and he is going to do it. Finds the kill. Third Eye gone.
Nice shots with a mini there from Tegu, and GEX again somehow still 3 up. No,
the blue.
The blue for a split second, and Xavier falls. You might as well just deny at this point. I don't think you're getting out of here alive. They do still have 20 seconds though, but the rest, I mean, Xavier, he's been down I think 6 times at this point, so no reason to try and commit. Might as well just try and see if maybe you could take out Sun Sister. Can you guarantee yourself the second place? And if Sun Sister falls, I do not fault GX at all for conceding these last points.
Oh, no. Yeah, no way in heck. I mean, they have a boatload of smokes, but it doesn't matter. You're too high up to put them to any use. I mean, yeah, you could try to leapfrog your way down this hill, but the blue is already here. Yui gonna go down, and now Zenon falls all the way through, but he's wide out in the open. It's gonna be Lil Ghost who finishes him. It's a 3v1. Tegu versus one of the best teams in the world, 17 Gaming.
Sonics has done everything they possibly could all day long to suppress 17. This game for 17 Gaming is huge.
The good news is there's only 4 kills here if you're a Sonics fan.
True. It's not the amount of points that we've seen 17 come out with in past, but keep in mind, they have forced them out of their loot spot. They have forced them on the audibles. So, 17 is not playing the same confident PUBG that we usually see them do in PCL. But regardless, a 15-point game for 17 Gaming here is still massive.
Yeah, Tegu, nothing but 2 first aid kits in the bag. There was no utility to speak of. The grenade barrage begins, does not find the kill. Tegu parking himself behind this tractor should be, for all intents and purposes, dead to rights, and indeed, it is going to be Lil Ghost who finishes the job, and 17 Gaming is going to find their first win here at PGS 1.
7 points coming into this game off of the first 4. Now they get another 15 on top. If this game had not come through, they would be in dire straits coming into tomorrow, but this has got to be a breath of relief for 17 Gaming.
Certainly. Yeah, this is huge for them, and there were a few moments where it looked like maybe Sun Sister could dent their armor a bit, but not really able to do enough to kind of solidify any sort of significant damage, to be frank. It just was... Sun Sister just needs a little bit more confidence. They made a good idea, but they didn't commit enough resources.
I mean, we talked about it coming into the game, right? They need to play with that backbone. They need to play with it. We can go out and do this, but let's hop over to the highlights and see just exactly how match 5 went down.
fight back is on here for 17 Gaming. They may have been pipped at the post in a lot of these games previously, but now they get themselves a really good location in a circle towards This was an interesting end to this game, Tom.
Never has Shaq changed a game so much for one team since the Lakers. And I mean, it really, they locked in there, they held a great spot. And I think Paper's observation about how Sun Sister could have changed that entire game is accurate. They sent in one player and in doing so forced them out of the Shack for the first time, got one of their players down, but there just was no backup. The lack of sort of push confidence, I think, lost everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. When you watch the attempt to go and throw the molly, of course, try and get in there as fast as possible, and then realize, wait a minute, they all came out of there really fast, let's run away as fast as possible, and you're in the middle of a field, maybe no backup, as you're mentioning, probably not the best of scenarios.
Well, and that for me, that was the story of the match. 17 winning, that's great news for them, but this end circle was brutal. It was brutal in every way for these teams. There was just no cover. It was a giant open field. I mean, you saw Sonics tucked behind a rock, Third Eye up on a hill with a little bit of a spot. I mean, even Hal went to a location, like who would have thought?
I know. I mean, considering where they went from, let's take a look at the top four whilst we're talking about this. It will be 17, Sun Sister, we have GEX and Third Eye. Hal's position, I didn't think they were going to be able to survive in it as long as they did, considering where Third Eye was. However, Third Eye, by the circle, pushed onto a lower spot, so they didn't quite have the angle on them. Was a saving grace for Hal for a while until GEX decided, okay, let's dislodge them. This is one of the only places we can play at that point in time, so it makes sense.
So GEX pushes forward, gets 6 kills and some nice damage. A shout out to Third Eye, 5 kills and almost 2,000 damage. It's good to see them making some moves. So in one game, our bottom 2 teams have a chance to show up in the top 4.
24 smokes used by Third Eye as well during all of that. That was very smoky indeed as we take a look back at the recap here for these teams being able to rack up some points. It's important points for 17 though, all importantly here, considering the fact that they have been stunted in terms of growth here throughout the day, managing to be able to get this, considering they were cast aside all the way over towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, which is a bit of a stretch compared to their usual rotations. This is a good salvage mission.
Yeah, a stretch in both name and action. It was a big jump for them. They had to drive all the way to there and get the loot, but they managed to come and make something out of it, and that is something to be said. These teams train their drops. 17 is not always necessarily prepared to go to their backups, and the fact they're going to win a game out of a backup on 𝗟𝗡𝗗 is great news for them. It's also worth noting that this is game 5, and every single match today has been won by a Group C team. These guys apparently sat at home, took notes, and came prepared.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very important for them to really get the ground up nice and fast. I didn't think this nade was going to reach. Indeed, it did. A nice air burst there to be able to dislodge where Sun Sister was and shut them down eventually, because for Sun Sister, they just kind of slowly bled out here towards the end of this game as we take a closer look at 17.
17, Ghost coming in on top there with 2. I mean, this is a team, it's not a surprise to see them win games. They're supposed to win this event, potentially. It's good to see them finally putting up some numbers.
But what is a surprise? Only 5 kills converted off of the back of this win. Usually when we're seeing wins come in here throughout the tournament so far, it's a bit more heightened than that. So this again was just they knew the position that they had to play. There wasn't much for them to shoot at because everybody on the edges was shooting at one another.
And it was. To see the MVP, Lil Ghost, someone who was so aggressive, so brutal at PGC, we were calling him the poltergeist. Like, he's finally grown up. Getting 2 kills on their victory is a little bit off-putting, but understandable. With that final circle, when the best defensive position is a shack with a window, there's not a lot of damage you're going to be able to put out.
Definitely
it's not worth the risk anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as that does continue on here, I want to talk about some of the teams that we want to be looking at for the next match.
True.
Because there are some teams that it will be their last match in this group stage. So we're looking at, I believe, Pentagram, Shoot to Kill, Purple Mood, and Sun Sister. I think for maybe 2 of those teams, definitely, it's going to be very difficult to rack up as many points as they might need to secure themselves win.
I mean, Purple Moon in particular, they would probably have to just go absolutely wild, put up one of the best games of their life, and then still have a hard time making a move after that. Sun Sister may be in a similar position. I think the eyes for me are going to be on STK. They had a good game in the last one. We saw them sort of come up on Sonics from behind. They are near the cutoff. They have to have a big one.
Yeah, they got themselves 9 points in that game. That will help their campaign here throughout this last match coming up. 8 kills, as you mentioned. considering they were playing the edge position and it was going to be precarious as to whether or not they could get towards center. Why would you want to get towards center on a game like that anyway? Just shoot as much as you possibly can. Try and bring in points. That way, as we take a look at it, currently they're in 7th place, 51 points. Now, you were mentioning if we do see more sponging up towards the top, that barrier might lower a little bit. What are your thoughts?
I think it might drop down. I think staying in the 40s is probably a little bit crazy, but you know, we were looking at 60, 65, or I would say we're probably in that 55 region because I don't expect Danawa to slow down tomorrow. I expect FaZe to keep putting up big numbers, but even teams like, you know, you didn't mention this, Twisted Mind's also not coming back tomorrow, and I thought they were higher than they are. If they have a bad game, if they go out early, they could be setting the stage for the losers bracket. So getting north of 60 is going to have to be every team's target, especially the B teams going to the last game.
Yeah, and if you want any shot, I mean, looking at Pentagram, looking at Sun Sister, where they are 37 and 33 points respectively. This needs to now be like a 20-point game at least, or something like that. So a win, 10 kills, not out of the realms of possibility.
Right. I would say it wouldn't shock me to see the cutoff end up getting into that 50 area.
Yeah.
But that is not something to put you don't want to put your eggs in that basket. You want to plan on 60 plus, but there is a world where teams like FaZe continue to come up and glow up, and that does drop a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. As we look at all these teams getting ready and good to go for the final game of the day, as we've already mentioned, there are a few teams that are really in that danger zone for, as you say, Twisted Minds that we just saw on screen. Actually, I think today for them, considering they don't have Perfectix, has not gone that badly.
Yeah, I mean, big day, and part of that is the fact that Pentagram has been nice enough to provide them 4 free points on every single fight when we go to Miramar. That's not going to happen in the last match, so they need to go out there, they need to make a good drop, they need to find a great rotation and finish north of that 60 mark.
Maybe, as we see continuing things on. It's going to be a little bit precarious for some of the teams. However, for teams coming back tomorrow, like FaZe, for example, they're probably not worrying too much considering that they were able to get a win on the board. And again, in terms of the fashion at which they got a win on the board, again, I want to reiterate the fact that they're very quick and decisive about those sweeping fights that they take.
Also, and I think that's why B should be worried. The C teams came in, they did their research, they've won every match here today, and they will come back tomorrow with the advantage of the last day of play. It is only advantage to play the first day if you are a hot drop team. Everyone else, if you are just an uncontested drop, being on the last day is a massive advantage.
Definitely. Purple Mood here, staring down the barrel of potentially a lower bracket. Not for these guys though, Sonics. What a 2 days it's been for them so far.
It's been a great 2 days because of how good they played the first day and kind of like a moral victory for them, I think, in a lot of ways today. Forcing 17 off of a drop spot that has been contested for a very long time. I mean, there's a historical precedent to these two teams.
There definitely is. And we only need cast our minds back to PGC. It was a very different tale there. But thank you very much as we now get into the final game of the day. This is PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
Thank you very much, boys at the desk. And one more game to go, one more Erangel to wrap up day number 2, to wrap up Group B and C. As we move through over towards the grassy pastures of Erangel.
You had to give him that one, didn't you?
No, I don't want to give it to him. The too repeated, too often used grassy pastures. Let's come up with something new, 𝗟𝗓. That's right. He's just looking at me like, what do you want?
Yeah.
That's just like catchphrase. I can't really.
Sounds pretty good.
It is good. I can't take your catchphrase away from you. What do you got for Miramar, huh? What do you got for that? Yeah.
The Deserty Dunes.
Sorry, I'm talking to 𝗟𝗓. I'm done.
You were screaming to 𝗟𝗓 across the stage. I did notice that. In any case, hi, I'm also here. I'm Toby, and I will be joining Paper and bringing you this last game for Group B. They said it on the desk. There are certain teams here that we will be keeping our eyes on because after this game is over, if you don't make top 16, well, that is losers bracket for you.
Yep, absolutely. There is no other way to put it. So we move forward and we move on. Pentagram, no Na'Vi to hot drop today. Pentagram's hot drops have been less than productive, if I'm being truly honest.
True.
And I do not, most teams aren't productive with hot drops. Let's just be fully honest.
It's as if you would think people would have learned this by now, but still, teams do it.
It's a pride thing, right? And a preparation thing and blah, blah, blah.
What would you rather, keep your pride or win tournaments? I mean, not that it's always one or the other, but still, I mean...
Other than 17, who's come close.
Fair.
They have proven that if you're good enough at a hot drop fight, then yes,
both.
certainly. But it is a difficult task, for sure, for most teams, as the circle a little bit southwestern shifted. It's a little bit of the military island, but super unlikely to go down there unless we can pray for the very, very hard shift.
If you say super unlikely, you know what that means, because if there's anything...
That's why I said it.
If today's and yesterday's games are anything to go by, phase 2 hard shifts, well, they have been a thing. So let's see if that's going to happen. Let's see if who is that? I believe that's Correxy trying to chase down the ferry. We'll see if that's going to work out for him. 7-7 in the meantime. Spotting the Sun Sister rotation. Just going to go out and say, hey, I'm here. Don't come nearby.
I will say, what's interesting, though, is that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 was at the ferry pier, the mini pier, on the northern side. So had Corexy or somebody tried to take that...
They landed on the boat, I think, directly and took it away.
Oh, the actual like drivable boat, not the ferry boat.
Oh no! They landed on the boat.
The automated boat, not the one you can drive.
The hard spawn boat.
Oh, the hard spawn boat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the ferry, like the one that actually.
Let me just interrupt you for a second. As Longskirt's chasing down 2 Sun Sister players without a weapon. They were in the. He was probably going, when they jump out, I'm going to run them both over. But didn't quite happen. Maybe it was just the scout looking to see where they were going. And now he's going to get a gun. I like the aggression, though, of chasing people in a vehicle, with a vehicle, but without a gun for your own. That's just... that's real, like real barking.
The irrational self-confidence. It's not irrational. It's very rational confidence that teams like Tianba have.
Yeah.
They are well within their rights to be making moves like that. Over to Lipovka. It is 𝗟𝗏. A decent game in that last one. They're able to get decently deep, pick up some kills, get some much-needed points. You know, I had a quick chance to talk to Richie B off stage in between when we swapped you in.
Yeah.
And he was dejected. You know, he was just like, we're just not playing good. We're just not getting chances. We need to start making some in that game.
You know what?
There were things maybe they could have done better, but overall, not bad.
It's a song I've heard before, especially by teams that are very new to LAN. They play online, they thrive, they think, ooh, we're so good, we'll just take what we do here and put it to LAN. It ain't that easy. It ain't as simple as that. It's pretty much as if we've proven time and time and time again that you need that experience in there before you start performing. We rarely ever, if ever at all, see a first-time LAN team go out and wreck people. Which is why you said it yesterday as well, Paver, was actually pretty impressed with EXO's performance. They didn't come out and do like super flashy things, but for a team in similar fashion with 𝗟𝗏 that don't have much, if any at all, LAN experience, they actually kind of played up against their opponents.
Certainly. I mean, besting Gen G a couple times in there, so that's nothing to be ashamed of at all. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought EXO played really good yesterday. I think, you know, you have players on 𝗟𝗏 who have some LAN experience, right? Adam Oldless, Box a long time ago, but Richie B, it is his first one. So yeah, you could see the pressure a little bit, you know, in a new player like that, but I don't think that maybe 𝗟𝗏 is done just yet.
Oh,
maybe they got something in them.
Oh, no. Not at all. We got to keep in mind as well, of course, resets happen in this tournament. So you might not be doing well here in the group stage, but wipe the board clean when you make your way into whether it be lower winners or losers bracket, because you will have more chances at making your way.
Day to day, round to round.
Exactly.
Yeah, certainly. That's what's great about this game is it's a race. It's a marathon. It's not a one and done. You know, you gotta grind out so many games over so many weeks to make this thing happen.
That's another thing. People gotta embrace and enjoy their highs, but they also have to be ready for the lows, because they will come. No team goes through an entire tournament with flying colors. There will be your 0-point games. You will have the games where even if everything went your way, you had the circuit, you had everything going, you just don't hit your shots. And you got to be able to wipe that slate clean and just reset and go into the next game.
Yeah, I always relate it to golf. It's to me more than anything like professional golf. Not every, you know, Tiger Woods didn't always win everything he touched. I mean, he won a lot, but you know, he had bad days. He had bad rounds.
And they're out in the nature. They're also
I'm telling you, yeah, they're in grassy pastures.
Yeah, and they have buggies. Not the same kind of buggies, but they're buggies. Like golf buggies, you know? I mean, it's
Do you call them golf buggies?
Yeah.
They're golf carts.
No, it's buggy.
No!
Yes.
Oh, you're
I'm Danish.
You're dead to me. You Danes are so strange.
I beat you in Top Golf, that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right, well, play me in screen golf and we'll see what's up.
In any case, as we are in this very exciting match, and you know what, honestly, it's going to sound weird to all the viewers out there, but I kind of enjoy that we're allowing ourselves to segue out, because this means that the groups have started to settle in. The reason that we're seeing so much commotion in the early game is because we are in the very early stages of this global tournament. Some of these players are only playing today for the first time, so you will see teams run into each other early on. And normally when we see the more well-calculated PUBG, not talking about what we're seeing on screen right here, but when we see the more well-rounded PUBG, usually you get the best out of players when they play it smart. Lou, well, it was only about a matter of time before EMEA was going to fall down after the vehicle tires were popped there, but I like to see that things are starting to slow down. Yeah, that's starting to adjust to the rotations of their opponents.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll just be, as this tournament goes on, it'll get a little less hectic.
Exactly.
As it goes on. But Lou there, I really want to point this out. I don't see this enough. Go for the tire first.
Yeah.
Go for the tire first, then go for the player. Unless you've got just a phenomenal angle down on top of their head. You know, if they've got an open UAS and you've got a high angle, then certainly go for the player. But if you've got an angle like that, the tire is your better option, because there is a good chance that you can spin their vehicle out and just make it easy for yourself, like you just saw Lou do. So, well done by him. 𝗟𝗡, though, under pressure here from Sonics. Sonics looking to make 17's life even more difficult. The reinforcements are coming here for 17 on the backside. 𝗟𝗡 gets the first one. Can he find any more? 𝗟𝗡 on the outside, dead. Another one gone. Mime is down, but a good grenade is going to find one. 𝗟𝗡 at another. Little Ghost trying to peek the corner, not able to do it just yet. 17 here, trying to see if they can knock the Sonics down.
Able to trade 2 for 2. 𝗟𝗡 down to barely low HP, but able to stay put it now. 𝗟𝗡, last player alive for 17 Gaming. Yes, they won the last game, but they do not want to end with a donut here in this one. They will get 2 points regardless, I should add that. But 1v1 now, and I'm looking at the map to see if any other teams are trying to get some free points off of this. Purple Mood and the nearby vicinity. Sonics will fall, and that's to the hand of newhappy. So all of these teams that are playing their last games today are seeing this in the kill feed, and they want some points on the board. But one thing's for sure, even if Sonics fall here, they have taken down 17 with them in this match.
And I just want to point out, that was almost 600 meters from Nan. That was close to 600 meters. He was hitting 𝗟𝗡, excuse me, and he also finished off Twin. Thunder should go for the kill, and he does. Great maneuver here by Purple Mood. They need whatever points they can get. You might as well go for it. You might as well put the nail in the coffin of 17 for today, and well done by them to find the points where they may lay.
It's been a long time since I've seen a team so hard commit to take down another team, and if we scrap off that win in the previous game, I mean, they had no points today. And it's 17 we're talking about. I think it's safe to say that Sonics came into today's games with a plan. They executed it as close as could be to perfection.
It's mission accomplished.
It really is.
Mission accomplished for the Sonics. I mean, today, the last 2 days for the Sonics have been pure brilliance. Just pure brilliance across the board. There's no other way to put it. They're in third right now. Certainly, you could say maybe they could have more points, whatever. It doesn't matter right now. All they need to do is get to the winner's bracket and try to do whatever they can to make sure 17 doesn't get there. They executed as nearly flawlessly as I think you could hope for.
Exactly. And one of the other big things that people have to keep in mind is Sonics are done now. This was their final game. They spent the entire day today to try and secure their spot for the next stage of the tournament. So for 17, they will have all of tomorrow, most likely uncontested in both Picado and Pachinki. So the 25.17 that we see today might not be the case tomorrow. And I saw Gunnar, the coach of 17 of Sonic's time a couple of times today. He told me multiple times, we're not done yet. They still have a day to play tomorrow. We just got to do as much damage as we can and hope that things don't go their way. But one thing that goes some way is the circle down towards the south we go. Now, it might still go north, but what the hell
I did it is what happened.
Shift?
I did it. I told you. I said, oh, it's not very likely to do this. And you're like, well, Paper, that's certainly going to send it that way. And it did. I'm so proud of myself right now.
It's all you, Paper. It's all you.
Well, here we go. A lot of teams are going to be fighting in transition. 𝗟𝗡 trying to harass 𝗟𝗡 in the back. You've got the long-range fire from Soul and Onyx hot on their tails, trying to do what damage he can. But I think 𝗟𝗡 may more or less have escaped for now the damage from 𝗟𝗡. Oldest did pull up for a moment, maybe expecting an Onyx or somebody to try to push the edge of that hill, but Onyx was just a bit further away than I think he expected. The 3x barrel spray there, that's wishful thinking for sure, but Onyx might as well go for it, see if you get a little lucky.
I am curious now to see how many teams are actually going to opt to play military. I see Sun Sister on the far off screen try and make their way towards the eastern bridge, and I like that play. Because essentially what we're going to have is the entire server playing what is effectively phase 5, or at least phase 4 PUBG, in terms of landmass available. And half of that landmass is an open fild north of Ferry Pier.
Yeah,
and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing right here. And it's going to happen multiple times, believe me. Phase land up against Third Eye up close.
Yeah, oh great. We've already got one knock onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Ricky B very beat up there out in the open in that vehicle, trying to stay alive as long as he can, trying to buy enough time to maybe get a heal or something going. Right now, buildings separated between these two teams. A line has been drawn. FaZe there trying to see if they can keep 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗 safe, maybe go fishing, maybe find some kind of grenade. Richie B now able to wrap around enough that he can get to safety to try to go for the heal.
I'm seeing Wicked down towards the south, and I'm seeing Dynamo players on the hills to the north as well. Many teams hearing what's going on here, and Wicked does start shooting from the side. Do they manage to get him inside? Yes, they do. Vex gets the lift with the scare. Gustav applying suppressive fire, forcing Wicked back towards the shacks towards the south.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of utility expended for both these teams. That's a good one from Oldless. Well worth it. Now you've only got 𝗟𝗓𝗓 standing for FaZe. Certainly Third Eye. Okay, I was going to say, certainly you got to get that. Now they have the opportunity to finish the job. Only 2 players for FaZe. Vex has to go for the heal. You've got an opportunity. Vex does get the heal off. The Molly clips 𝗟𝗓𝗓 there. He is going to tick down a bit. Love to see Third Eye get aggressive on this, Toby.
That play starts with Vex falling, and now 𝗟𝗓𝗓 trying to get a better angle. Has to start healing again, I would only imagine, but Adam goes aggressive, pays the price. Vex there, ready and waiting in the bathroom.
It looked good for a moment. They did some damage to 𝗟𝗓𝗓. They had him a little bit distracted, but they can't find any more. Now Pentagram getting back involved in that fight. Meanwhile, over towards the other end of things, it's Donawa harassing the back ends of yet another team. This time it's Twisted Minds. Soul finds the knock onto Lou. The tab out in the open, gets in the vehicle. Soul just can't quite find the range with his SLR.
Nope. Twisted have to give up on trying to get Tab back on his feet. Not gonna happen, but where the hell do they go from here? They go from one team straight into another. Again, as I was saying, we're setting up the entire server in the north side of the circle, and there just ain't enough space to for everyone to maneuver. So 2 left on the side of Twisted Minds, a team that again will not be playing tomorrow either. We'll see how many points they're able to accumulate, and if Sun Sister are actually getting this shift.
Yes!
Oh no!
It worked.
Group B, we're sorry.
Here
we're not sorry, but we're a little sorry because you really wanted to get maximum points over the final game, and this is
yelling.
Just brutal. Absolutely atrocious things are being done here in terms of circle shifts going far down south. Let's see how teams are going to react to this.
Richie B there taking a grenade to the face is going to have to back off to heal once again. So 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 in fact still holding on by a thread. Not able to really get anything done is Third Eye. Yuri in the meantime doing a good job against 4AM, but 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 finally able to stabilize his team. A bunch of damage done by Summer. Savior somehow able to get around the corner and avoid death, but a good grenade from Savior lands right at 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓's feet. 3 down for 4AM. Summer and the Wizard across the way. Looks like the push is on.
Yep, back towards the stack we go as FaZe try to hold off against Third Eye. This fight has been lasting a long time, and now shotgun in hand of Oldless sat down below the stairs as we fly back towards 4AM again. And their fight against GEX, this one not coming to a close anytime soon either. Savior on the stairs now making his way up towards the roof. That is a nice sneaky angle with the nade there. Can't fight him initially though, as Savior does fall. It's just Shannon left alive.
This is the new happy I've come to know and love. Third partying everything. They are vultures on the edge of the circle. They are constantly looking for these points, and this time they're going to find quite a few of them. FaZe has been eliminated by Third Eye there. Looks like Third Eye is going to be able to keep 3 players up. New Happy here knows there's one more. If they've been keeping track of their kill feed well enough, they know it's Summer somewhere in this vicinity.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, even if FaZe had survived that, I'm not sure how they would make their way over to the military, because you know what? They took the boat early and sailed it to Milta. So.
Yeah, they kind of accidentally eliminated their options early, right? Yeah.
They took the one boat they might have had available and sailed it.
By the way, Ming Ming's got an AWM, so
like to see it.
Observers, please.
Like to see it. Yep.
We hope. Everybody's got to make some difficult choices here. Pentagram, swam. They are almost across.
I don't fold them. It is the
right
one
play.
option you have available here. Dynamo went east, took a boat as well, and are now trying to make their way in. But it's only phase 3, so they'll be able to chill for now. The only team we've been giving them a hard time. The only team that 9 billion IQ'd this one, Sun Sister. They played the 1v15 odds, and they won the roulette.
Please, Sun Sister,
win this game.
We beg of you.
You're the only one on the island.
You're our only hope. Please. I mean, STK got across, but, you know, yeah, absolutely. Sun Sister was the only team who gambled on it, and they're the only one who, you know, sort of profited.
Well, I mean, now multiple teams have. Yeah, but coming into it, definitely. See Batulans fall down. Twisted Minds, not the final match they would have wanted. They're going to finish in and around the 60-point margin. We've been a little up and down in terms of where we're expecting the final cutoff to be. So let's see if Spiro can maybe get some more points for the team. Vox falls to blue. That is huge. One more point added for Spiro again. They're so close to 60, if not actually hitting 60 with that kill there. So 1 point here could be the deciding factor in whether Twisted Minds will make winner's bracket or not.
Richie B still had 3 first aid kits behind himself, so he might be able to last this fight just a little bit longer than Spyro potentially. I didn't quite catch how many he still had in the bag. Day Trade and Purple Mood squaring up at the ferry pier. Now Tanawat already down to Flash. Thailand versus Thailand right now. Flash good for 2. Fluky here trying to get to the beach, trying to get to safety. Buchill's gonna be knocked from Fluky's position. A nice piece of work here, but the response is great from Flash, but he's gonna get knocked himself from Thunders. Things getting difficult now for Purple Mood. Fluky down, Thunders the only one up.
Fortunate for both teams here. They're not the way they would have wanted this one to go down. They do end up winning. Day Trade, that is, but damage has been done. Can they get Flash back up? Then maybe there is a chance for the 3-man crossover, but they missed the boat. They've lost the opportunity to transition, and STK is currently sat completely uncontested on the shoreline to the south. So I do not see how, even if Day Trade do get 3 back on their feet, how they make that crossing.
The standoff continues here. Richie B is going to finally get the better of Spyro.
60 is where they end. We said 58 to 62. That was my idea. So we'll see. We'll see if the exact 60 is going to net them enough to make their way through.
Donawa and Pentagram there on the eastern edge. Pentagram is really fanned out. Zednan here cooking a grenade, gets splashed a bit himself. New Happy able to turn in time to avoid disaster on the stairwell, going over to the other end, but they are now under STK's sight lines. Purdy Curdy with an SLR trying to do some damage. Zednan now harassing them, going for the stun. Able to get a stun, but Ming Ming pushes ahead of it and is going to finish the job.
A lot of damage coming from Pentagram from behind there as well. DX will fall in 10th. Now Nuren's the last hope. Makes landfall on the southern shores, but let's see if he has any chance of getting out of here. I do not see it happening, and nope, there he falls. New Happy claims the point. A Day Trade fall in 9th. Just now, are we making our way into placement points?
A New Happy. It is surprising, in a way, with how brutal this circle is.
Yeah.
A lot of teams are able to get over here, at least to some level of safety. Even Howl made it. Richie B now had a vehicle that was scraping the ground without those tires intact. He's getting through. He's coming up behind him. There's that AWM I was talking about. It puts the hurt down on Purdy Curdy. Richie B, though, might be unaccounted for. HS is looking at him. The smokes are out. The grenade from HS is going to land right next to him. A great grenade from HS.
Yep, Solo's eliminated by the second as we make our way further into placement points. There we still have Tiamba 7-7 on the southern side of the circle, who wrapped all the way west around and has managed to make his way in as well, completely uncontested down towards that southern side. So we'll see now down out east. They have to make a play. They would, I would imagine, try and make a play on the compound. They should, I mean, in similar fashion to how they won the first Miramar of today, scout it for a while, make sure that there's only one in the building, and just full-on collapse on it. And yeah, well, if I know Sun Sister well enough, they're probably just going to back off.
Yeah, that's kind of basically how I expect that one to play out, Toby. I'm not going to lie.
There they come.
Here they go. They've got a vehicle even.
Yeah,
they're very able to get here, and yeah, there goes Fevin. And
what an analyst I am.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Predictor of PUBG.
Who could have seen this coming? Nobody for sure. I mean, of course, Dono has to go this way because Pentagram had so much control over that northern edge. Not much they could do there. Meanwhile, 7-7 from Tianba, still alive, the last solo snake in this lobby, as Howl did lose their final player. Alo gets a knock onto HS. I'm really keen on this fight between SDK and New Happy, because New Happy now as well pinched between between Pentagram and SDK.
The team that gets control of the shorelines also gets control of the hill, and that could be a winning position to play from. So this fight right now crucial and important for these teams that 𝗟𝗏 opted to push into the compound down below, because they are now going to fight uncontested of the hill south of them.
All right, let's see what Ming can do. He swapped to the barrel. AWM still in hand, that level 3 gear. The vest very beat up for Ming. Trying now to see if he can deal with Wicked, Adder, the Pentagram boys, harassing but not committing to this fight just yet.
One thing's an arm, another thing is a suppressed arm. It just makes it that much
better. It's just so much, it's just better than. What if you put the comp on the arm?
I've always wished that more guns sounded like it, but then again, that would take away from the arm, so I just want it to be the only gun that sounds.
It is such a distinct sound.
It really is. Wicked, thought he'd jump all the way. Not quite the case. Does find one though. Doing a lot of hurt to opponents, but has no clue where Ming is shooting. Looking down. These staircases not working his favor. Double headshot though with the 3x from Ming. Doesn't need the arm when you can land shots with the 4 like that. Nan finds the second. Now Adder. Solo player in this position as 𝗟𝗏 is far off. He finds the third as well. And Pentagram, it looked good for them for a moment, but this has just turned into a 2-point game. Just like that.
Well, these are the 3x barrel sprays that I have just watched many times in PCS Asia, just absolutely dismantle teams, no matter who they are. This is one of the things that has made NewHappy so good for so long, is that they can use different optics on the barrels effectively. Yes. And that is absolutely devastating to a lot of these teams who rely on certain, just red dots with, an M4 or a barrel or whatever, whereas they can swap and still harass you at range. But now SDK is a favorable position against NewHappy, but Ming with that AWM once again opening up some space. This time it's 𝗟𝗏 who's on the receiving end. The push could be on, but it's the blue. The blue is just too much for Ming.
That was a half second, if not even less. He probably could have actually run to the circle, but he committed to it, and it ends up being the downfall of him. Shoot to kill, happy with that, no doubt about it. So NewHappy down to just 2. Make that 1 as Soul finds one more for above. I love the fact that Soul and 𝗟𝗏 has opted to flank back up north again. They heard the commotion. They want a part of the fight up there. 50 points almost in 1 day.
And they know the space is open because Pentagram all but went out.
Exactly.
They saw 3 players go down. They know that NewHappy's fighting SDK. This is great recognition. But they weren't ready for 𝗟𝗏's position at this tree. They're out in the road. 𝗟𝗏 finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from 𝗟𝗏 with the M4. Only 1 player left for 𝗟𝗏. Loki trying to get there. Oh my God, what a hold.
He got a triple yesterday. That was with the 𝗟𝗏 up close against opponents with no armor. This one, a totally different ballgame.
No,
he will
like
fall. He will fall, but credit where credit's due. Yes, he caught the first one off guard. Second one is Iconics. You don't take him out easily. Third one, Soul up the hillside, absolutely dismantled. So great effort by 𝗟𝗏 to rack up more points because, again, Pentagram, they're done.
And how about this? This last game here from Shoot to Kill, it could save themselves from it might have just guaranteed themselves to stay away from that losers bracket. They may well find themselves in the winners bracket here with this if they can squeak through with a win. Now they still have a decent amount of Sun Sister alive. You got 2 players for 𝗟𝗏, 1 for 𝗟𝗏, but right now they're in firm control of this game.
STK is loving the fact that despite how great their position has been, they have gotten a lot of help from other teams and managed to bring that one to an end. 𝗟𝗏 dealing with the entirety of 𝗟𝗏 on that push while they were looking the other direction. That could have been the dismantling of them, but wasn't to happen. They got the alarm early. They got the warning that teams were closing on in, and now STK is in full control of the hilltop.
The good news here for 𝗟𝗏 is Loki still has that UAS available.
They got the res up on Soul as well.
They did, yes. That's also very nice.
Pretty crucial.
Yeah, certainly it is. The M24, though, for Loki, definitely not his favorite gun. I'll tell you that right now. He's not a bolter by nature. 7-7, though, he's already been quite annoying.
He's been solo since 14 teams alive.
Long time ago?
Yeah. Yep. He's been a solo for a while. And just like we saw with 𝗟𝗏 earlier today over on Lumpur, he has managed to make his way into the top 4. 𝗟𝗏 ended up in 2nd place. I don't think that's where we'll see 7-7, especially as he goes down to blue. Vegas does find Soul from afar. 𝗟𝗏 with very limited space to maneuver. Now their vehicles out in the blue as well. I'm not sure how they move unless if the circle super hard shifts east.
Nearly impossible hard shifts, right? Like these just don't happen. Yeah, and it does go towards the road. So now SDK should be able to kind of get control of the top of the road. There is still the building for Sun Sister on the very edge of this available. It's those 1-stories right on that northern edge near Run AX. And, you know, maybe somehow Sun Sister can, like, outlast SDK. Maybe Loki hits a couple of the craziest bolt shots of his life.
You mean...
But, you know, you could see by the statistics, 54% up in the top. And this thing's actually pretty accurate.
It's actually a little
scarily accurate.
that Danoa has a smaller chance of winning than Sun Sister, because I think in terms of how they've been playing this tournament so far, I would give the 26% to Danoa. With
yeah, the percentage is like, it doesn't take into account
them having the better position and and one more player up.
But the percentages don't take into account who's playing. It's just
that is true.
Purely on positions and teams and terrain and all these things.
I'm sorry to have to say it, but I need to see more from this Sun Sister team. I know that Danoa is set up there, but with so many knocks having come through, why has Tay not tried to make a run up the hillside? Why have they not done anything to try and set themselves up for an end game? Sun Sister, come on, you can do this.
It's just safety. It's just that
but it's not safety.
Well, if they have safety, they take it, no matter if it is actually, you know, if it's fake safety, right? Like, because it is.
It would have worked really well in a format we don't play anymore.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't play that anymore.
We don't play that anymore, and I think someone has to remind Sun Sister.
Which will not be named.
Yep, that will not be named. So, is now for the 19th time resting a teammate. Loki and him has been doing nothing but getting each other back on their feet as of the last couple of minutes. But again, I mean, trying to outlast Sun Sister, trying to potentially outlast Shoot to Kill. Now at this point they say, you know what, not going to happen. We ain't going to get it anyway. Let's just concede. We have a day to play tomorrow. Let's finish up with a smile. We played a great set of games here today. Danoa out in third.
Yeah, Danoa, nothing to be ashamed of here today. They managed themselves very nicely, came out with a bang, 2 games in a row, a strong finish given the difficulty of this circle, of this situation. Now it's up to Shoot to Kill to see if they can really put themselves in a safe spot going into the next set of stages. Sun Sister now finally trying to get out up this hill. Toby, Feven leading the way with some frags, but Penta pretty far off of these. I don't think those are going to find the mark, and I would like to see Feven save one more frag, and I think he will.
Yeah, I like the idea that Penta shot early, but instantly fell back because he knew what was coming. Sun Sister has been sat in that compound the entire end game anyway, and he's expecting them to still have utility. So respect the nades, no matter how the aim of the opponent is. Nades do damage regardless of who's throwing them. So smart of him to back off, get out the other direction.
That's just...
I'm not wrong.
No, you're not. No. I'm laughing.
That is probably Sun Sister's best weapon.
It's just a funny statement. It's like, nades do damage.
I mean, it's true.
I love it. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it.
That is the best weapon right now, unless if the Grocer can come into fruition, and it sure does. Purdy first to fall. Will he get the flush to follow? No, because he instantly spotted. Nice reaction play by Alo.
Yeah, a bunch of damage done here to Run AX. The smoke was out. He was able to get himself just enough behind that tree to avoid the knock. So Vegas trying to come over to bail out Purdy Curdy. If there's any smokes, they got to come out very quickly for Vegas.
That's a good
Stuns
nade.
now here. You love to see him get aggressive, and it is a good grenade, Toby. Purdy is gone, but Vegas able to take Run AX down.
Yeah, this has got STK written all over it. Purdy does fall, but it ain't gonna make too much of it. Unless if Tay has something to say about this. Flash comes forward. Vegas will be suppressed. One more taken out. I like the idea of the smoke, the flash, and then I'm able to isolate that fight. But now, how do you play this 1 versus 2? Alo on the north side, Penta up the hill on the other. Does he go for the rest here? He knows he has them at a distance. He knows that Vegas was alone. He saw Penta above because he just took out Feven. And how does he play this one alone?
And he knows Feven is still alive on the other side. They know that they can't come from that angle, so he just has to smoke off this northern edge, and he's able to get the res coming through here. Penta and Alo, but a great grenade from Penta. Finds the re-knock onto Run AX. Tegu now trying to come around the corner. A grenade splashes, does a touch of damage to Alo. Alo gonna hold this angle. Gonna try to put the pressure on. He might be able to see him. Yep, he's got him. Tegu taken down ever so low, is healing, but that's gonna be it. That's gonna be STK winning the final game of the day.
A brief smile on the face of the STK boys. It's not been the group stage that they would have wanted, but they finish it off with a win. Finally smiles on their faces as they get what I could only imagine will be a ticket through to winners, but I'm not gonna claim it yet because things are going to be so close.
Yeah, it's been a stressful day, a stressful couple of days for STK, but that is a nice way to seal the deal for themselves and very likely might find themselves in that winner's bracket.
And what a game to finish off on. They go Millie on the slightest chance of the double, quadruple Southern hardship still goes there.
It's unbelievable, man. All right, well, anyway, we're going to watch some highlights, and then we will wrap the day up with the desk, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
And with that, we have STK almost certainly guaranteeing themselves a position in that winner's bracket here. We talked about the teams that we have to focus on here for the final game here, Toffees, and it will be STK getting themselves a victory.
We said, watch what STK can do here. They came out. I mean, they were aided by one of the wildest circle shifts that I think I've seen to date. Literally, go to military. Yeah. One team is there, and then they had a chance to take the spot that STK won out of and didn't.
Yeah, they did. I'm not going to say I was tilted a little bit, but I was tilted.
He was a little tilted.
Just a wee bit. If you're going to go to that compound, considering you're the only team on military, go up the hill.
Wait, stop and scout if you want. But like once there's no one shooting at you, come on up.
Yeah, you were mentioning, I mean, when we look at that kind of, when we break down that notion, for Sun Sister, maybe there was a bit of apprehension, a little bit of nervousness about, okay, we are on military. Yeah. It's really actually, we've been able to win out this kind of a small chance that it would come here. So maybe...
Yeah, and I think there's also that, you know, they got into their cars, they were actually in military proper when the shift happened. Yeah. Maybe they worried somebody who was on the bridge had pushed over faster. But again, they played a great game. They managed to get themselves to third, some much needed points. STK did a wonderful job. The second the shift happened, they were at Fisherman's Camp, they jumped on a boat, they made that rotation very quickly, and they avoided what ended up being just a massacre at the bridge.
Yeah, and actually one of the teams that was able to do more than I thought they were going to was New Happy, who actually got themselves a lot of kills from that. But let's take a look at the top four here. STK, we have Sun Sister, we have ourselves Danawa again. And we have Tiamba joining up. I will say, it's good that we had, I think it was Pentagram, actually putting in the boot in against Danawa, because I was thinking a triple for the day.
Oh my goodness, 𝗟𝗏 versus Danawa. It wasn't 𝗟𝗏 versus 1 or 2, but he dropped 3, and only ultimately I think to get the 4th because someone else got involved. So that was just a beautiful play from start to finish on that defense.
Let's take a look at the recap then and play it all back, because you might be looking at this train and thinking to yourself, that's not Military Island. Well, yes, so did every other team apart from Sun Sister when it came to where they thought the circle was going to go. And we had to scramble down here to try and make something happen. Again, New Happy, by this point, already had themselves 7 kills. They were doing work on the other side of that bridge.
Well, to cross the bridge was a grind. GEX had it locked in before the shift, and then after that, every other team had to just basically take turns fighting their way through whatever the next roadblock was.
𝗟𝗏 looking for a few flushes here and there, and this is very important. Again, it's another one of the teams that we wanted to keep our eyes on coming into this game, considering they've not had the greatest group stage. Even though this is a team full of legendary names from the Korean scene, it's not quite gelled just yet here for the groups.
Well, I mean, I think that outlined the problem with the team right now. 𝗟𝗏 by himself, superstar. All these great players have these huge moments, but as a team, they're just not working as we've seen them. But there's time. Losers bracket still available. We'll see what they do as they bounce back. But again, an honorable membership for STK. Like, STK's fifth man is officially 𝗟𝗑 for this match because that stop on Donowa was very important.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Especially when you see how STK eventually approaches Sun Sister and where they were. But here are the numbers coming on in. Penta will be able to take the 3 kills alongside, though, 𝗟𝗚 putting in the most work with the 500 damage.
You know, it's impressive to get those 3 kills with how much his hand must be hurting him right now. But he did a really good job in that game. And it's nice to see Penta get those numbers. Sometimes he's one of the players on this team that maybe doesn't get talked about as much as the others. You hear about Vegas, the young gun, Purdy, the leader, but Penta really here just a solid force for the team, and 𝗟𝗚 as well. Some of the photos he's taken for this event are adorable and fun, and he has been done a great job, deserves the MVP, has been a really good voice on this team.
Yeah, he was definitely the man of the match for this one, considering, I will ask you though, the STK push up against Sun Sister, it wasn't without its trials and tribulations, I think.
You know, when that knock happened and Vegas came up to try to go for the res, no smoke protection, I got worried. Vegas won sort of the shootout, and if it had been a team that wasn't Sun Sister, if it had been Donowa up against them instead, I don't know that he would have even gotten close. But then again, would he have taken the risk if it was Donowa? Probably not.
Yeah, good point, good point. At the end of the 2 days then, New Happy will end up on top kills by actually quite a bit above 4AM. 4AM, of course, came out absolutely blasting yesterday, but it shows that once again, New Happy, who are a previous world champion, by the way, are absolutely here to play. That's a huge number.
Well, it speaks to their play style. They don't get a lot of talk time because they're not winning these matches, but they're putting up insane kill numbers, massive damage. These guys, their knuckles are bloody as they go back to the rooms tonight because they have been fighting.
They love the fights. 10 kills will go their way here in this game, despite the problems that actually did exist with the circle, with how they were trying to transition here in this game. It will be 16 points, though, going the way of STK. That should guarantee them a winner's bracket spot here, which means at present, as long as Luminosity doesn't have an absolute flub of a day tomorrow, you guys are looking absolutely solid for the winners.
You know, and maybe even third, I guess, to join them. What a glow up. They went from 1 to 7 points in that game, so maybe that's the start of a bounce back. We will find out.
67 points for STK. I don't think there's any way.
They should be golden.
Yeah, they should be absolutely golden, as you say here. We have Sonics up there as well, as we were mentioning. Luminosity, despite not playing today, are still in 7th place. So good job, guys. Well done.
So they can come out and they can really try some things, have a little bit of fun, go the distance. I'm excited to see what they bring tomorrow. I'm excited about seeing what Donowa brings back after the way that they played today. I think tomorrow is going to be really an awesome day.
Yeah, Donowa almost qualified in 1 day as well.
Yes,
like looking at that, I think they were at what, 58 points as we looked through the first through 12th there. So an extraordinary day for Donowa. It's a great start for them. I have a bit of a meme with the guys saying that for me, Donowa is always a 4th to 5th place team. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
But I would love to see them subvert that, especially tomorrow as we have our 6 games on the way here. They could easily pump up towards the 1st or 2nd spot for this group stage.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a team that could be contesting when it comes to the grand finals. So to see that, blow up is very good. But we're back tomorrow, 6 games, back and forth, ending on Erangel, starting on Miramar. And we've got some of the all-star teams of Group C versus Group A. And honestly, Group A, this is going to be a tough day tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so because you're going to have, if we look at the broad spectrum of what is going on here, you're going to have a 17 Gaming that's coming out for absolute blood. They are going to be trying to challenge for 𝗟𝗑𝗗. Of course, we know that that's probably going to be the case. And they're going to be rotating how they normally do. And we know how powerful they can be in that case.
But they're going up against defending world champions. They're going up against Luminosity, who basically qualified in 1 day. You know, they've got teams that have the potential and some things to prove. You've got Ascend fighting their way back up. And I think that tomorrow might be the best day of the entire group stages in terms of just quality of team and what they are looking for.
I'm also interested to see how Na'Vi is going to play, considering they do not have to deal with Pentagram on things like Erangel, for example. But anyway, thank you very much, Toffees. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. It is time to finish things up. But before we do that, let's head over to some interviews here to finish up PGS Day 2.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage here at PGS1. I'm your host, Bella, and what a day it has been. I'm sure all of you are super eager to hear from the players themselves. So first up, let's have Donowa Sports' very own Soul join us on the stage. Please welcome Soul. Okay, first up, congratulations to your highest points of the day. And first question up. Things didn't really work out for you on day... The other Korean teams on day one, so that must have been a little bit of pressure for you guys, yes, as the Korean representative. So how does it feel to be able to show the Korean PUBG skills?
어제 다른 한국 팀들이 좀 예상했던 성적이 안 나와서 부담감이 있으실 텐데 오늘은 확실히 한국식 배그 보여주신 소감이 어떠십니까?
일단 뭐 딱히 다른 한국 팀이 못한다고 해서 부담감은 없었고요. 그리고 사실 한국식 배그라기보다 저희 다나가 추구하는 다나식 배그를 한 거에 있어서 되게 기분이 좋습니다.
I feel it's good that we can perform well today and show how Korean PUBG skills to the world, and I believe that we'll keep going on this good performance.
That's reassuring for the fans, right? We're gonna see more of you tomorrow on day 3 to compete with Group A. So, do you have any different plans to compete with Group A?
내일은 H조와 만나게 되었는데 어떤 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 조가 바뀐다고 해서 뭐 특별히 준비한 거 없고 오늘 저희가 실수했던 걸 좀 더 보완해서 내일 경기를 이어나갈 예정입니다.
So actually there's no like special preparation that we did. We just did what we do as usual, and we hope that we will perform better on tomorrow's match.
All right, so stay tuned for tomorrow too then. Okay, last question. Who would you say is your biggest rival for PGS1?
이번 PGS에서 제일 견제되는 선수가 누구입니까?
딱히 견제되는 선수도 없고 팀도 없고 근데 이제 아무래도 유럽 쪽이 조금 지금 잘하는 것 같아서 유럽 팀들을 모두 좀 견제하고 있습니다.
So we think that we don't have any best rivals, but if we are forced to set one, we would set like teams from the Europe.
Okay, so that's more to see for day 3, right? Thank you so much for the interview, and we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations again.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. Next up, we have FaZe Clan's very own 𝗟𝗓𝗓 join us on the stage for the interview. Please welcome 𝗟𝗓𝗓. Hello. So congratulations on today's performance. I was very impressed.
Thank you.
So how does it feel to be surrounded by teammates with like super long PUBG lineage, like to be the last puzzle of the super team?
I'm really glad to have the chance to play with them. My teammates are really insane.
Okay. And, you know, it's day 2, but we've seen all 24 teams play. So do you have any teams that stood out to you other than FaZe Clan, of course?
No.
Just FaZe Clan. Okay. I like how confident you are. Like, nope. Okay. So last question. Well, not a question, but must have for FaZe Clan. Let's have a shout out to the fans supporting and watching you from home.
Thanks to everyone supporting us. Raise up.
I like how like confident and like super bold he is. Thank you for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. That was FaZe Clan's 𝗟𝗓𝗓 for the interview. And this is it for day 2 of PGS1 group stage. And we'll see groups A and C perform for tomorrow at day 3. Same time, same place here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So stay tuned and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.